base of the end of the world starting with 5 million points. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Goodbye Liu Liangxin. Base city. Mobile base point. Luo Ren lay on the armchair, looking at the ceiling, thinking about the problem. I have already met Yang Ziai. Do I still want to go to Sanctuary City number 5? Then Yang Ziai only needs to hand back the level 2 evolutionary crystal, but he doesn't mention a word about his cousin Yangshi. Has he given up on Yangshi? There is another undercover agent who has not been caught so far. Is he hiding in the base, or has left the base? Lion Xin's letter said that Yang Ziai is temporarily staying in Sanctuary City number 5. If the undercover agent leaves the base, he should go to Yang Ziai. That means she will go to Sanctuary City number 5. After thinking about it for a while, Luo Ren finally decided, let's go there. If nothing else, just go and thank Lion Xin. Sanctuary City number 5, the lobby of the city lord's mansion. Where's the wine? Yang Ziai shouted. The jug was crushed, and the wine was naturally spilled. Yang Ziai, who had no wine to drink, slapped the table and the table immediately fell apart. Liu Liangxin couldn't stand it anymore, and persuaded her, the body is your own. It's not good to get angry. It's just a level 2 evolution crystal. Just look for level 2 zombies to hunt. Yang Ziai gritted his teeth. Bastard Luo Ren. Bastard Luo Ren. I will definitely cut you into pieces. Hearing these words, Liu Liangxin frowned slightly and could only tell the waiting maid, go get the wine. Bottles of wine were brought up, and Yang Ziai drank them down without any hesitation. Even if he was a level 1 peak evolver, he would be drunk in a short time. The drunk Yang Ziai suddenly looked at Liu Liangxin, his eyes hot and undisguised. Liu Liangxin frowned and said, Brother Yang, you are drunk. Go back and rest quickly. As she said that, she stood up and walked towards the backyard. Suddenly a figure flashed, and Yang Ziai blocked the way. His fiery eyes seemed to see through Liu Liangxin's clothes. He smiled evilly and said, Liangxin, brother, I'm angry with Luo Ren. It's not light. Why don't you vent your anger on me? Liu Liangxin said disgustedly, you are drunk. I'm not drunk. Yang Ziai reached out to grab Liu Liangxin and said, I'm an evolved human being, a super strong person. How could I be drunk? Liu Liangxin opened his hand, quickly took a few steps back to distance herself from him, and angrily yelled, if you do this again, I won't be polite. Yang Ziai laughed loudly, with evil eyes, and said, Lion Xin, what do you think is good about that old man, who is the leader of the country? I'm so good. I have a face and muscles, but I'm no better than that rough old man. Shut up. Liu Liangxin shouted, don't use your dirty thoughts to speculate. My relationship with the king is normal, and I cannot tolerate your slander. HMPH. Yang Ziai snorted coldly and said, it's normal, haha, you ask ghosts, they won't believe it. Apart from him and his soldiers, you are the only one who can enter the old man's military base, and you will be given whatever you want. You wanted to establish Sanctuary City number 5, and directly gave you 1,000 troops, and also asked me to spend 10,000 people in city number 1. Can this be an ordinary relationship? Damn it, I will definitely kill you today. Yang Ziai rushed towards Liu Liangxin. Liu Liangxin raised her eyebrows and became angry, and slapped Yang Ziai in the face. Snap. The crisp sound lingered in the lobby, and could not disperse for a long time. Yang Ziai touched his burning cheek, raised the corners of his mouth, turned to look at Liu Liangxin. His eyes were even hotter, and said with a lewd smile, I like this bad temper. After saying that, he rushed forward again. As a level 1 peak evolver, he was really fast, but Liu Liangxin was not a vegetarian. In the past few months, she had reached the level of a level 1 peak evolver. Although she is not as strong as Yang Ziai, but in terms of speed, Yang Ziai is not as good as her. Moreover, Yang Ziai was drunk and his fighting ability was greatly reduced, so he was no match for her. Moving her steps to dodge, Liu Liangxin's eyes turned cold. Faced with Yang Ziai who was charging at him again, she kicked him in the crotch. The Cry of a slaughtering pig spread throughout the city. After a while, two armies came from both sides outside the square of the city lord's palace. They were the 1st City Guard Army and the 5th City Guard Army. It's the city lord's voice. With such a scream, something must have happened to the city lord. Brothers, follow me and rush in. Someone from the 1st Army of the City Guard shouted. Others in the 1st City Guard Army shouted, charge in. Come in. Seeing that the 1st City Guard Army was about to rush into the city lord's palace, the 5th City Guard Army refused to agree. This was their territory and these guys were not allowed to run wild. Ahua. The 5 armies guarding the city raised their guns neatly, and the leader shouted, let's see who dares. This is Sanctuary City number 5, not your Sanctuary City number 1. The city lord's mansion is where you guys can wander in at will. Do you have any rules? You are not allowed to break into the city lord's mansion without permission. The 5 armies protecting the city shouted in unison, full of momentum. Ahua. At the same time, the 1st City Guard Army also raised their guns, and someone shouted, stop talking nonsense. Didn't you hear the screams of my city lord? Get out of the way quickly, or you will bear the consequences. After the words fell, the 1st City Guard Army took a few steps forward in order. Although it was someone else's territory, their momentum was not weak at all. The 1st Guard Army has 10,000 people, while the 5th Guard Army has only 7,000 people. Moreover, the weapons and equipment of the 1st Army are obviously better than those of the 5th Army. This makes many people in the 5th Army hold guns in this cold winter. His palms were sweating. Click. Suddenly, the gate of the city lord's mansion opened. Liu Liangxin, with a cold face, walked out, followed by Yang Ziyi, whose face flushed, and he said nothing. Liu Liangxin's cold eyes swept over the city guard 1st Army, and the biting coldness revealed in them made the city guard 1st Army involuntarily step back a few steps. Liu Liangxin's eyes finally fell on the 5th Army, and she ordered coldly, put down your guns, do what you need to do. The city lord spoke, and the city guard 5th Army had to listen, and immediately put down their guns, and evacuated from here. The remaining soldiers of the city guard 1st Army looked at each other, and without waiting for Yang Ziyi's order, they lowered their guns to the ground. Liu Liangxin's eyes swept over the city guard 1st Army again, and the coldness on her pretty face increased instead of decreasing. She snorted coldly and turned to enter the city lord's mansion. All the soldiers of the city guard 1st Army surrendered to Yang Ziyi and waited for his order. Yang Ziyi's face flushed, and he was still aching somewhere. He gritted his teeth and said to himself, you bitch, you actually did such a cruel thing to me. Sooner or later, you will regret it. The kick in the lobby just now made him sober up completely. Thinking back to the scene just now, he couldn't help but feel scared. If he really raped Liu Liangxin, the Wasteland King would definitely not let him go. At the same time, he hated that he was not as good as the old man. He had good looks and strength, and he was still so young. Wasn't he better than the bald old man in his 50s or 60s? The old man relied on his high position and power before the virus broke out, so he was able to form the kingdom army in time at the beginning of the virus outbreak. In his heart, all this was just good luck, nothing great. He believed that it would not take long for his power to surpass the old man, and by then Liu Liangxin would become his plaything. After coming to his senses, Yang Ziyi looked at the many soldiers of the city defense army 1 and shouted, why are you all here? Go back and rest, and return to the city tomorrow. This trip was really not worth it. He didn't get the evolution crystal, and made such a scene. He hoped that Liu Liangxin would not report it to the old man, otherwise he would be scolded again. After all, due to his strength, he didn't dare to refute the old man now. The next day, Yang Ziyi left without saying goodbye with his 10,000-man army early in the morning. When his subordinates reported that Yang Ziyi had left, Liu Liangxin's eyes flashed with disgust, and he just said oh, and didn't care anymore. Base city gate. Luo Ren saw Zhang Yang tying a big bag of sweet potatoes on the roof of the off-road vehicle, and couldn't help complaining, you stuffed such a big bag of sweet potatoes, isn't it heavy? Zhang Yang smiled and said, it's not heavy, as long as it's delicious. He also considered himself, if he was deducted 2 days of food in the future, he would use these sweet potatoes to make up for it. Can you drive? Luo Ren said to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded and said, yes, okay, I'll sit in the back seat and you drive. Throwing the car keys to Zhang Yang, Luo Ren opened the back door and got in. He didn't want to drive, he was too tired. Zhang Yang happily took over the job of driving, sat in the driver's seat, started the car skillfully, and just as he was about to leave, someone blocked the car in front of him. Commander. Luo, someone is looking for you. Luo Ren, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes when he heard the words and saw Suan Tong blocking the car through the windshield. He lowered the window and asked, what's wrong? I want to go too. Suan Tong walked to the window to explain her purpose. Don't make a fuss, I'm not going on vacation. Luo Ren said. Suan Tong crossed her arms and pouted. Who knows if you are going on vacation? Stop it, Antong. You are the captain of the Xiangxing army, and the soldiers are waiting for you to assign training tasks. Don't worry, I will find out the matter and come back immediately. Luo Ren said helplessly. He had no temper at all in front of Suan Tong, and he was reluctant to say any harsh words. Suan Tong was unwilling and muttered, I know you are going to see Liu Liangxin. What's so good about that woman that you miss her so much? Seeing her jealous look, Luo Ren couldn't help but smile slightly, stretched out his hand, and rubbed Suan Tong's head, and said, I swear, after the matter is clear, I will return to the base immediately, without stopping for a second. After thinking for a long time, Suan Tong chose to compromise and said, then I believe you. Remember what you said, immediately, without stopping for a second. Yeah. Luo Ren nodded heavily. Suan Tong then reluctantly stepped aside, watching the car start and drive away, leaving clear tire marks on the white snow. When the car disappeared on the horizon, Suan Tong reluctantly retracted her gaze. Unconsciously, this man had completely occupied her heart, and every move affected her thoughts. Luo Ren looked out the window, and the scenes along the way flashed by one. Although covered with a layer of snow, they were still familiar and a little more pure. The road was slippery on the ice and snow. It took nearly 4 hours to travel a distance of about 2 hours. It stopped 2 kilometers away from the number 5 sanctuary city. Luo Ren got off the car and let Zhang Yang drive the car back to the city first, because he was not sure whether Yang Ziyi had left. After Liu Liangxin moved in, Hucheng had been renamed number 5 Sanctuary City, and its appearance had also changed a lot. The most obvious thing was the wall, which became higher and thicker, and the defense must have been improved a lot. Seeing Zhang Yang approaching the city entrance with binoculars, the soldiers immediately stepped forward. After a conversation, Zhang Yang successfully entered the number 5 sanctuary city. Luo Ren put away the telescope, leaned against the tree trunk, and waited for news from Zhang Yang. With the previous letter, Luo Ren completely believed that Liu Liangxin would never attack him, so he came to the number 5 sanctuary city with Zhang Yang, and he asked Zhang Yang to go into the city first to inform Liu Liangxin. If Yang Ziyi was still in the city, Liu Liangxin would definitely let Zhang Yang come out to inform him. If Yang Ziyi was not in the city, it might be Zhang Yang who would inform him. Half an hour passed. Luo Ren covered his mouth, yawned, and said to himself, the flowers I waited for are all withered. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? Speaking of the devil appears. As a level 2 evolver, Luo Ren has excellent hearing. In such a noiseless place, even if he is 2 kilometers away, he can hear a sentence coming from the direction of the number 5 sanctuary city. Lord City Lord. He jumped onto the branch and used the telescope to observe. He saw that the city gate was wide open and a car came out from it. It was the off-road vehicle just now, and its direction of travel was facing him. But the roar of the car engine became more and more obvious, and the SUV soon arrived under the tree. The car door opened, and a familiar figure got out of the car. It was Liu Liangxin. As the lord of a city, she actually went out of the city to greet him personally. She had already noticed Luo Ren on the tree, and she shouted in surprise, Brother Ren. From the surprise on her face, it can be seen that she is very happy about Luo Ren's arrival. Luo Ren smiled slightly, jumped from the tree to the ground, walked in front of Liu Liangxin, stretched out his hand, and smiled. Long time no see. Liu Liangxin ignored his handshake, stepped on her feet, and rushed to hug him. Zhang Yang, who was still in the car, saw this scene through the windshield and couldn't help but open his mouth wide, enough to fit a goose egg, and then couldn't help showing an envious expression, thinking in his heart, the city lord must like Chief Luo Ren very much. Liu Liangxin, who was usually cold and frosty in front of them, was completely like a little woman at this time. As long as you are not blind, you can see that Liu Liangxin likes Luo Ren very much. However, as the saying goes, the person in the know is the most confused. From the first meeting, Luo Ren felt that Liu Liangxin was a girl who loved to act like a spoiled child, so he could guess that Liu Liangxin liked him, but this liking should be limited. After all, the bargaining in the lobby of the city lord's mansion that day was still vivid in his mind. Liu Liangxin let go of Luo Ren and stared at Luo Ren's face. For nearly half a minute, Luo Ren couldn't help but avoid his gaze and asked, "I didn't expect that Liangxin would go out of the city to pick me up in person. It seems that Yang Ziyi has left." When Yang Ziyi was mentioned, a cold light flashed in Liu Liangxin's eyes. She remembered Yang Ziyi's obscene appearance and words last night. If she hadn't been worried about the possible impact on the stability of the kingdom, she would have gone to the king to complain. When she saw Luo Ren again, she, who had always been strong, suddenly burst out with endless grievances from the bottom of her heart. Her eyes couldn't stop reddening, and tears rolled in her eyes. This may be why women always become weaker in front of the person they like. Chapter 127 God-given opportunity. Liu Liangxin threw herself into Luo Ren's arms again, tears bursting from her eyes and soaking Luo Ren's clothes. Luo Ren was at a loss for a moment. He turned his gaze to Zhang Yang and asked, "What's going on?" But Zhang Yang spread his hands and shook his head, expressing that he didn't know. Luo Ren lowered his head and saw Liu Liangxin with pear blossoms and rain in her arms. Although she didn't know what was going on, her heart overflowed with sympathy. He slowly hugged Liu Liangxin with both hands and patted her back gently to comfort her. Said, "It's okay, it's okay." After a long time, Liu Liangxin finally stopped crying and felt much better. She let go of Luo Ren's embrace, saw Luo Ren's chest soaked with tears, and said anxiously, "Brother Ren, let's get in the car and go back to the city quickly." Luo Ren nodded and said, "Okay." The two of them got into the car one after another. Zhang Yang, who was in the driving position, looked away, turned around, and drove towards Sanctuary City number 5. Not far away, the car entered the city and arrived at the city lord's mansion. Liu Liangxin took Luo Ren directly to her boudoir in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. Standing at the door, Luo Ren stopped and did not go in. Boys are not allowed to enter a girl's boudoir at will, but Liu Liangxin smiled indifferently and said, "Brother Ren, you are not an outsider. Come in, you are like this. Your clothes are wet and you're cold. I'll find you some dry clothes." Luo Ren was even more afraid to go in and said, it's okay, I can still withstand this temperature." Liu Liangxin is a woman, and her clothes must not all be women's clothes. Although Luo Ren is confident and pretty, and he can be called a peerless beauty by dressing up as a woman, he is not a big shot in women's clothing and is not interested in this aspect. No. Liu Liangxin refused. She pulled Luo Ren into the room and asked Luo Ren to sit down first. Facing Liu Liangxin, who was so persistent, Luo Ren could not refute her face. He sat down honestly and looked at Liu Liangxin's boudoir involuntarily. A pink woman's bed with a pink quilt. The light pink mosquito net above the bed is tied to the bedpost, and there are small cups on the cabinet next to the bed. A white plush carpet was spread quietly on the floor, and the curtains decorated with light pink lace in front of the window were pulled aside, so you could see the scene outside the window. Lions and does have a girl's heart, Luo Ren said to himself. Just as he was admiring the beautiful scenery of the boudoir, Liu Liangxin walked over with a coat in her arms, which immediately caught Luo Ren's attention. Liu Liangxin opened her coat and said, "Brother Ren, come and try to see if this dress fits you." Luo Ren's eyes fell on the coat. To his surprise, this coat belonged to a man. The color and style revealed stability and maturity. It looked like a standard outfit for a successful man. This surprised him. How could there be men's clothes hidden in Liu Liangxin's boudoir? And he thought to himself, it can't be that successful man who successfully entered Liangxin's boudoir, successfully captured Liu Liangxin, and then just brushed off his clothes, and left so Liangxin kept this coat, because she really cared about that person. When she saw that I looked very similar to the person in her mind, it was just a coat. Luo Ren directly imagined a beautiful love story. After the imagination was completed, he looked at the coat and quickly shook his head and said, forget it, I'm fine. It was quite hot just now. It's nice to cool off when you get wet. Liu Liangxin put down her coat, revealed her head, and asked with a very aggrieved expression, Brother Ren, do you dislike it? No, no. Luo Ren waved his hands repeatedly and said, how is it possible? This dress has its own owner. I'd better not win anyone's love. Brother Ren, how do you know? Liu Liangxin was surprised and explained, this dress is indeed not prepared for you, but I want to give it to the king. However, hasn't it been sent out yet? It doesn't count. Master, Brother Ren, just put it on, and then you can search for another one, giving it to the Lord of the Wasteland, not keeping it for others. Luo Ren suddenly realized that he had made a mistake and quickly covered his mouth. Why do others keep it? Liu Liangxin was puzzled at first, but then understood, and immediately stamped her feet and hummed, Brother Ren, who do you think he is? This, that, I'm sorry, I thought too much. Luo Ren was embarrassed. He wanted to explain, but didn't know how, so he could only apologize sincerely, you are right, it was me who was wrong. Liu Liangxin's eyes turned red, and she said lightly, hiss, at. This time, Luo Ren had to take a deep breath. Why were these words so familiar and so oppressive? His breathing stopped temporarily, his expression froze, and he felt a desire to escape. Seeing Luo Ren's appearance, Liu Liangxin chuckled and said, I'm just kidding. Brother Ren, please put on this coat quickly, to avoid catching a cold. Luo Ren breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had escaped from death, and responded, okay. Liu Liangxin hung up her coat, walked up to Luo Ren, and unbuttoned his coat. Such a sensible woman, who can stand up to warn him. Luo Ren took a few steps back, and said with a smile, I can do it myself. Liu Liangxin smiled slightly, and watched Luo Ren took off his coat, then took off the coat hanging on the hanger, and then walked behind Luo Ren to put on the coat for him. Luo Ren took the coat and said, I can do it myself. He put on his coat in a few seconds. Luo Ren shook his sleeves, and said with a smile, it fits well. Turning around subconsciously, Liu Liangxin was unexpectedly very close. She was half a head shorter than Luo Ren. When Luo Ren turned around, she subconsciously raised her face. The two of them happened to be facing each other, and the distance between their faces was less than 3 inches centimeter. The air seemed to have frozen, and time seemed to have been suspended. Only the hearts of the two were still beating. Boom, boom, boom. Liu Liangxin's cheeks were flushed involuntarily, and her breathing intensified. Gilu. Luo Ren swallowed nervously. Under his gaze, Liu Liangxin stood on tiptoes, and pressed her red lips directly on his mouth. At this moment, it was as if he was hit by an electric current, which shocked his whole body, and froze him. After he came to his senses, he quickly took a few steps back, his heart beating loudly. Liu Liangxin's cheeks were as red as if they were bleeding, and her eyes were full of admiration when she looked at Luo Ren. Luo Ren thought to himself, what the hell? I'm here to ask about things, why do I make it look like I'm here to fall in love? Taking a deep breath, trying hard to calm down his breathing and return his heartbeat to normal frequency, he selectively forgot the scene that just happened in his subjective consciousness, changed the subject and said, by the way, Liangxin, what is your relationship with the Lord of the Wasteland? How can you still thinking of giving him a coat? When Liu Liangxin saw that Luo Ren had no intention of going further, she was naturally extremely disappointed. Her violently beating heart soon returned to normal, but the blush on her cheeks could not go away for a long time. After adjusting her mentality, she thought that there was still time, and she would be able to capture Luo Ren in the future, so she was no longer disappointed. She smiled and said, the king, you have a close relationship with me. Brother Ren, do you want to know? A. Close relationship? Luo Ren guessed. Are you his relative? Liu Liangxin chuckled and said, they can be considered relatives, but they are the closest relatives. The leader of the country is my father. Hearing that the leader of the Wasteland Kingdom was actually Liu Liangxin's father, Luo Ren's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help but stir in his heart, thinking to himself, this, should I do something now? He locked his gaze on Liu Liangxin and asked subconsciously, how many brothers and sisters do you have? Liu Liangxin said, I'm the only daughter in my family. As soon as these words came out, Luo Ren couldn't help but licked his lips, and a ridiculous idea came up in his heart, that is, to deal with Liu Liangxin, and then take her back to her parents' home, and call her father-in-law, like this. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Luo Ren couldn't help laughing, which made Liu Lian a little confused. She hurriedly shouted, Brother Ren, Brother Ren. Hearing the shout, Luo Ren came back to his senses and quickly wiped away a trace of saliva from the corner of his mouth. In the end, he still did not choose to listen to his inner thoughts. He was a Sanheo student when he was studying, and a Sanheo citizen when he entered society. How could he do such a despicable and shameless thing? The thing is not in line with his style. In fact, the most important thing is that he is not sure whether the leader of the Wasteland Kingdom will give up the resources and population at hand because of her daughter. After all, being able to sit in that position requires not being ruthless. The two of them were no longer entangled in these chores. Liu Liangxin was very happy about Luo Ren's arrival. She walked out of the backyard and came to the lobby. She immediately ordered someone to arrange a banquet to welcome Luo Ren. There were only Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin at this banquet, but no officers from the 5th Army protecting the city were called. When the glasses collided with each other and made a crisp sound, Liu Liangxin took a sip of the wine in the glass and asked, Brother Ren, why did you come here today? I'm here, firstly, to thank you, and secondly, I want to ask you something. Luo Ren didn't waste any words and directly explained his purpose. He continued, the reason why Yang Zi sent troops to attack the base was for the level 2 evolution crystal. It's very clear, no need to say more. But before that, he sent people to sneak into the base to collect information. What was the purpose of this move? Could it be that you were ordered by your father to explore the intelligence of the base and make plans to raise troops to attack the base in the future? It can't be my father's order. Liu Lian said anxiously. The 4 shelter cities were originally 4 separate gathering places for survivors. The city owners have extremely high autonomy and can independently recruit troops and set up weapons and equipment production lines. However, some weapons and equipment with high technical content cannot be made easily, but my father's military base has this ability. Therefore, my father signed a treaty with the lords of these 4 cities. My father provided them with powerful firepower weapons, and they wanted to form an alliance with my father as the leader, try their best to protect the survivors, and whichever city was in trouble, other cities should not hesitate to support it. The Wasteland Kingdom this is how it was born. That's how it is. Luo Ren was surprised. I thought other shelter cities were the same as your number 5 shelter city. Liu Liangxin shook her head and said helplessly, my father established this sanctuary city number 5 and asked me to be the city lord. The power of the city lords of the 4 cities is too great. Now my father's troops can still suppress the 4 cities, but as time goes by, the forces of the 4 cities become stronger. It is said that 2 fists are difficult to defeat with 4 hands. If the 4 cities join forces to rebel against my father, seizing a military base is a fatal thing. That's why my father bought this city from Brother Ren and established Sanctuary City number 5. This can be regarded as increasing his own strength to cope with the possible alliance of 4 cities in the future. Luo Ren suddenly realized, so that's it. Then what I told you about setting rules and disciplining your subordinates would have no effect. Wouldn't it be true that Xiao Zhenghang wanted to annex Su City behind his back and not get any punishment? Liu Liangxin said helplessly, yes, it's just a verbal criticism, but the actual punishment can't be done. Faced with such a situation, Luo Ren could feel Liu Liangxin's helplessness, and then he remembered the tearful look of Liu Liangxin when he met her outside the city. He felt distressed and asked immediately, I saw you crying so hard before. You must have suffered a lot of grievances. Come, I'll have a drink with you. Hearing Luo Ren's concern, Liu Liangxin's eyes were red again, and she thought of what happened last night again. If they were not both level 1 peak evolvers, she would have been insulted by Yang Ziyi. After a few glasses of wine, she took advantage of the alcohol and told everything that happened last night. Arsehole, Luo Ren said angrily. After learning about what happened last night, Luo Ren was very angry. Yang Ziyi was really a beast. If he was at the scene, he would definitely beat Yang Ziyi so hard that he wouldn't even recognize his mother. After 3 rounds of drinking, Liu Liangxin got drunk in front of Luo Ren for the second time. Luo Ren helped her to the backyard boudoir, took off her shoes and coat, helped her to the bed, and covered her with a quilt. He walked out of Liu Liangxin's boudoir and looked at the vast snow. His mind was full of thoughts. The Wasteland Kingdom, the 4 sanctuary cities are independent, and there seems to be an idea of seizing the military base. Thousands of thoughts merged into one after a long time, leaving only the 4 words God-given opportunity. Luo Ren was pleasantly surprised and thought to himself, this is a godsend opportunity. As long as the Wasteland Lord joins hands with me, dealing with the 4 sanctuary cities is no problem at all. However, this alliance is conditional, otherwise why would I waste my manpower? But Lion Xin obviously cannot make this decision, only the Wasteland Lord can make the decision. If he agrees, everyone will be happy. If he disagrees, we can't just give up, we still need to persuade him. But the word persuasion is very difficult. I don't know the Wasteland Lord's temper or his preferences, so it's a bit difficult to start. By the way, Lion Xin, as a daughter, she must know her father very well. After Lion Xin sobers up, ask her carefully. It seems that I have to go to the Wasteland Kingdom again. Unconsciously, snowflakes floated in the sky again, and the cold wind blew from the north again, but Luo Ren didn't feel the slightest bit of cold. The coat on his body blocked the wind and snow for him, and kept him warm. Chapter 128 Visiting the Wasteland King. Oh my god, what is this? This is so delicious. Beside the fire, a soldier of the 5th City Guard Army took a big bite of the hot sweet potato. The soft and sweet taste made him show an expression of enjoyment. What else could it be? Sweet potato. Zhang Yang said vaguely, chewing a big mouthful of sweet potato. Swish swish. The sound of feet stepping on the snow reached the ears of the soldiers who were eating sweet potatoes around the fire. They looked around and saw Luo Ren walking over. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yang immediately stood up and said with a smile, Sir Luo, why are you here? Your city lord fell asleep drunk, and I was bored. Didn't I just smell the sweet potato and come here? Luo Ren walked to the fire. Seeing this, one person moved to the side to make room. Luo Ren squatted down, casually picked up a wooden stick and dug out a ripe sweet potato from the fire. He dropped the sweet potato on the snow, roll it inside to cool down, then pick it up and peel off the charred skin to reveal the brown sweet potato flesh, exuding an attractive aroma. Take a big bite and have endless aftertaste. These are sweet potatoes grown by the residents of the base. They use organic fertilizers and are absolutely natural. Zhang Yang squatted down next to Luo Ren and laughed loudly. I didn't expect you to be so easygoing, Chief Luo Ren. I thought you were a very serious person before, and I didn't dare to talk to you in the car. Ha ha ha. Luo Ren also laughed and said, be serious when you need to be serious, relax when you need to be relaxed, just keep your heart. After saying that, he took another big bite of sweet potato and praised, it tastes so *ckking delicious. Zhang Yang observed the surrounding situation with a stern look, then moved closer to Luo Ren and asked curiously, Sir Luo, what is your relationship with our city lord? Luo Ren glanced at him and said, you are a grown man, why are you gossiping? Then he saw the dozen or so people surrounding the fire, all with gossipy faces. Putting down the sweet potato that was handed to his mouth, Luo Ren said helplessly, we are just ordinary friends, not as dirty as you think. Ahem. Suddenly there were several coughs behind him, and Luo Ren said, please keep warm in the winter. Does this brother have a cold? Looking back, what I saw was not a soldier, but Liu Liangxin. Liu Liangxin's arrival caused the soldiers present to immediately stand up and respectfully shout in unison, "Your Majesty the City Lord." Liu Liangxin nodded slightly, waved her hand, and said, "You go and perform your mission." Zhang Yang stayed. As the other soldiers left, Zhang Yang looked at Liu Liangxin suspiciously, wondering why he wanted to stay by himself. Liu Liangxin said, "Zhang Yang, you have done a good job in delivering the letter. I promised you to promote you to platoon leader, and now you are." Zhang Yang was greatly surprised and said, "Thank you, Lord City Lord." Liu Liangxin said, "Okay, let's get on with it." Zhang Yang left, leaving only Liu Liangxin standing, and Luo Ren squatting with half a sweet potato in his hand and some black carbonache around his mouth. Liu Liangxin slowly squatted down next to Luo Ren. Her posture was slow and elegant. Unlike Luo Ren, she spread her legs and put her hands on her knees, looking like an energetic young man. "You're awake?" Luo Ren said. Liu Liangxin nodded, looked at Luo Ren with a smile in her eyes, and said, "I thought you left without saying goodbye, but it turns out you are here." Luo Ren laughed and said, "I still have something to tell you." "How could I leave without saying goodbye?" "Oh." Liu Liangxin asked curiously, "Didn't we finish talking about it at the reception banquet before? Why is there still something else?" "There are endless things to say. Just like the snowflakes falling from the sky, they will melt in the spring and come back in the winter solstice." Turning to the topic, Luo Ren said, "I heard you say before that the four cities are independent of each other. There was a huge risk of rebellion, but after thinking about it, I came up with a solution." "Really?" Liu Liangxin said in surprise. "Brother Ren, you have a way to prevent the rebellion in the four cities." Luo Ren nodded and said, "That's right. However, you can't make the decision in this way. You still need your father's consent." Liu Liangxin said, "Brother Ren, please tell me your method first, and I will analyze for you whether my father will agree with it." "That's no problem." Luo Ren said, "But before I say anything, I have to ask you a few questions." Liu Liangxin said without hesitation, "As long as I know." "Okay." Luo Ren asked immediately, "As far as I know, your father's kingdom army can defeat any city, and what I want to know is how strong the kingdom army's combat effectiveness is." Liu Liangxin said without hesitation, "The royal army is a professional soldier with extremely powerful combat power. It can be said that it can crush any city of Sanctuary City number 3 and number 4. However, it is a little difficult for Sanctuary City number 1 and number 2, but it can still be defeated. If Sanctuary City knows 1 and 2 join forces, there is a high chance of a tragic victory. But if Sanctuary City knows 3 and 4 are added to it, it will be a 50-50 split. But there is still the strength of Sanctuary City number 5. In this way, the 4 of the city rebels, there is a high probability that our side will win. This is why the 4 shelter cities have not dared to join forces to rebel. It seems that the strength of the royal army is still very strong, and combined with your number 5 Sanctuary City, it is enough to suppress the 4 cities. However, this is on the premise of ensuring stability point, but everything is not always stable. There are always variables when this change comes. Either the royal army will completely conquer the 4 cities, or the 4 cities will rebel, and the wasteland kingdom will collapse from within. After a pause, Luo Ren continued, "At this time, a variable has come, and it is still a variable that is beneficial to the Wanguojin." Under Liu Liangxin's gaze, Luo Ren drew 2 large circles and 4 small circles on the ground, and explained, "Of these 2 large circles, one of them is Wanguojin and your number 5 Sanctuary City, which is your father and daughter power, and this other big circle is the other big force, and these 4 small circles are the 4 shelter cities." Luo Ren used a short wooden stick with one end burned into black charcoal to draw another circle. This circle included 4 small circles, forming a circle as big as the 2 large circles. He pointed at it and said, "This is the power after the union of the 4 cities. How to defeat them?" As he said, he drew a line to connect the 2 large circles. The 2 major forces can defeat the 4 cities alliance by joining forces, and the other major force is me, which is a base. Liu Liangxin understood. What Luo Ren meant was that her father and daughter would join forces with the base to destroy the 4 shelter cities once and for all. But why did Luo Ren help them, and what was the purpose of helping them? Was it just because of himself? Knowing him well, this was obviously wrong point, so she asked, "It is indeed a good idea, but Brother Ren, why do you want to help us?" Luo Ren smiled softly, stretched out 2 fingers, and said, "After the goal is achieved, I want 2 cities for the population and resources of the 4 cities." Liu Liangxin was shocked. 20%? Luo Ren nodded and said, "Yes, 2 cities." What? Liu Liangxin was even more shocked. She suddenly stood up, thinking she heard wrongly, and asked, "You want the population and resources of 2 cities?" "That's right," Luo Ren said with certainty. Although Liu Liangxin fell in love with Luo Ren, the population and resources of the 2 cities were too much. She didn't know if her father would agree. The population and resources of the 2 cities, what kind of numbers were they? But then I thought about it. If I didn't join forces with Luo Ren, I couldn't completely eradicate the risk of rebellion in the 4 cities. I don't know who gained and who lost in such a transaction. After a long time, Liu Lian calmed down her fear, took a deep breath, and said, "I really can't make the decision on this matter. I don't know if my father can agree to it." Luo Ren smiled and said, "We will know if we agree to talk to your father face to face. I believe he will agree when he learns the pros and cons." "What does Brother Ren mean?" Liu Liangxin asked. Luo Ren stood up and said, "Take me to see your father, and I will talk to him face to face." Liu Lian thought over and over again, and felt that she could not give up this opportunity to completely eradicate the risk of the 4 cities rebellion. She immediately nodded heavily and said, "Okay, I will take you there." Luo Ren said, "Then you wait until I return to the base, so that I can bring some proof to your father. Otherwise, why would he believe that I have the strength to join forces with him to deal with the 4 cities?" "That's true. I wonder what proof you have, Brother Ren?" Liu Liangxin asked. Luo Ren smiled mysteriously and said, "Just bring a few people with you." Liu Liangxin thought about it for a while and said, "I will return to the base with you. Then we can just start from the base directly, and we won't have to run around." "Okay." Luo Ren nodded in agreement. Liu Liangxin summoned all the officers and gave some instructions. Then she and Luo Ren drove out of the city and headed towards the base. In the car, Luo Ren was driving the vehicle and Liu Liangxin was sitting in the passenger seat. She looked out the window at the white snow and casually said, "Did Brother Ren name the base?" Luo Ren replied, "No. To be precise, the base does not have a name yet. It is just used as a title." Liu Liangxin turned around and looked at Luo Ren and said, "I think we should give a name, a meaningful name. After all, the word base is a general word, a military base, a planting base. It's not like a city or a force name." Luo Ren said in agreement, "You are right. When I have time, I will hold a meeting to determine a name for the base." A journey of 50 or 60 kilometers with a single car would normally take about 2 hours. But now in the snow and ice, the roads are slippery and driving too fast can easily lead to accidents, so we drove for 3 hours. Arrive at base. When Liu Liangxin came to the base for the first time, when she saw the tall, solid concrete walls, even though she was the lord of a city, the daughter of the Wasteland Kingdom couldn't help but be shocked. The city gate opened, and Luo Ren drove into the base city and went straight to the mobile base. When Liu Liangxin saw the mobile base made entirely of pure steel, it looked like a building in a science fiction movie and she couldn't help but be shocked again. The news of Luo Ren's return to the city quickly spread throughout the entire escort army, and Suan Tong rushed to the mobile base immediately. However, when she saw Liu Liangxin, her face immediately darkened. Liu Liangxin greeted her with a smile and said, "Sister Ren Tong, long time no see. Who are you calling girl? If you want to come, I have to be big too." When these words came out of Suan Tong's mouth, Luo Ren was shocked. Luo Shan, Luo Hei and the others who had just arrived also raised the corners of their mouths, looking like they were watching a show. Liu Liangxin was speechless and didn't know what to say. She just said hello, but she got this sentence in exchange. Suan Tong also realized that she was losing her composure and quickly made an excuse, saying, I'm not too young. You can't call me sister, just call me Antong." Liu Liangxin immediately reacted, laughed, and hurriedly agreed, "Yes, I didn't consider it." We are the same age, so I will call you Entong, and you will call me Liangxin. Luo Ren also chimed in. Come on, everyone, come in quickly, it's very cold outside. Everyone entered the mobile base. Luo Ren looked at Luoshan Luohei and the others and said, Luoshan Luohei and Luo Jaluoli, you four are the highest ranking among the escorts. I will leave the base for a few days to go to the Wasteland Kingdom and the Wasteland. The Lord of the Earth Kingdom will discuss some matters, and the four of you will be responsible for guarding the base. Luo Wu, Luo Lu, you two are coming with me. Then he looked at Su Antong. As for Antong, you are the captain of the Xiangxing army. I'm going with you. Su Antong looked determined, as if there was no room for persuasion. She had just heard Luo Ren say that he was going to the Wasteland Kingdom. For such a dangerous thing, she knew that she could not persuade Luo Ren not to go, so she could only go with him. Luo Ren said, but Antong, you are the captain of Xiangxing army, you still have to. Before Luo Ren finished speaking, Su Antong rushed to say, it's easy. I'll just let Ki-jun manage it for a few days. Ki-jun. Luo Ren touched his chin, thought for a while, and finally nodded, saying, Ki-jun is a trustworthy person, so that's okay. Then you will go with me, Su. Antong said happily, yes. Luo Ren said, it's getting late today. Let's all go back and have a good rest. Remember Luo Wu and Luo Lu to meet in front of the mobile base tomorrow. Yes. Luo Wu and Luo Wu responded. Everyone else returned to their residences, but Liu Liangxin and Su Antong did not leave. Liu Liangxin was not from the base. Naturally, Luo Ren had not arranged a place for them to leave. Why did Su Antong not leave? You could tell by the look in her eyes. They are monitoring this dog man and woman, and cannot let them get along alone. After all, a man and a woman alone are prone to do some outrageous things. Luo Ren thought that it was just right for Su Antong to stay, so that he would not have to arrange a place for Liu Liangxin. He immediately said to Su Antong, Antong, take Liangxin to the nunnery and let Master Mingxin arrange a private room. Mingxin is the old nun's Buddhist name. This was spread by the residents of the base who burned incense and worshipped Buddha. Otherwise Luo Ren would never know about it. He then said to Liu Liangxin, I'm sorry Liangxin, the base houses are not very sufficient, so I can only wrong you. Liu Liangxin smiled and shook her head, saying, I'm not wronged. Let's go. Su Antong was very unhappy when she saw the two talking and laughing. She immediately pulled Liu Liangxin and walked out of the mobile base in the direction of the nunnery regardless of whether she agreed or not. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Visiting the Lord of the Wasteland Kingdom, Part 2. This year's winter not only came earlier than usual, it also lasted longer. Read in previous years, 3 or 4 consecutive days of snow in the south was already a long winter, but this winter it snowed continuously for nearly a month, and it was all covered with heavy snow. It was really strange. Could it be that without the various greenhouse gases produced by humans, this planet's self-purification ability is so powerful that it can reach this level in just 1 year? On the second day, Luo Wu and Luo Lu arrived early, while Liu Liangxin and Su Antong arrived late. When everyone was here, Luo Ren said, everyone is here, let's set off. The 5 people boarded the off-road vehicle together, with Luo Lu driving the vehicle, and headed towards the Wasteland Kingdom according to Liu Liangxin's guidance point. While the vehicle was driving, Liu Liangxin asked Luo Ren, Brother Ren, are these 2 the people you said can prove the strength of the base? Luo Ren said, actually, it's not just them. The person who can best prove that the base has strong enough military capabilities is you. Liu Liangxin asked doubtfully, me? That's right, it's you. Luo Ren said with a smile, you have been to the base and seen the military strength of the base, and your father also believes in your words. Therefore, you are the best candidate for the true military strength of the base. Liu Liangxin suddenly realized that after hearing what Luo Ren said, she could indeed prove the military strength of the base. She immediately smiled and said, "If I prove it for the base, how can Brother Ren thank me?" Luo Ren laughed and said, "Of course, Su." And Tong listened to this man talking and laughing, feeling dissatisfied. She snorted and looked out the window. The outside was completely white. As a top sniper and a level 1 peak evolver, her eyesight was excellent. In the pure white car, a few moans were very noticeable. Observing carefully, those figures were not wandering zombies, but living humans, survivors. She pulled Luo Ren, who was sitting in the middle, and said, "There are a few survivors outside." When Luo Ren heard this, he immediately looked over and saw those figures. They were indeed survivors. Unfortunately, they were not out searching for survivors and could not take them back to the base. "Sir, who are we?" Luo Lu, who was driving the vehicle, asked. Luo Ren said, "Keep driving." Suddenly, Su and Tong covered her mouth and exclaimed, and then said hurriedly, "Stop." Luo Ren frowned and looked out the window, only to see blood staining the snow. A survivor had his throat bitten and fell into a pool of blood. A cat as big as a small tiger with snow white fur was eating the body of the dead survivor. Several other survivors panicked and ran away, but many cats with fur as white as snow emerged from the snow. They suddenly appeared from inside, shaking off the snow on their bodies, and the hair on their backs stood up, making a terrifying hissing sound. Seeing this situation, Luo Ren said anxiously, "Stop." Although death is very common in the last days, if you see it, you will naturally be saved. There were 5 survivors in total. 1 died just now, and there were only 4 left. These 4 people ran left and right, but their way was blocked by these cats, and death kept approaching them. Aha! The white figure flashed, and a snow cat pounced on the person in the front of the 4. The snow cat's pupils expanded rapidly, and the breath of death rushed towards him face. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and the head of the charging snow cat exploded under her gaze. Blood mixed with brains splashed all over her face. She felt the warmth of the cat's blood. It was obvious that this was not a dream, but reality. The remaining snow cats, as if facing a formidable enemy, stretched their limbs high, all the hair on their backs stood up, and made a hissing sound from their throats. The 4 survivors looked towards the place where the gunfire rang out. They saw 1 person holding a big gun and 3 others flying towards them. The speed was so fast that they were definitely not ordinary people. As a second level evolver, Luo Ren is naturally much faster than others. He can reach a distance of several hundred meters in a few seconds. He drew out his saber and raised his hand to face the fearless snow cat that rushed towards him. The knife fell. The sound of sure brought up a piece of cat blood, which splashed onto the snow, dyeing the white snow red, and even steaming out. Luo Wu and Luo Lu soon arrived at the battlefield. They also raised their swords and killed both snow cats. The snow cat that was eating the corpse and was as big as a small tiger was startled by this sudden turn of events. It immediately gave up chewing the corpse on the ground and raised its body high with its limbs, raising the snow white fur on its back. Although it is very large, its meow is still that of a cat. Under its meow, other snow cats gather behind it. It can be seen that this snow cat is the leader of many snow cats. In fact, it can be seen from the size that this snow cat is as big as a small tiger, while other snow cats are larger than ordinary adult domestic cats. This is the sound a cat makes when facing an enemy, and it is obviously aimed at Luo Ren and the others. What level of evolved animals are these cats in the system? Luo Ren asked silently. The system immediately responded. Most cats that are large in number and small in size are level 0 evolved animals and level 1 evolved animals. Cats that are small in number and large in size are level 2 evolved animals. It's actually a level 2 evolved animal. Luo Ren said lightly, looking at the obviously larger snow cat with hot eyes. This is a level 2 evolved animal, and there are level 2 evolutionary crystals in its head. The level 2 snow cat also felt Luo Ren's gaze. Looking at that look, it seemed that it regarded itself as prey. This was a naked provocation and insult, which made it very angry. It immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Aim as a level 2 evolved animal, its intelligence is obviously higher than that of level 2 zombies." There is emotion in its cry, and the meaning expressed in it was guessed by Luo Ren after just a little thought. "You want to challenge me to a duel?" Luo Ren took a step forward without any fear, hissing. Luo Ren accepting the challenge, the level 2 snowcat immediately took a fighting stance. Luo Ren's reaction was not slow. He held the knife harder and his eyes narrowed slightly. The battle was about to break out. Hiss. Level 2 snowcats attack first and are extremely fast. In the eyes of a few ordinary survivors, level 2 snowcats are like ghosts of snow that suddenly disappear out of thin air. In fact, the level 2 snowcats are very fast and have snow white fur, which creates a visual difference. In just 1 second, under the gaze of the 4 survivors, the level 2 snowcat suddenly appeared again. At this time, it was less than 1 meter away from Luo Ren. It pounced on Luo Ren, its sharp claws protruding from its flesh pads. Luo Ren was not phased at all. Although they were both level 2, there were differences in strength and weakness. He had eaten so many quasi level 2 evolution crystals and level 2 evolution crystals, and his strength was far beyond that of ordinary level 2 evolution animals. If he is a level 2 intermediate, then the snowcat is only a level 2 beginner, and the snowcat focuses on speed. But humans are fully evolved, so Luo Ren is better than the level 2 snowcat in terms of speed and strength. Facing this blow that ordinary people and level 1 evolvers would find difficult to handle, Luo Ren raised his saber, as if he had the ability to predict the future, blocking the spot where the level 2 snowcat's claw was about to hit. Clang, sparks flew everywhere, and the level 2 snowcat's claws scratched against the blade of the saber. After the first blow failed, the snowcat struck again. Kyang kyang kyang. However, no matter how fast it was, Luo Ren was always able to block its attack first. After several rounds of such a high intensity attack, its physical strength was severely reduced, and it quickly retreated to get away from this terrifying human distance. This scene made the 4 survivors stunned. Luo Ren was like that martial arts master and martial arts hero who only existed in movies and TV series, so terrifying. Luo Ren looked at the saber in his hand and saw that the blade was full of scratches, and it broke when he gently broke it with his hand. This shows how sharp the level 2 snowcat's claws are. Throwing away the saber, he looked at 2 snowcat, raised the corner of his mouth and said, "It's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into an afterimage and swept towards the level 2 snowcat, so fast that it could be measured in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, he bullied the level 2 snowcat 1 foot in front of him and kicked it out. The speed of this kick was so fast that the toes rubbed the air and made a slight explosion sound. Due to its severe physical exertion and the fact that it was not as fast as Luo Ren, it could not avoid this kick. Bang! Under the gaze of everyone, the level 2 the snowcat was kicked tens of meters away, fell to the snow, and rolled for more than 10 meters before stopping. The level 2 snowcat that landed on the ground lay quietly, and other snowcats immediately surrounded it. The group of snowcats let out pitiful cries. They looked at Luo Ren with a mixture of hatred and fear in their eyes. Then they turned around and ran away, and they were very smart, and fled in all directions to avoid being caught in one fell swoop. Pursue. For 2 kilometers. Luo Ren said. Luo Wu and Luo Lu immediately chased him out. Luo Ren walked up to the level 2 snowcat and lifted it up by its tail. The meat of level 2 evolved animals can be taken, and it is also a great supplement, so there is no rush to take out the level 2 evolutionary crystal from its head. The 4 survivors ran forward, knelt down in front of Luo Ren, and kowtowed in thanks. "Thank you for your life-saving grace. Get up quickly, we are all modern people, there is no need to kneel down and worship." Luo Ren raised his hand and said, "You are also lucky, we happened to pass by here." The 4 survivors quickly stood up and said repeatedly, "Yes, yes." Luo Ren looked at the 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, and the leader was a woman. Luo Ren asked, "What's your name?" Hearing this, the woman looked left and right, then pointed at herself and asked cautiously, "My lord, are you asking me?" "That's you." Luo Ren said. The woman quickly replied, "My name is Guxiu." Luo Ren asked, "Which force do you belong to?" Guxiu did not dare to lie and said, "We are just ordinary survivors. We do not belong to any force, and we do not dare to join any force." According to those who escaped from those forces, the people in power of those forces claim to be providing protection. In fact, they treat the survivors who join as slaves and provide them with the cheapest labor force. It can be heard from Gu Xiu's words that she has a hateful attitude towards all the survivors she shelters. It's no wonder she has it. Who would be willing to escape if it was a living environment like the base? There will be a refuge for residents to escape, and it will definitely not be a good place. In fact, not all the forces are dark, if you believe me. Luo Ren pointed to the southeast and said, if you walk in this direction for a while, you will see a big city. If you join that big city, your life it will be far better than it is now. Gu Xiu said, thank you, sir, for showing me the way. Seeing her indifferent expression, Luo Ren didn't know what she was thinking, so he didn't ask about it. It was up to them to go or not. Of course, it was also due to the current situation. If the guards went out to search for survivors, they would use courtesy first and then force. Those who were unwilling to join the base would be directly taken back to the base by force. As expected, after these people came to the base, they could not escape the law of true fragrance. However, the so-called force also has a standard, that is, it is not subjectively unwilling, not like Lin Nandi, who has concerns in his heart. At the same time, Suan Tang came over with a sniper and said, can we set off? Luo Ren replied, wait for Luo Wu, Luo Lu and others to come back, and we will set off immediately. Thank you for saving my life, sir. Gu Xiu said to Suan Tang with gratitude. If Suan Tang hadn't shot and killed the snow cat in time, she would have become a cold corpse like her companion. So she was more grateful to Suan Tang than Luo Ren. Suan Tang responded politely, you're welcome. Then he kindly reminded, now the world is full of zombies and evolved animals. It is very dangerous for you to do this. Brother Ren just told you to go southeast and enter that big city. At least your life will be safe. I don't know if Gu Xiu listened to Suan Tang's words. She just kept replying, yes, yes. Thank you for your guidance. Not long after, Luo Wu and Luo Lu came back, each holding a few snow cats in their hands. No longer caring about Gu Xiu and the others, Luo Ren and the other four returned to the car and continued on the road. Gu Xiu watched the car left, then looked southeast, and muttered to herself, a big city. Sister Gu Xiu, do you think the big city those two people mentioned is really not like other shelters? Someone asked. Gu Xiu shook her head and said, I don't know, maybe different, maybe the same. The man then asked, then should we go? I don't think those people are bad people. That big city may really be different from other shelters. If we enter there, we may really be able to live safely. Another woman in the team expressed her opinion. Gu Xiu thought for a long time and finally made up her mind, saying, then go. If it is different from what you imagined, the worst that can happen is to run away. Then should we go back to the wooden house? The woman asked. The dragon pattern gold is still in the wooden house. Can we not take such a treasure with us? Gu Xiu asked back and then said, let's go back to the wooden house first. Take the dragon pattern gold and go to the big city. Chapter 130 Visiting the Lord of the Wasteland Kingdom, Part 3. On the off-road vehicle, Luo Ren closed his eyes tightly, as if he was asleep. Suan Tang stared at Liu Liangxin, fearing that she would do something to Luo Ren. About 2 minutes later, Luo Ren slowly opened his eyes, and the light blue light appeared in his eyes again. This time it lasted for nearly 20 seconds. This scene made other people in the car very surprised. Liu Liangxin exclaimed, Brother Ren, your eyes. Luo Ren smiled slightly and explained, this is a normal situation, don't worry. Suan Tang also said in surprise, it turns out that taking level 2 evolutionary crystals will cause blue light in your eyes. About 4 hours later, we finally entered the Wasteland Kingdom, and Liu Liangxin was driving the car. Luo Ren asked, Lianxin, what is your father's name? Liu Lian answered without squinting, my father's name is Liu Yangnian, and he likes others to call him Commander Liu. Commander Liu, remember it? Luo Ren murmured to himself. After another 10 minutes of driving, the speed of the car gradually slowed down. Luo Ren looked ahead through the windshield. The 3-meter high wall looked very solid. The soldiers standing guard at the gate held their heads high and their morale was high. Together with the escorts, in comparison, they don't even try to give in. The soldier came over, stretched out his 5 fingers to block the vehicle, and after the vehicle stopped, he gave a military salute and said, "This is an important military place. No one is allowed to enter. Liu." Liangson got out of the car and walked up to the soldier. When the soldier saw it was Liu Liangson, he quickly saluted and said, "Miss Liu, the people in the car are my friends. I brought them here to see the commander on important matters." Liu Liangson said. The soldier knew that Liu Liangson was the commander's daughter, but he still said, "Miss Liu, you can certainly enter, but we cannot let your friends in without the commander's order." Liu Liangson frowned and said, "Okay." She returned to the car and said apologetically, "Sorry, Brother Ren, you need to wait here for a while. I will go to my father to give orders before I can take you in." Luo Ren expressed his understanding and said, "Go ahead." Liu Liangson came in through the gate and came back soon. She handed a document with a seal to the soldier on guard. After careful inspection, no problem was found. The soldier immediately opened the gate and raised the red and white pole point. Liu Liangson returned to the car, said, "Sorry, everyone has been waiting for a long time," and drove the vehicle into the military base. Liu Liangson explained while driving. The original name of the military base was City H Military Base. After the virus outbreak, the name was changed to Wasteland Military Region. It is said to be more in line with the current situation. Listening to Liu Liangson's explanation, Luo Ren looked out the window and saw a group of soldiers patrolling by. Their formation was neat and their military appearance was excellent. They were no worse than ordinary guardsmen. At first glance, they looked like professional soldiers. These soldiers should be soldiers of the Royal Army. They are really powerful, Luo Ren thought in his heart. The car stopped in front of an office building. The 5 people got out of the car and were immediately greeted by a man, also a soldier. The soldier came over and saluted first. Luo Wu and Luo Lu subconsciously returned a military salute. The standard of their posture caught the soldiers' attention. However, professional soldiers are professional soldiers. They quickly looked away and said to Liu Liangson, "Miss Liu, the commander is meeting on the 4th floor. Waiting in the room. Please give me the car keys and I will park the car for you. Take it." Liu Liangson handed the key to the soldier, then faced Luo Ren and said, "Brother Ren, let's go up." "Okay." Luo Ren nodded. Follow Liu Liangson to the 4th floor and arrive at the conference room. Opening the door, Liu Liangson stepped aside, made a gesture of invitation, and said at the same time, "Please come in." Luo Ren was not polite and walked in immediately. The space of the conference room was 50 square meters by visual inspection. There was only a long table and some chairs. At this time, there was one person sitting at the head of the long table and another person sitting next to it on the right. The person in charge has black hair mixed with some white hair. He looks about 50 years old. Although he is older, his face is red and full of energy. This person is the leader of the wasteland, Liu Liangson. Father, Liu Yangnian. Commander Liu. As for the person on the right, he is less than 30 years old. He has 2 sword eyebrows and red and phoenix eyes. He is very heroic. When Liu Yangnian saw the people coming, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. These people were all young. They looked to be in their 20s. They were actually high-level officials of the base. It was really unbelievable. Luo Ren sat down opposite Liu Yangnian and Su Antong. Luo Wu and Luo Lu followed closely and sat down on both sides of Luo Ren. Finally, Liu Liangson entered the conference room, sat on the left side of Liu Yangnian, and introduced, "This is the top officer of the base, Luo Ren." Liu Yangnian was even more surprised. The man in front of him was only in his early 20s, and he had a celebrity face from the peaceful and prosperous times. He could even be called an idol face. He was actually the top officer of the base, Luo Ren. Liu Yangnian knew some basic information about the base. After all, the reputation of the base was there. There were tens of thousands of residents. After annexing Hu City, there were probably more than 100,000 people. There was also a powerful army, although the number was not as large as his own team, but the equipment is even worse than that of the army under his command. The inner movement only lasted a moment. After listening to Liu Liangxin's introduction, Liu Yangnian immediately stood up, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Commander Luo Ren of the base to be so young. Nice to meet you." Luo Ren stood up and shook hands with Liu Yangnian, smiling and saying, "Commander Liu is in high spirits. If Liangxin hadn't told me on the way, I would have thought Commander Liu was only in his 30s. Ha ha ha." Liu Yangnian sat back in his chair and laughed. "I thought I was only in my 30s, but unfortunately, time is gone and I'm old." Luo Ren also sat back in his seat, waiting for Liu Liangxin to continue the introduction point. Liu Liangxin then introduced, "This is the commander of the Xiangxing army at the base, Suantong." Liu Yangnian frowned slightly at Suantong, looked at her carefully, and said in surprise, "This is so strange." Luo Ren was puzzled, and Liu Liangxin and others were also puzzled. In the end, Liu Liangxin asked, "Dad, why is it strange?" Liu Yangnian did not answer, but asked, "Is your last name Su?" Suantong also felt strange, but nodded. Liu Yangnian retracted his gaze and replied, "Nothing, maybe I saw it wrong. This little girl looks a bit like a friend of mine." Everyone suddenly realized and stopped caring about it. Liu Liangxin then introduced Luo Wu and Luo Lu. After listening to the introduction, Liu Yangnian was surprised again and asked, "You two both have the surname Luo, and Commander Luo also has the surname Luo. Are you relatives?" Luo Ren smiled and said, "It's just a coincidence." Seeing that Luo Ren didn't want to say it, Liu Yangnian didn't ask too much, looked at Liu Liangxin, and nodded slightly. Liu Liangxin then introduced Liu Yangnian and said, "I believe you have already seen it, Brother Ren. This is the commander of our Wasteland Military District, Commander Liu, and this one." Liu Liangxin then pointed to the young man on the right side of Liu Yangnian and said, "This is my deputy commander of the Wasteland Military District, Xia Chuan." Luo Ren noticed this man as soon as he entered the meeting room. He should be a few years older than himself, but he was able to be the deputy commander of the Wasteland Military District. He seemed to be a big shot. That Xia Chuan stood up and shook hands with Luo Ren and others one by one. Point after the introduction, Liu Liangxin sat down and looked at her father and slightly, then said, "Commander Luo Ren came here to discuss with the commander about how to deal with the Four Cities Alliance." Liu Yangnian's heart moved, but his face was calm. He said calmly, "Commander Luo Ren, if you have any ideas, just tell me directly." Luo Ren nodded slightly, and then said, "My method is very simple, that is, the Wasteland Military District and the base will join forces to completely eradicate the risk of rebellion in the Four Cities." Liu Yangnian thought for a while, and said in agreement, "It is indeed a method, so what are your conditions?" Luo Ren smiled slightly, looked at Liu Liangxin, but did not speak. Liu Liangxin knew that Luo Ren was going to state the conditions for him, so she said, "Commander Luo Ren's condition is that after the matter is successfully concluded, he wants the population and resources of the two cities." What? Liu Yangnian hadn't expressed his opinion yet, but Xia Chuan beside him was shocked and said, "The population and resources of the two cities?" Luo Ren nodded and said, "That's right." Heh. Xia Chuan sneered, "Your strength is still unknown, but you actually asked for the population and resources of the two cities. It's really not enough to describe you as a lion's mouth, Xia Chuan." At this time, Liu Yangnian spoke, and Xia Chuan immediately shut up. Liu Yangnian stared into Luo Ren's eyes, and saw that he didn't dodge at all, as if he was extremely confident. The rebellion of the Four Cities is the biggest risk within the Wasteland Kingdom. As long as this risk can be completely eradicated, he can accept the population and resources of the two cities. However, first of all, the combined military strength of the Wasteland Military District and the base must be able to crush the military strength of the Four Cities Alliance, otherwise he would never accept it. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to refuse now, but first figured out the military strength of the base before making plans. Liu Yangnian asked, "The feasibility of this method is that the combined forces of the two parties can have a military strength that is absolutely stronger than the Four Cities Alliance. How do you prove that the base has such military strength?" Luo Ren was well prepared. He looked at Luo Wu and Luo Lu and ordered, "Show your strength to Commander Liu." Yes. Luo Wu stood up, came to the window, and then jumped directly under the gaze of everyone. The height of the 4th floor was more than 10 meters, but Luo Wu landed steadily and was unharmed. Evolver? Liu Yangnian was a little surprised, but not very surprised. Instead, Xia Chuan was very shocked and said, "He jumped down from such a high place without any damage. He should be a level 1 peak evolver." Then, it was Luo Lu, who also jumped from the 4th floor without any damage. Liu Yangnian looked back at Luo Ren, smiled and said, "To level 1 peak evolvers, very good, but not enough. Not enough." Suan Tang immediately asked, "Brother Ren, do you want me to jump one?" After that, she was about to jump out of the window without waiting for Luo Ren's consent. Fortunately, Luo Ren was quick to stop her and said, "You don't have to jump." Luo Ren immediately returned to his seat and sat down, smiling. "I only brought 2 on this trip, but there are still 8 in the base." 8. Xia Chuan was shocked. Liu Yangnian raised his eyebrows. 10 level 1 peak evolvers. How many level 1 zombies would they have to kill? No wonder it's been difficult to find level 1 zombies recently. It turns out that they were all wiped out by Luo Ren. However, although 10 level 1 peak evolvers are amazing, they are not enough. Fighting a war is not something that can be solved by a dozen or 20 people. There must be a strong army. After all, hot weapons are the mainstream in war. The base is indeed full of talents. Liu Yangnian first affirmed, then shook his head and said, "But in large-scale wars, the influence of strong individual strength is extremely limited, unless the number is large enough. So, the most important thing is the number of soldiers and the soldiers' military quality and combat literacy." Luo Ren smiled slightly, not afraid at all. He took out a mobile phone from his pocket, opened the album, found a video, opened it, and then handed it to Liu Yangnian, saying, "Commander Liu, please take a look." Liu Yangnian looked at the screen of the mobile phone. The video was already playing. This was a documentary showing the military strength of the base. Luo Ren asked Saudi Arabia to find professionals to shoot it. After a long time, the video was played. Liu Yangnian, the commander of the military sub-district, was shocked, but he recovered quickly and shook his head slightly, saying, "The content of the video can be produced by technical means, but it is still hard to convince people." Luo Ren did not refute, but said, "City Lord Liu has been to the base and has seen the combat effectiveness of the guards. Whether it is true or not, she will not lie to you." Liu Yangnian was silent for a while and said, "Well, let's discuss it internally. Commander Luo Ren, please wait a moment." "Yes." Luo Ren nodded. Liu Yangnian, Liu Liangxin, and Xia Chuan left the meeting room. Suan Tang saw them leave and asked immediately, "Brother Ren, can Commander Liu agree to our conditions and cooperate with us?" Luo Ren stretched and said, "No need to guess, you will know later." Chapter 131 Visiting the Lord of the Wasteland Country, 4th. In another small conference room with excellent soundproofing effect, Liu Yangnian, Liu Liangxin, and Xia Chuan were discussing. Liu Yangnian asked, "Lianxin, since you have seen the military power of the base, you can talk first." Lianxin nodded and said immediately, "The military capabilities of the base are indeed strong, especially the guard army. Although there are only 3,000 people in number, their weapons and equipment are very sophisticated. They have heavy weapons such as tanks, rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, and anti-aircraft guns. Equipment, sniper rifles and other heavy firepower weapons are very powerful in combat. Moreover, Luo Ren has recently formed a new Xiangxing army. Because they are all new soldiers, their military quality and battlefield experience are not very high, but with 7,000 people, they can be regarded as a considerable fighting force. However, according to my speculation, just 3,000 guardsmen working with our troops are enough to deal with the 4 cities alliance, with at least an 80% victory rate." Liu Yangnian nodded slightly and then asked, "What do you think of Luo Ren?" Liu Liangxin blurted out without hesitation, "Brother Ren is very good." Liu Yangnian and Xia Chuan were both startled, and then looked at Liu Liangxin, and saw that her face was slightly red, and she was a little shy. Xia Chuan joked with great interest, "Comrade Liu Liangxin, who has always been known as an iceberg beauty, is actually shy. Do you have any thoughts about that, Luo Ren? Liu Liangxin did not hide it and admitted it directly, saying, I just like Luo Ren. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? Zhao Chuan laughed and said, it doesn't matter whether I have any objections. It depends on whether Commander Liu has any objections to that, Luo Ren. Ha ha ha. Liu Yangnian also looked at his precious daughter carefully and asked seriously, do you really like him? Liu Lian answered directly without thinking, yes, Liu. Yangnian then asked, how much do you like it, Liu? Liangxin replied, I won't marry him but for him. After receiving such a positive answer, Liu Yangnian was slightly startled, then sighed and said, the military region and the base can cooperate. Liu Yangnian knew his daughter very well, and there was definitely someone she could like, so he decided to cooperate with the base. Several people returned to the previous conference room, where Luo Ren and others were still waiting. Liu Yangnian returned to his seat, but did not sit down. Instead, he extended his hand and said, happy cooperation, Luo. Ren was stunned for a moment, then smiled, stood up, stretched out his right hand to hold Liu Yangnian's hand, and said, happy cooperation, sanctuary. City number 1 is the largest sanctuary city in the Wasteland Kingdom and the strongest sanctuary city. It is also the closest sanctuary city to the Wasteland military region. It has a population of more than 100,000 and an astonishing number of troops. City Lord's mansion, above the lobby point. Although it is indoors, it is still cold. Yang Ziyi is sitting lazily in the City Lord's position with his clothes loose, revealing his strong chest and abdominal muscles. 12 women with excellent looks and figures are dancing underneath. On both sides, there were desks and futons, and the people sitting there were all the powerful military officers and ministers from Sanctuary City number 1, making it look like an ancient palace scene. Report. Suddenly, a man ran into the lobby, passed by the dancing woman, like a wild boar running through the flowers, breaking the beauty, and then knelt down in front of Yang Ziyi. Yang Ziyi waved his hand, and the 12 women withdrew. The music stopped, and the officers and ministers stopped talking. Instead, they turned their attention to the person who reported the message. The hall immediately became quiet. Yang Ziyi said, tell me. The person who reported the message immediately said, report to the lord of the city. Liu Liangxin drove into the wasteland military zone. No. Yang Ziyi waved his hand, wanting to let him go. Liu Liangxin's entry into the wasteland military region was not a one-time or two-time event. It was very normal. He must have gone to have sex with that bad old man, and maybe he would have to file a lawsuit against him. However, after these few days, he has felt relieved. He is not afraid, even if Liu Liangxin complains to the old man. There is no evidence, and he has not really done anything. Will the old man still send troops? However, under his signal, the person who reported the news did not go down, but looked like he was about to speak, but he didn't know that he had not finished speaking. Yang Ziyi saw this and said, if you have anything else to say, just say it. Yes. The person who reported the message said respectfully. Liu Liangxin's entry into the wasteland military zone was not very smooth. Her vehicle was stuck for more than 10 minutes. It was not until she took out a piece of paper that the soldiers on guard let her go. According to the spy, the content on the paper could not be clearly seen with a telescope due to the distance, but he guessed it was an authorization document. Yang Ziyi asked hurriedly, is there anyone else in the car? The person who reported the news said, I don't know about this. The car has a privacy film on it, so I can't see clearly inside. I understand. Go down. Yang Ziyi said. The messenger went down, but Yang Ziyi was still deep in thought. Many officers and ministers heard the conversation just now clearly, and someone immediately analyzed it. Mr. City Lord, there may be some dangerous items in that car, and special authorization is required. Another person said, based on my analysis, there are probably other people in the car. I also think this is very possible. Me too. This remark aroused the echo of many military officers and ministers, and Yang Ziyi immediately thought that there were other people in the car, but who could these other people be? He racked his brains, and couldn't guess this. It doesn't matter. Yang Ziyi frowned and said, it doesn't matter who he is, as long as it doesn't affect our singing and dancing. Yang Ziyi raised his glass and said loudly, "Come on, let's go one by one, ha ha ha. Go away, the city lord is right, it doesn't matter who he is, as long as he doesn't affect us, it's fine, just leave, done." For a time, there was singing and dancing again in the lobby point in the Wasteland Military District. 8,000 royal troops gathered for a viewpoint. Luo Ren followed Liu Yangnian to the reviewing stand and looked down. The military formations on all sides were very neat and tidy, with no faults to be found. The soldiers forming the military formation are all in high morale and full of energy. Their weapons, equipment, and combat uniforms are of military standard, and they have extremely strong combat effectiveness. Immediately afterwards, 10 tanks came from the right, majestic and domineering. Suan Tong explained in Luo Ren's ear, "This is the main battle tank of the Xia army, 15A, also known as the Tiger. It is very powerful heavy tank." Luo Ren asked in a low voice, "How about the big stone tank at the base?" Suan Tong said, "Both the Jushi and the Tiger are heavy tanks, and their performance is not much different, and their combat effectiveness is not much different. If we have to compete, we can only say that the person operating the tank is the key." "I have gained more knowledge." Luo Ren nodded slightly and asked curiously, "And Tong, how come you know so much, not only firearms, but also tanks?" Suan Tong said, "I grew up in the army, so I'm naturally interested in these things, and I can also come into contact with them, so of course I understand a little bit." After the review, Liu Yangnian turned back to Luo Ren and asked, "Sir Luo Ren, what do you think of my royal army? The weapons and equipment are excellent, and the soldiers have extremely high military quality. They are a team with extremely strong combat effectiveness." Luo Ren immediately came to his senses and replied. Liu Yangnian was very satisfied with Luo Ren's answer and said with a smile, "Whenever I have time, Commander Luo Ren will also invite me to the base to appreciate the style of the escort." Luo Ren laughed and said, "Commander Liu, if you are willing, you are welcome at any time." Back indoors, someone brought tea. Liu Yangnian took a sip and said, "Since we have decided to jointly deal with the 4 cities, we must finalize the plan as soon as possible." "Yes." Luo Ren nodded in agreement and then said, "I have already thought of a plan. The base's military strength is enough to defeat any of the 4 cities. Similarly, the royal army can also defeat any of the 4 cities according to the information you provided. Sanctuary City number 1 and Sanctuary City number 2 are relatively strong. It would be unwise to fight them first, as they can easily lose troops. So I think we can take the lead in dealing with Sanctuary City number 3 and number 4. These 2 cities are relatively strong. We attack suddenly and quickly end the battle before Sanctuary City number 1 and number 2 can react. Point with 2 less of the 4 cities. They won't be able to make a difference. In this way, we can slowly deal with Sanctuary City number 1 and number 2. If these 2 cities choose to surrender, then everything will be fine and there will be no need to lose troops. When the time comes, Commander Liu, you only need to send your own people to take over the top management of the 2 cities, and you will be able to firmly control the 2 cities. What if the 2 cities choose to fight to the death?" Liu Yangnian asked. Luo Ren sneered, "Then the only solution is to use force. Can't the combination of the military region and the base still be able to deal with them? So, this method is feasible." Liu Yangnian thought for a while and finally accepted Luo Ren's plan and said, "Now that the plan has been finalized, let's allocate which city to attack. The base is responsible for Sanctuary City number 3. Luo Ren made the decision without hesitation. Under Liu Yangnian's puzzled gaze, he explained, "I have interacted with Sanctuary City No. 3, and Xiao Zhenghang once lent it to Hu Qing. Attacking the base with artillery can be regarded as an excuse, and it can be regarded as justifiable for me to send troops." Liu Yangnian understood and readily agreed, saying, "Okay, the base will be responsible for Sanctuary City number 3, and we will be responsible for Sanctuary City number 4. In this way, we will set a time to attack together, and use Blitzkrieg to quickly end the battle and destroy 2 cities. The strength of the city." Luo Ren said, "Then at the end of this month, 14 days later, we will send troops together." Liu Yangnian slapped his thigh and said, "Okay." After discussing the alliance, it was time for Luo Ren to return to the base to prepare for the attack. saying goodbye to Liu Yangnian and Ziachuan. They boarded the off-road vehicle they came from, left the wasteland military region, and returned to the base. Along the way they came point Sanctuary City number 1, City Lord's Mansion. There is still singing and dancing, a scene of peace and prosperity. Report. The protracted sound reached the ears of all the military officers and ministers and Yang Ziai. It was the person who reported the news yesterday. He trotted forward, knelt down in front of Yang Ziai, and said, "Report to the lord of the city that Liu Liangxin's car has left the wasteland military region." But the person driving the vehicle was not Liu Liangxin. "What's going on?" Yang Ziai asked anxiously. The informant said, "According to the spies, although the windows of Liu Liangxin's vehicle are covered with privacy film, the windshield is not. This time, the angle is clear and the people in the car can be seen through the windshield, but only looking at the driver's seat and the passenger seat. Liu Liangxin was not in these two positions, and both were men. Moreover, their clothes looked a bit like the guards, but the spies were not sure that they were the guards. Are they all men, dressed like guards?" Yang Ziai thought for a moment and asked hurriedly, "How far did they run?" The messenger said, "It has been an hour since the news came." "It's been an hour, so it's definitely impossible to catch up." Yang Ziai frowned and immediately ordered, "Hurry up and invite the mayors of the 3 shelter cities to come," saying that there is something important to discuss. It's okay if it's not Liu Liangxin who is driving the vehicle, and it's okay if it's a man, but some people who look like guards are really in trouble. Yes, the messenger responded and left the city lord's mansion. Encountering such a thing, Yang Ziai had no time to enjoy these peaceful songs and dances. He waved his hand and all the dancers withdrew. He walked up the stairs to the highest point of the city lord's mansion. Looking around, unlike the peaceful songs and dances in the city lord's mansion, the scene outside was another scene. No residents were seen on the streets in broad daylight, but there were 2 soldiers patrolling every 100 meters. And when his eyes looked to the other side, there were many farmlands and many greenhouses built. From time to time, ordinary civilians could be seen coming out of the greenhouses. Each of them was very thin and had white spots on their faces due to malnutrition. Chapter 132 Mutual Love. After driving for several hours, we finally returned to the base. Liu Liangxin did not return to Sanctuary City number 5, but returned to the base with Luo Ren and others. After parking the car, Liu Liangxin planned to visit the base. Luo Ren took the other people directly to the conference room, and also found Luo Shan, Luo He and others. As the people arrived, the meeting began. Luo Ren said without nonsense, 14 days later, attack Sanctuary City number 3 of the Wasteland Kingdom. You should make full preparations from now on. He looked at Suan Tong and said, although Sanctuary City number 3 is not as powerful as Sanctuary City number 1 and number 2, it also has an army of 10,000 people, and heavy firepower weapons such as artillery shells. Therefore, all 3,000 guards need to be mobilized, so the Xiangxing army must be trained well in the past 14 days. After the guards leave the city, the guarding task will all fall on the shoulders of the Xiangxing army. I will let Qi-Jun focus on defense training in the next few days. Suan Tang responded. Luo Ren nodded, and then turned to Luo Shan and Luo He, saying, you should focus on siege drills these days. Yes. Luo Shan and Luo He responded. The sky gradually darkened, and the long-lost bright moon climbed up the night sky, surrounded by stars in the center, and her status was very noble. The meeting lasted until now and just ended. After leaving the conference hall, Luo Ren saw Suan Tang looking up at the starry sky, and the silvery white moonlight fell on her face, as if she was a fairy who was not in the world. Suan Tang heard the footsteps, looked back, and saw that it was Luo Ren, and couldn't help but smile slightly. But Luo Ren saw a trace of sadness in her eyes, and stepped forward and asked softly, miss your relatives again? Suan Tang bowed slightly, and the sadness in her eyes was even worse. Luo Ren asked, in the Wasteland Military District, Commander Liu said you looked familiar. Could it be that he had seen you before? Suan Tang shook her head slightly and said, he is a soldier, and I grew up in the army. Maybe he has seen me. However, I don't have any impression of him. Luo Ren asked curiously, you said you grew up in the army, and your parents are both soldiers. What are their specific positions? Suan Tong said, they didn't tell me what specific positions they were, and I was too lazy to find out. I just know that others call them leaders. Oh my. Luo Ren raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, second generation of the military. I'm not a second generation of the military. Suan Tong explained, my grandfather is also a soldier. Third generation of the military? Luo Ren was even more surprised. He never thought that Suan Tong's family was so good. If it weren't for the outbreak of the doomsday, he would be a three good citizens, and Suan Tong was a rich lady. The two would definitely not have any intersection point. I can only say that fate is very wonderful. Suan Tong still shook her head after hearing the third generation of the military and whispered, in fact, my great grandfather was the general of Jiangbei province in Daking Kingdom. Luo Ren took a deep breath, then stepped back a few steps, staring at Suan Tong. He wanted to look at Suan Tong again carefully. Brother Ren, what's wrong with you? Suan Tong was puzzled by Luo Ren's reaction and asked, no. Nothing, just kidney pain. Luo Ren waved his hand, covered his waist with one hand, and walked slowly towards the mobile base. Suan Tong hurriedly followed and said naively, kidney pain, is it kidney stones? I heard it's very painful, I have to go to the hospital. No. Luo Ren hurriedly refused. He didn't know whether Suan Tong really didn't know or really didn't know, so he could only say, it's nothing serious, it will be fine after a while. In this way, Luo Ren returned to the mobile base step by step, and Suan Tong also sent him all the way. Walking into the mobile base, looking back, Suan Tong was still at the door. Luo Ren waved his hand and said, go back and rest. Yeah. Suan Tong nodded slightly and turned to leave, but she turned back after walking a few steps and saw that the door of the mobile base was not closed yet, and she could see Luo Ren's figure. She felt her heart beat faster, and she rushed over suddenly without knowing where the impulse came from. Luo Ren was about to close the door, but saw Suan Tong rushing towards him. Seeing this scene, the guard on duty did not stop her, but quietly turned his head away and moved a few steps to the side. Suan Tong fell into his arms, soft, and Luo Ren immediately smelled a faint body fragrance. He looked down and saw that beautiful face, so close to him, was so tempting. He was a man, not a saint. He could naturally have no bad thoughts when he looked at her from a distance. But at this close distance, he could feel not only the visual sense, but also the touch and smell. Which man could remain calm? Gurgle rolling his Adam's apple up and down, Luo Ren swallowed his saliva. He couldn't help but hug Suan Tong with both hands, making Suan Tong closer to his body. At the same time, he made a small move with his feet to close the door of the mobile base. Feeling the door being closed, Suan Tong's body trembled slightly. She stared at Luo Ren, uttered a faint orchid, and whispered, I like you. These 4 short words are better than thousands of words. Luo Ren's heart was shocked. His heartbeat frequency increased, and the blood in his body flowed faster. He opened his dry mouth, and didn't know what to say. Finally, he gave up expressing himself with words. His eyes fell on Suan Tong's red lips, and then he kissed her under her gaze, which was a way of expressing himself without words. Suan Tong felt the warmth on her lips. Her eyes were full of happiness, and she slowly closed her eyes. Time flies. Time flies. Without further ado, it's the next day. Months of continuous snow and wind, with temperatures of -4 to 5 degrees Celsius, are finally coming to an end today. Today's sunshine has warmed up and shines on people's bodies. It is warm and comfortable. Residents who have been hiding at home for a long time have gone out to clear the snow on the greenhouses, or put small benches in front of their doors to sunbathe. The sun chattered. Have you heard? When Leoli and his wife passed by the mobile base this morning, they saw Chief Suan Tong and the chief coming out together. I've heard about it a long time ago. I also heard that our chief abducted all the city owners from the former Hu city, which is now the number 5 sanctuary city. Chief Suan Tong saw it and said he wanted to make it bigger. Of TSK. I guess our base will be on holiday for a while. Why can a ruler not take a holiday if he has good things to do? Oh, I understand. Our chief and Chief Suan Tong are truly a match made in heaven. No matter where you are or what the environment is, there will always be people discussing gossip. In less than half a day, the entire base city knew about Luo Ren and Suantang. Wherever they went, people looked at them strangely. However, it wasn't because he had done anything sinister that he was not afraid of ghosts knocking on his door. Facing the strange looks from these people, Luo Ren held his head high. Suddenly, an acquaintance came towards him. At this moment, Luo Ren no longer held his head high. Faced with the coming person's bright eyes, Luo Ren did not dare to look at him. He could only say hello with a smile. Lions in, this how was your 2 days at the base? Liu Liangxin's eyes were a little red, as if she had cried. She stared at Luo Ren, and she couldn't say many things that she had been thinking about before. What a coincidence. Suantang came over at this time, and she looked at Liu Liangxin with pride in her eyes. Seeing this, Liu Liangxin finally sighed and said, I'm here to say goodbye. I'm a city lord after all. I'll be out for a few days and I'll go back when the time comes. Suantang didn't speak, but looked at Luo Ren to see his attitude. Luo Ren thought about it for a while, and finally said with a smile, it's okay to have a leaderless team. I'll send you back. Liu Liangxin waved her hand and said, no need, it's not far to Sanctuary City number 5. I can do it myself. Luo Ren saw the determination on her face and knew that it would be useless to talk more, so he could only say, okay, I will arrange a vehicle for you. Yes. Liu Liangxin nodded in agreement. The three of them came to the parking lot. Luo Ren went straight to his special car, a modified off-road vehicle. He took out the key and handed it to Liu Liangxin, saying, be careful on the road. When Suantang saw that Luo Ren actually gave his car to Liu Liangxin, her heart tightened. She bit her lip and watched Liu Liangxin board the off-road vehicle and then walked away, looking at the direction in which the off-road vehicle disappeared. Suantang let go of her lips that were bitten purple and then looked at Luo Ren, who had a trace of loss in his eyes. She seemed to have decided something, and something appeared in her eyes. There was a hint of relief. Suantang hugged Luo Ren from behind and said softly, actually, I don't mind. Luo Ren held her hand, took another look at the direction where the off-road vehicle disappeared, and finally said, let's go back. Chapter 133. Something happened to Lin Liangxin. Sanctuary City number 1, the lobby of the City Lord's mansion. Today there are no Ying Jianwu, and there are not many powerful military officers and ministers. There are only 4 people. Of course, one of them, needless to say, that is the City Lord of Sanctuary City number 1, Yang Ziyi. And there is another person who Luo Ren would definitely recognize if he were here. That is Xiao Zhenghang. There are 2 other people who are the City Lords of City 2 and City 4. The Lord of City 2 is named Zhu Liang. He has a rough face and a tall body, and he looks like a rough man. The Lord of the 4th City is called Chen Yun. Like Liu Liangxin, she is also a woman. She is 1.85 meters tall. She wears a short-sleeved shirt in the winter, revealing strong muscles. Her chest is flat, like a man. Judging from her appearance, she has big eyes, a high nose bridge, tiny willow leaves, and a small cherry mouth. But she is a beautiful woman. It can be said that she may not be as beautiful as Liu Liangxin, but she is not ugly, and in terms of manliness, she is much better than Liu Liangxin. Chen Yun not only has a tomboyish figure, but also has a tomboyish personality. Facing 3 grown men, she took the lead and said, agriculture, why did you call all of us here? Yang Ziyi frowned and said, Chen Yun, can you please stop giving me random nicknames? Chen Yun said noncommittally, I didn't give you a nickname. It's not like you don't know. I speak with an accent. You. Yang Ziyi pointed at Chen Yun angrily. Facing Chen Yun, who was like a gangster and was not afraid of anything, his hand stayed in the air for a while and finally put it down helplessly. Xiao Zhenghang and Zhu Liang saw Yang Ziyi deflated and expressionless. After a few seconds of silence, Yang Ziyi said, I called you here this time because the old man seems to be going to deal with us. The other 3 people looked shocked when they heard this, and Chen Yun asked hurriedly, where did you get the news? Yang Ziyi said, 3 days ago, Liu Liangxin led a few people into the wasteland military region to find the old man. Then, what's going on? Chen Yun didn't understand. What does this have to do with the main government dealing with them? Yang Ziyi glanced at her and then said, the spies I placed on the only way to the wasteland military region reported that the people Liu Liangxin took to see the old man may be people from the base. Chen Yun didn't know why. It's the base where the ruler is called Luo Ren. At this time, Zhu Liang said. Yang Ziyi nodded and said, that's right. Zhu Liang touched his chin and said, I have heard that the base is very strong, but I don't know how strong it is. It is indeed very strong. I have seen the equipment of the escort army. It is just as strong as the old man's kingdom army. Although the number is small, I dare to say that at least Yunnan's number 4 city and my number 3 city are no match for them. Xiao Zhenqing followed, said. Chen Yun was very surprised when she heard this. She had been concentrating on developing her own sanctuary city number 4, but she had not paid attention to the surrounding forces. She did not expect that there was such a huge force. After hearing what Xiao Zhenqing said, Yang Ziyi shook his head and said, no more. His words immediately attracted the attention of the other 3 people, and he continued, I have been to the base, and the strength of the base is far stronger than you think. Even my 20,000 troops and 4 tanks are no match for the base. What? As soon as these words came out, the 4 of them were shocked. They know the military strength of Sanctuary City number 1. Except for Zhu Liang's Sanctuary City number 2, which can compete. The other 2 cities can barely resist, only if they join forces. However, Yang Ziyi now says that the strength of the base is stronger than Sanctuary City number 1. It's incredible. Likewise, the 3 of them felt the same sense of crisis as Yang Ziyi. If the people who went to the wasteland military zone really came from the base, then it was very likely that the old man intended to join forces with the base, and they could guess the purpose of the union with just a little thought. Then, what should we do now? Xiao Zhenqing asked anxiously. HMPH. There is nothing to be afraid of. If they unite, we will unite too. We don't care about life and death. If you don't accept it, we will do it. Chen Yun expressed her determination. Zhu Liang did not express his attitude, but looked at Yang Ziyi. Haha. Yang Ziyi smiled softly and said, don't be so anxious. We are not 100% sure that the old man will join forces with the base to deal with us. But he changed the topic and said, we still have to prepare in advance. After all, we need to be on guard against others. My plan is this. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. There are still 5 days left before the agreed end of the month. After several days of high intensity training, Chiang Xingjin was as tired as a dog every day, but his military quality and skills had been significantly improved. During this time, they also began to guard the base and conduct daily inspections together with the escort. The temperature has gradually returned in the past few days, and the snow has begun to melt, but people feel colder. This is because melting ice and snow needs to absorb heat, so the surrounding temperature is lower, and people feel colder. In the mobile base, Luo Ren was wrapped in a blanket, lying on an armchair, drinking the last of the happy water. There is no way it will expire if you don't drink it. It's so comfortable. Sleepiness gradually sets in, and I'm about to fall asleep. Sudden click when the door was pushed open. Luo Ren woke up suddenly. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Suan Tong, who was wearing a combat uniform and looking heroic. Then he lay down. My sir, you are quite leisurely, Suan Tong said as she walked towards the bedroom and past Luo Ren. Luo Ren chuckled and said, isn't this to conserve energy and prepare for the war in 5 days? Then he complained, you said that I'm the highest commander and the ruler of the base. I should be in charge of the base and make plans and win thousands of miles away. But I have no generals under my command, so I can only go into battle myself. Suan Tong changed into casual clothes and walked out of the bedroom, complaining, do you feel guilty about saying this? It's because you don't believe anyone except the guards. It's always right to be cautious. Besides, there are not many people now. I can still control it. Luo Ren got up from the recliner, walked behind Suan Tong, hugged her, put his head close to her ear, and said gently, besides, I trust you very much. Don't make trouble in broad daylight. Suan Tong said in a delicate voice, report Saudi Arabia wants to see you. The guard outside the door suddenly shouted, oh, this Saudi came at this time instead of earlier or later. Luo Ren complained, tidied his clothes, sat back in his chair, and said, "Let him in." The door opened, and Saudi came in and immediately greeted, "Master." Seeing Suan Tang was there, he also greeted, "Madam." Suan Tang's face was slightly red. Although they were not married in name, they were already married in reality, so she did not refuse, and nodded slightly to express her acceptance. Luo Ren asked, "What's the matter with you?" Sadie said, "I'm fine. It's Lin Nyangsen who got into trouble." Nyangsen got into trouble? Luo Ren asked hurriedly, "What happened? How could something happen to her when she stayed in the base all day?" Lin Nyandi had made great contributions to the base. After arriving at the base, Luo Ren asked Saudi to arrange a position for him. As for his sister Lin Nyangsen, Luo Ren already treated her as his sister. When he heard that she got into trouble, he was naturally very anxious. Lin Nyangsen suddenly fainted in class this morning. After she was sent to the hospital, all the doctors examined her for several hours, but could not figure out the reason for her coma. I thought it must be very serious, so I came to tell you. Saudi said, suddenly. Comatose? Luo Ren touched his chin and thought for a while, then asked, "Have you checked who she has contacted? Was she drugged?" Saudi said, "I arranged for someone to check this as soon as possible. The people who have had contact with Lin Nyangsen are all ordinary residents. It is impossible for them to have those drugs on them. Moreover, after testing, Lin Nyangsen did not fall into a coma due to drug poisoning. Let's go and see first." Suan Tang suddenly said. Luo Ren nodded. "Let's go to the hospital." The three of them came to the hospital and came to Lin Nyangsen's ward under Sauda's leadership. At this time, the ward was surrounded by doctors, and even the hospital director Yuan Yangyuan was there. They all knew that the little girl on the bed had a close relationship with the superior, so they worked so hard and all the staff were dispatched. Hearing the sound of the door opening, these people immediately found Luo Ren coming, and voluntarily made way for the bed. Luo Ren walked to the bedside. Lin Nyangsen was lying quietly on the bed. Her face looked normal, as if she was asleep. Lin Nyandi was lying on the bedside, his face full of worry. When he saw Luo Ren, he was about to get up and say hello. Luo Ren held him down and asked, "How is Nyangsen?" Lin Nyandi shook his head and said, "Her heartbeat and breathing are normal, but she is not awake." Luo Ren then looked at the doctors and asked. The doctors all shook their heads. Yuan Yangyuan spoke on behalf of all the doctors and said, "This symptom is too rare. Everything about her is normal. She looks like she is asleep. With our existing medical equipment, we cannot detect her symptoms, so we cannot prescribe the right medicine." Luo Ren half squatted down and looked at Lin Nyangsen, who was like a sleeping beauty. The doctors couldn't see, while Lin Nyangsen was unconscious, so he couldn't see it even more. Suddenly he remembered the system, but he didn't know if the system could answer or no in this situation. After all, the system was only used for bases and evolution. But there was no other way. Luo Ren finally decided to ask the system, "System, can you tell why Nyangsen suddenly fell into a coma?" After a long silence, Luo Ren had no hope, but the system actually answered. "She is not in a coma, but evolving, which takes 1 to 3 days. Evolution?" Luo Ren was surprised and asked secretly, "Is it natural evolution?" "No, her physique is special, and she can absorb the life energy between heaven and earth on her own, but the free life energy between heaven and earth is too thin. It takes at least 100 years to reach the level of evolution with this alone. It seems that she should have come into contact with some object containing huge life energy. Nyangsen has been staying in the base and has never gone out. How could she come into contact with an object containing huge life energy?" Luo Ren fell into deep thought. After a long time, he reacted and said to himself, "By the way, Nyangsen has never been out, but it doesn't mean that the people she has come into contact with have never gone out." Thinking so in his heart, Luo Ren immediately stood up and looked at the many doctors, saying, "There are other patients waiting for you. Let's go." After the doctor left, Luo Ren patted Lin Nandi's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Nyangsen is fine. She will wake up in 3 days at most." "Really?" Lin Nandi heard this and looked at Luo Ren in surprise. Luo Ren said very affirmatively, "Really?" After receiving such a positive answer, Lin Nandi was relieved immediately. It was not that he deliberately pretended to be fooled, but he believed in Luo Ren from the bottom of his heart, because Luo Ren was full of mystery and worthy of his trust point. Since Luo Ren said that his sister could wake up, then she would definitely wake up. Luo Ren looked at Sword and said, "Gather all those who have had contact with Nanzin. I have something to ask." Sword thought Luo Ren had discovered something and quickly replied, "Yes." After leaving the hospital, Suan Tong looked at Luo Ren and said, "Do you know, while Nanzin is in a coma? Was she drugged? You said she would wake up within 3 days. Are you sure you can find an antidote?" Luo Ren shook his head and said, "Nanzin is in a coma, not because of a sudden illness or someone else's drugging, but..." At this point, Luo Ren leaned close to Suan Tong's ear and whispered, "It's evolution, Su." And Tong looked at Luo Ren in surprise. Luo Ren nodded. Suan Tong said, "She didn't take the evolution crystal. How could this be possible? You will know later." Luo Ren said. An hour later, Sud gathered all the people who had close contact with Lin Nanzin today in front of the mobile base. Luo Ren's eyes swept across the sky. When he reached the 6th person, his brows slightly frowned, his eyes stopped, and he asked, "Have we met somewhere before?" The person being questioned by Luo Ren was a woman. When she saw Luo Ren, she was also shocked. He turned out to be the ruler of this big city. Hearing the question, she just came back to her senses and quickly replied, "We did meet the commander, and you are my savior. My name is Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu." Luo Ren tried to recall. At this time, Suan Tong on the side was the first to remember, saying, "It's you, Luo." Ren looked at Suan Tong, and Suan Tong explained, "Brother Ren, don't you remember that day when we went to the wasteland military area? We met a team of survivors who were attacked by snowcats." Oh. When mentioning the snowcat, Luo Ren suddenly realized and immediately remembered it and smiled. "It turned out to be you, Gu Xiu. Thanks the commander for saving my life." Gu Xiu immediately knelt down to thank Luo Ren. "Didn't I say that I don't like this? Get up quickly." Luo Ren held Gu Xiu and stopped him from kneeling. Ding. An object containing a large amount of life energy has been detected. At the same time, the system's voice suddenly rang. Luo Ren was surprised and opened his mouth slightly, but it returned to normal in an instant. He didn't expect that the person who had the object containing a large amount of life energy was Gu Xiu. This was just right. There was no need to spend time and effort to check these dozens of people one by one. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, Gu Xiu stays, and everyone else goes back." Everyone else was let go, leaving only me. Gu Xiu was a little confused. What on earth was the chief going to do? Was it just because they knew each other that he kept me here to reminisce about the past? But it was just a one-time encounter, so where was the old time to reminisce? Could it be that he liked me and wanted to do something to me? Although I was a little pretty, I was far inferior to the beautiful woman next to me, which was unlikely. After thinking about it, I still couldn't guess why Luo Ren only kept me. "Sat, you go and do your work," Luo Ren said. "Then I will take my leave." Sat bowed and took his leave. After Sat left, Luo Ren looked at Gu Xiu and said, "Come in." Gu Xiu couldn't figure out why Luo Ren wanted to keep her, and she was very nervous, but she didn't dare to refuse Luo Ren, so she could only walk into the mobile base carefully. Bang! The door behind her closed, and Gu Xiu was startled and swallowed her saliva. At this time, in addition to her nervousness, she also felt a little fear, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Luo Ren saw her in a fear and smiled. "Don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you." Gu Xiu saw the sincere smile on Luo Ren's face, and her fear dissipated a little, but she was still very nervous. Chapter 134 Dragon Pattern Crystal. "And Tong, please give me a glass of water," Luo Ren said. Suan Tong obediently went to pour the water. She still had to give Luo Ren face in front of outsiders. She quickly brought a cup of steaming hot water and gave it to Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu nervously took the water cup, but just held it without drinking it, obviously still very nervous. Seeing this, Luo Ren said, "Don't be nervous, I just have something to ask you. Tell me everything you know." Gu Xiu said, "It's great. Luo Ren didn't waste any time and asked directly, are you bringing something with you? This kind of thing can ward off the cold and refresh you. Dispelling cold, repelling heat, refreshing, and refreshing are all properties of objects containing a large amount of life energy. Luo Ren only learned about these properties after asking the system. Gu Xiu's pupils shrank slightly when she heard this, but she quickly returned to normal. She shook her head while holding the water glass and said, I don't know what the sir is talking about. Luo Ren had been paying attention to Gu Xiu. He could clearly see the subtle changes in his expression just now, and he immediately said in a more serious tone, you really don't know? Gu Xiu still shook his head, I really don't know. Young man, you can't blame me if you play with me and refuse to admit it. Luo Ren thought to himself, couldn't help but smile, stood up from the chair, put his hands behind his back, walked behind Gu Xiu, and said, in my heart, I regard Lin Nangxin as my sister. The reason why she is unconscious now is because she had close contact with you. Hearing this, Gu Xiu became anxious and quickly explained, but Luo Ren made a gesture, stopped her, and said calmly, I know, you must not have given any medicine. Hearing this, Gu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. However, Luo Ren changed the subject, his tone became more serious, and he said sternly, however, it has nothing to do with you. Luo Ren's eyes were covered with a layer of coldness. Gu Xiu glanced at it inadvertently and felt chills running down her spine. The look in her eyes was like two sharp knives piercing her heart. The fear that had dissipated was restored again at this moment. Together they are even better than before. Thump. Gu Xiu knelt down in front of Luo Ren and kowtowed vigorously. Sir, I really have no intention of harming your sister. I just said a few words to her and didn't do anything else. Luo Ren's face was indifferent and indifferent. Gu Xiu turned around and faced Suan Tong, begging for mercy. My benefactor, help me. At this point, only Suan Tong can help her in this place. Seeing Gu Xiu's appearance, Suan Tong couldn't bear it. She quickly walked to Luo Ren, tugged on his clothes, and whispered, she's already like this, okay. Luo Ren said that Lin Nangxin was not seriously ill, but was evolving, and would wake up within 3 days. But now he and Gu Xiu were saying the same thing, which made her a little unpredictable. Luo Ren looked at Suan Tong with a calm expression on his face. He looked down, then sighed and said, since San Tong is begging you, you can let me go, but I'll ask you again, what's wrong with you? Do you carry something that can ward off the cold and refresh your mind? The choice is yours to answer or not. Luo Ren's tone suddenly worsened, revealing a hint of murderous intent. It's your choice, whether you want to live or not. Gu Xiu, who was kneeling on the ground, felt the murderous aura, and was so scared that he shivered all over. He was silent for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said, yes. What? Luo rented down and asked. Gu Xiu raised his head and said word by word, I do have something that has the functions that the sir said. As she spoke, she took out something wrapped in black rags from her pocket and handed it to Luo Ren. This is it. Luo Ren took the thing and quickly untied the black rag, only to see a small iron block wrapped in it. There were lines on the iron block, which looked like a soaring dragon. As a level 2 evolver, I felt the majestic life energy contained in this small piece of iron, which was thicker than the level 2 evolutionary crystal. System, what is this? Luo Ren asked silently. Dragon crystal, an extremely rare ore, is often bred in the Furukawa Mountains. The life ability contained in a complete dragon crystal is enough to make ordinary humans become level 5 evolvers. Moreover, the life energy in dragon pattern crystal comes from natural mountains and rivers, so it can not only strengthen the human body, but also has strong repairing and purifying abilities. Level 5 evolver? Luo Ren's heart was filled with panic. He was extremely horrified. Only a level 2 evolver was so powerful. A level 5 evolver couldn't believe it. And this dragon pattern crystal can actually make an ordinary person reach the level of this level is definitely a rare treasure. Then, if I take this dragon pattern crystal, I can become a 5th level evolver. Luo Ren asked impatiently. No, the dragon pattern crystal in the host's hand is just a fragment, and the life energy in it has been severely lost. Its effect at this time is stronger than the level 2 evolutionary crystal point. Moreover, unless you are born with a special physique and can actively absorb life energy, you must use technological means to extract the life energy from the dragon pattern crystal and solidify it into crystals. People with ordinary physiques can absorb this life energy by taking it. After listening to the system's explanation, Luo Ren couldn't help but feel disappointed. He thought he could soar into the sky, but he didn't expect to pick up a gadget that could only be viewed but not used. However, he still put away the dragon pattern crystal silently. After all, there is no reason to return what he got. Looking at Guxiu again, he saw that she was still kneeling on the ground. Luo Ren quickly helped her up and said with a smile, "I care about her, and I'm confused. I'm sorry. I fainted with my heart. It was an unintentional mistake on your part. Now you have this. Something should wake it up." As he said that, he sighed. "I have no choice but to win people's love, but I will compensate you in other ways. Do you want food or other things? Just ask." How dare Guxiu ask for compensation? He immediately shook his head like a rattle and said repeatedly, "No, no, sir, just take it if you like." "That won't work." Luo Ren looked stunned and said, "Let's go back first, and I'll have someone send you compensation." Guxiu's idea at this time was that Luo Ren should just stop killing people and silence them, so he shook his head and refused. "I appreciate your kindness, sir. It's good that I have enough food and clothing here. Besides, you are still my savior. This thing, it's just a gift to thank you for saving my life." Seeing that she kept refusing, Luo Ren could only say, "Okay, you can go back." Guxiu hesitated and said, "Am I really ready to leave?" Luo Ren nodded and said, "You can really go." Guxiu walked towards the door, but when he reached the door, he turned around and asked again, "Sir, can I really leave?" Luo Ren said helplessly, You can really leave." Pushing open the door and stepping out, Guxiu turned around again and opened her mouth to ask again. Luo Ren said, "If you don't want to leave, just stay. Goodbye, sir." Guxiu was startled and said quickly, and then ran away quickly. After running 200 meters, he looked back and saw that no one was catching up. Only then did the stone in his heart fall to the ground, and he exhaled heavily. "It's a pity that I have dragon patterned gold, but it's okay. I can have enough food and clothing in this base, so I don't need to carry the dragon patterned gold to ward off the cold. If it's gone, it'll be gone." Guxiu looked relieved, but after walking out of the tent she started to get scared again and murmured to herself, "Sir, will you settle the accounts with me later? If you let me go now, I might die inexplicably one day." In the mobile base, Suan Tong looked at Luo Ren and asked, "You scared her like this, just for a piece of broken iron? Can this thing really wake up Lin Niangxin? This is not broken iron, it's good stuff." Luo Ren took a sip of water. His mouth was dry. After talking on the phone just now, he took out the dragon pattern crystal and handed it to Suan Tong. He explained, "This thing is called dragon pattern crystal. It contains a lot of the life energy, is very precious." "What is life energy?" Suan Tong asked puzzledly. I forgot that she didn't know. Luo Ren explained, "Life energy is the energy in the evolutionary crystal." "You mean this thing is similar to an evolutionary crystal? Then eat it." Suan Tong took the fragments of the dragon pattern crystal and slapped them into Luo Ren's mouth. Bah, bah. Luo Ren quickly stopped and spat a few times. "It's so dirty, it hasn't even been washed." Besides, dragon pattern crystal cannot be taken directly, otherwise it will be CI tomorrow, and you may have to use tools to dig it out. "Ah, you can't take it directly. How do you absorb the life energy in it?" Suan Tong asked puzzledly. "Of course there is a way. We have to use high-tech equipment to extract the life energy and compress it into crystals, which can then be taken orally." Luo Ren said. "Then compress it quickly," Suan Tong said. Luo Ren rolled his eyes at her and said, "Use high-tech instrument." Suan Tong also rolled her eyes at him and said, "Then what you said about bullying made me very excited." After that, he threw the dragon pattern crystal back to Luo Ren and walked into the bedroom point in the evening. Luo Ren came to the registration point at the city gate, where Saudi Arabia was monitoring the work point. Click. The door was pushed open, and the people inside subconsciously looked at the door. When they saw it was Luo Ren, they quickly stood up and said, "Hello, sir." Saudi Arabia stepped forward with a smile on his face and said, "Your Excellency, your presence has made this place shine. We are extremely honored." When other staff members saw this, they all showed expressions of admiration. It seemed reasonable that the Saudi supervisor could become the chief's confidant. "You guys are busy with your business. I have nothing to do, and I'll come to Saudi Arabia if I think of something." Luo Ren said point. After hearing this, the others sat down one after another and started busy with their own affairs. Saudi Arabia asked, "Sir, what matters do you want your subordinates to handle? It's not a big deal. Do you still remember the woman named Guxiu?" Luo Ren said point. Saudi Arabia looked at the ceiling and recalled carefully. He said, "Oh, and remembered." He said, "Remember, it was the suspect who knocked Lin Niangxin unconscious. Sir, did you want me to?" As he spoke, he made a knife with his palm, a fierce expression on his face, and drew the knife across his neck. "What the hell? Why do I want you to kill her? There is no injustice or grudge." Luo Ren said, "I want you to have time to get some food and other necessary supplies for her. Just say that I compensated her. So that's it." Saudi Arabia touched his nose awkwardly and said, "Sir, please leave this matter to me." "Yes." Luo Ren slightly, and was about to leave. When he just stepped out, he suddenly heard the sound of squeaking brakes, and then heard the guard soldiers on the city wall shout, "Stop! Who? Looking for fame?" Luo Ren looked confused and thought, "What's going on?" Without saying a word, he jumped onto the city wall. When the guard soldiers saw Luo Ren, they immediately saluted with a military salute. "Sir." Luo Ren nodded, then looked at an off-road vehicle parked under the city wall. Luo Ren's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw the off-road vehicle, because this car was the one he gave to Liu Liangxin. "Liangxin?" Luo Ren shouted, then jumped off the city wall and walked towards the off-road vehicle. Under Luo Ren's gaze, the car door opened and a person got out. This surprised him. The person who came was not Liu Liangxin, but he was also an acquaintance. It was Zhang Yang from the 5th City Guard Army. He was covered in blood and had a streak of blood all over his body. The arm was cut off at the wrist, which looked very horrifying. Luo Ren was anxious and asked quickly, "Why are you like this?" Zhang Yang's eyes were half knocked, looking drowsy. When he saw Luo Ren, he summoned all his energy and said, "Sir Luo, something happened in Sanctuary City number 5. Before he could say the next words, Zhang Yang staggered, his vision went dark, and he fell straight down. Luo Ren hugged her to prevent her from falling to the ground, and asked anxiously, "Don't faint yet. Where is Liangxin? How is she? Tell me." But no matter how loud his voice was, Zhang Yang was truly unconscious and unable to answer his questions. Feeling anxious, Luo Ren carried Zhang Yang into the base city, and then ordered Saudi Arabia, who had already come out of the registration room, send him to the hospital, and do our best to treat him. After Saudi Arabia took over Zhang Yang, Luo Ren left the base city again, boarded the off-road vehicle, turned around and headed towards Sanctuary City number 5. Pressing the accelerator to the bottom and driving the car to its fastest speed, Luo Ren's heart was filled with worries about Liu Liangxin. Mobile base. Suan Tan walked in with food and shouted, "It's time to eat." After a while, she didn't get a response from Luo Ren. When she walked to the bedroom, she didn't see Luo Ren. She couldn't help frowning and thinking, "Why haven't you come back yet?" After nearly 3 hours of galloping, Luo Ren finally saw the familiar city. At this time, there were many zombies wandering outside Sanctuary City number 5. The city was blazing with flames, and the roars of evolved zombies could be heard from time to time. Luo Ren was horrified and worried about Liu Liangxin. He immediately stepped on the accelerator and rushed into Sanctuary number 5 city. Chapter 135. I understand your intentions. The wandering zombies heard the roar of the engine and rushed toward the off-road vehicle. Fortunately, the off-road vehicle driven by Luo Ren has been specially modified. Although its defensive power is not as good as that of an armored vehicle, it is not much worse. It can directly hit and fly away when facing ordinary zombies. Rushing into Sanctuary City number 5, there were more zombies inside. These zombies immediately surrounded them, including level 1 zombies. Facing these zombies, Luo Ren was not afraid at all. He pressed the accelerator to the bottom and crashed out of the way. Suddenly, a tall figure blocked the front, which was a level 1 power zombie. Point bang, the off-road vehicle rammed directly into the level 1 zombie, knocking it several meters away. The vehicle also stopped, and other zombies immediately swarmed up. In this case, Luo Ren could only choose to abandon the car. Jumped onto the roof of the car from the sunroof, looked around, and saw a level 1 speed zombie attacking. Luo Ren sideways dodged the 2 pairs of sharp claws, followed closely by another level 1 strength zombie. Snort. Luo Ren snorted coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He stepped forward to face the difficulty, and kicked the head of the level 1 zombie, sending it flying away. But immediately after, many more zombies rushed towards them. The speed and power of the level 2 evolvers suddenly exploded. In just a few seconds, more than 10 zombies were all knocked away. There are too many zombies, and it's hard for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands. If this continues, I will definitely be exhausted, so the 36 strategy is the best. After looking at the houses on both sides, he had an idea in mind. He knocked away a few zombies that rushed towards him. Luo Ren exploded with strength in his legs, jumped onto the roof, and then disappeared into the darkness at an extremely fast speed. Because Luo Ren was too fast, even the level 1 speed zombies could not react, let alone ordinary zombies and level 1 power zombies. They disappeared and wandered aimlessly again. In the dark night, Luo Ren ran straight to the Lord's mansion of city number 5, where Liu Liangxin was most likely to be. Aha! A black shadow came through the sky and landed on the roof of a house. The moonlight shone on his face, revealing his appearance. It was Luo Ren. Luo Ren looked around and saw the city lord's mansion in front of him. In the past, the square in front of the city lord's mansion was empty, but today it was full of wandering zombies. The door of the city lord's mansion has been broken. Although the light is not good, you can still vaguely see many zombies in the city lord's mansion. Liangxin, I'm coming. Nothing will happen to you. Luo Ren was extremely anxious. He resisted the urge to rush directly into the city lord's palace and quickly looked for a weak breakthrough. Soon he discovered that there were fewer zombies on the west side of the city lord's mansion, and it was easy to break through. He thought to himself, that's it. Turning over and jumping off the roof, he searched with his eyes and saw a machete held by a blood-stained arm on the ground. Luo Ren's eyes lit up and he said, it can be used as a weapon. He walked around to the west side of the city lord's mansion, looked at the city lord's mansion that was so close. His eyes narrowed slightly. He took a deep breath, suddenly kicked the ground with his feet, and flew out. Base city. Mobile base. Suan Tang paced back and forth, looking anxious, because it was so strange that Luo Ren hadn't come back yet, and there was an inexplicable worry in her heart. After looking at the cold food on the table, Suan Tang walked into the bedroom and quickly put on her combat uniform. It seemed that an inexplicable energy drove her to leave the mobile base and come to the barracks. She found Luo Shan, Luo He and others and said, have you seen the chief? Luo Shan, Luo He and others all shook their heads, saying that they had never seen Luo Ren. Suan Tang became more and more worried. She closed her eyes and a picture appeared in her mind. Luo Ren was surrounded by zombies. Countless zombies pounced on Luo Ren and drowned him. Everyone. Sir, we are in danger. Suan Tang said. Luo Shan, Luo He and others looked confused. Sir, he was fine during the day. How could he be in danger? If he couldn't find anyone, he might just be basking in the moon somewhere. What I said is true. Suan Tang said anxiously when she saw that several people didn't believe it. Luo Shan and Luo He looked at each other in confusion. At this moment, a person ran over, and when several people looked, it was Qi-jun. Qi-jun saw several people and said anxiously, oh no, something may have happened to Sir. What? Luo Shan, Luo He and others were shocked. If Suan Tang was the only one who said this, she might just be scaring herself. But now that Qi-jun also said this, it forced them to think carefully. Hearing this, Suan Tang became more and more worried and asked hurriedly, what happened? Qi-jun said, Swordie told me that a person came to Sanctuary City number 5 and was seriously injured. I heard this person said that Sanctuary City number 5 was attacked by a group of corpses, and Brother Luo is afraid that he has already gone to Sanctuary City number 5. What? Suan Tong was shocked and said anxiously, then what are you waiting for? Let's quickly set up troops and go to Sanctuary City number 5. Luo, Shan, Luo Hei and others did not dare to hesitate. Luo Ren's fate was bigger than the sky in their eyes. The escort quickly gathered and marched out of the city, heading towards Sanctuary City number 5. Before leaving, Suan Tong asked Qi Jun to lead the Xiangxing army to secure the base city, to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the situation. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, in Liu Liangxin's boudoir, Liu Liangxin was lying on the soft big bed, staring at the ceiling, surprisingly stunned. Her face was pale, and she looked desperate, and her snow-white neck was covered with traces of dark red. Holding a pistol in her hand, she slowly sat up herself, the muzzle of the gun pressed against her temple, her big eyes filled with mist. She murmured to Brother Ren, I miss you so much. I don't know if the soul really exists after death. If it does, I will go find you and stay by your side for the rest of my life. If I can't exist as a soul, then I hope to be reincarnated. After reincarnation, I will definitely find you and fall in love with you. Liu Liangxin sighed and slowly closed her desperate eyes. Goodbye. Bang. The door was suddenly kicked open. Liu Liangxin opened her eyes, and the action of pulling the trigger suddenly froze. She saw a person, the person she longed for and wanted to see the most. At this moment, the tears in his eyes couldn't stop falling. The person who came was none other than Luo Ren. Seeing that Liu Liangxin was okay, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He walked to the bed and sat down next to Liu Liangxin. Without saying a word, he hugged her into his arms and comforted her. It's okay, it's okay. Luo Ren's hug made Liu Liangxin feel happy. She hugged Luo Ren tightly involuntarily, but the next second she remembered something and hurriedly broke away from Luo Ren's arms and opened the distance between them. Luo Ren was very puzzled by her behavior. Liu Liangxin rolled up her sleeves and exposed her forearm. Luo Ren took a closer look and was horrified. He saw a 5cm wound on Liu Liangxin's forearm. This is not a simple knife wound or scratch, because the flesh exposed by this wound is dark, and the blood flowing out is dark red and relatively sticky, which is the characteristic of being infected with the zombie virus. Luo Ren grabbed Liu Liangxin's arm, as confused as a child. Liu Liangxin was relieved, because the question in her heart was answered. That is, what Luo Ren's attitude was towards her. She was very satisfied to see Luo Ren before she died, and to know that Luo Ren also liked her. Putting the gun into Luo Ren's hand, Liu Liangxin smiled lightly and said softly, Brother Ren, I don't want to become a zombie. That would be too ugly. Can you help me? Luo Ren threw away the pistol, hugged Liu Liangxin, and said angrily, you will not become a zombie. I will not allow you to become a zombie. Liu Liangxin caressed Luo Ren's cheek, her eyes full of happiness, and said, I have no regrets if I can understand your feelings before I die. At this moment, Luo Ren thought of all the past, including the drunken Liu Liangxin, the pear blossoms with rain, and the kiss that day. All came to mind. At this moment, he had never cried before, but his eyes were moist. I won't let you die, Luo Ren said firmly. Then he asked the system, is there any way to remove the zombie virus? Zombie genes can be suppressed through evolutionary crystals, but this woman was scratched by a level 1 zombie, so at least a level 2 evolutionary crystal is needed to inhibit the virus. It's just suppression, but there's no way to eradicate it? Luo Ren then asked. There is a way. The life energy in the dragon crystal fragments on the host has a purifying effect and can completely eradicate zombie genes. But the life energy in the dragon pattern crystal cannot be absorbed directly, Luo Ren said anxiously. Didn't the host notice that this woman's face is much rosier? When Luo Ren heard this, he looked at Suan Tong. His face turned rosy and the color of his wound became much lighter. He said in surprise, System, you mean that the lotus heart also has a special physique? The system did not speak again, but Luo Ren was able to confirm, and immediately said to Liu Liangxin in surprise, Liangxin, you will not die, and you will not become a zombie. I have a way to help you eliminate the zombie virus. As he spoke, he took out the fragments of the dragon pattern crystal and handed them to Liu Liangxin, saying, take the dragon pattern crystal and put it close to your body. It won't take long for the zombie virus in your body to be eliminated. Liu Liangxin was very surprised and looked at the metal piece in her hand carefully. It looked like ordinary metal fragments, but Luo Ren said that it had the effect of clearing zombie viruses, which was incredible. If someone else said this, she would definitely not believe it, but when Luo Ren said this, she believed it and immediately put the dragon pattern crystal into her arms. Strangely enough, with this dragon marked crystal, she immediately felt no coldness, and the feeling of powerlessness she had just now due to the zombie virus invading her body was slowly disappearing. It seemed that this small piece of metal was indeed effective, which made her very happy. The roars of evolved zombies sounded from time to time. At this time, Sanctuary City number 5 was completely occupied by the zombies. Thinking of tens of thousands of residents and soldiers, Liu Liangxin's new joy immediately turned to sadness, and she murmured, I can't help them. In this world, there is nothing you can't forgive. You have tried your best. Luo Ren comforted softly. He stood up and walked to the window, where he could barely see the outside world through the moonlight. He had slaughtered all the zombies in the backyard. The ground and walls were splattered with dark red thick blood. The stench could still be smelled even with the doors and windows closed. Luo Ren turned around and said to Liu Liangxin, it's too late. Let's stay here for the time being and wait until dawn before making plans to break out. Yeah. Liu Liangxin nodded slightly. In fact, she knew that the reason why Luo Ren chose to break out at dawn was because he was worried about himself. If he were alone, with Luo Ren's strength, although he could not kill all the zombies in the city, he could still escape. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart, and her face was filled with happiness as time went by. Liu Liangxin found that the wound on her arm had returned to normal color and scabbed. At the same time, her head was dizzy and her eyelids sank uncontrollably. Luo Ren saw her abnormality and thought to himself, is it time to start evolving? Brother Ren, I'm so sleepy. Liu Liangxin sat next to Luo Ren and murmured. Then her eyelids closed completely, and she fell into Luo Ren's arms and fell asleep. System, does Liangxin also need 1 to 3 days to evolve? Luo Ren asked immediately. No, this woman is a level 1 peak evolver, and the speed of absorbing life energy is much faster than ordinary people. She can wake up in about 4 hours. That's good. Luo Ren breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it doesn't take that long. Looking down at the quiet Liu Liangxin in his arms, Luo Ren smiled slightly and gently stroked her hair. 3 kilometers outside the number 5 Sanctuary City, an army of 5,000 people is stationed. They are well equipped with light machine guns, homemade burst rifles, rocket launchers, and a tank. In the temporary military command post built with military green tarpaulin, Xiao Zhenqing sat on the command chair, and several officers stood on both sides. What is the current situation of Sanctuary City number 5? Xiao Zhenqing asked. An officer said, Sanctuary City number 5 has been captured by the zombies, and there are probably no survivors in the city. Standing up from the command chair, Xiao Zhenqing frowned and asked, has the city lord's mansion also been captured? The officer said, I can't be 100% sure. After all, there are too many zombies, and our people can't go in to check, but according to speculation, the city lord's mansion may have been captured by zombies. TSK. Xiao Zhenqing put his hands behind his back and frowned and said, I thought that Sanctuary City number 5 would fight the zombies and both sides would lose, and we would reap the benefits. I didn't expect that the zombies we lured would continue to have new zombies joining during the journey, causing Sanctuary City number 5 to be captured in one fell swoop when facing the huge zombies. This is contrary to the original plan. If Liu Lion can't be captured alive, I'm worried. How can I explain to my brother and the other 3 city lords? Xiao Zhenqing waved his hand and complained, it's not my fault. You want to make trouble, but you only give me 5,000 troops. 4 cities, tens of thousands of troops, can't you give more? He sighed and scratched his hair. What should I do? Question mark? The officer saw this and asked, Deputy City Lord Shao, do you think we should continue to send troops to Sanctuary City number 5 or retreat? Shao Zhenking thought for a long time and asked, with our 5,000 troops, can we deal with the zombies in Sanctuary City number 5? Sanctuary City number 5 has consumed a lot of zombie power, and there is no problem for us to send troops at this time. In that case, then send troops. Liu Liangxin must be seen alive or dead. Shao Zhenking finally ordered. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Timely. It was late at night, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Except for the occasional roar of evolved zombies and the rustling footsteps, there was no other sound from the outside world. Point in the backyard of the City Lord's mansion. In the boudoir, Luo Ren leaned against the wall, hugging Liu Liangxin, closing his eyes to rest. Zombies were rampant outside, but here it seemed very warm. Suddenly, Luo Ren opened his eyes, frowned slightly, his ears moved, and he heard dense gunshots. Why are there gunshots? Luo Ren was moved in his heart and thought to himself, could it be that Antong and the others led troops to rescue? Although he set off alone without saying anything, with Zhang Yang being in the base hospital, Su Antan would definitely guess that he was here, as long as he asked about the number 5 shelter city. Therefore, as they were worried about his safety, they would definitely find Luo and Luo He and others to send troops to help. Point guessing this, Luo Ren breathed a sigh of relief. If the escort really came to help, there would be no need to wait until dawn. Looking down at Liu Liangxin in her arms, she thought of Su Antang. Luo Ren looked bitter and whispered to himself, how should I tell Antong? The sound of gunfire became clearer and clearer, and seemed to be heading towards the City Lord's mansion. Luo Ren gently put Liu Liangxin's head on the pillow, then moved to the window and looked outside. He saw the flash of gun flames and the explosion of fire rising into the sky. Damn it, there are so many zombies surrounding the City Lord's mansion. 90% of them will be killed this time. Deputy City Master Shao, don't worry, isn't there still a 10% chance? Oh, let me go. Are you really stupid or really stupid? I said 90% just to describe it. Looking at this posture, you really think there is still a 10% chance? Call me quickly. Yes, in the room. Luo Ren frowned and lowered the curtains. Among the vague conversations he heard, one of the voices was very familiar. He thought about it carefully and was startled. He couldn't help but blurt out, Shao Zhenking. Why is he here? Luo Ren couldn't help but wonder. Sanctuary City number 3 is dozens of miles away from Sanctuary City number 5. Even if he asked for help at the first time, he shouldn't have come so quickly. Could it be that Sanctuary City number 3 is also the whole city? Military motorization? This is obviously impossible. Even if he has enough cars, the fuel is not enough to squander. After all, he also has a system that can directly produce fuel before he dares to motorize the entire army. Moreover, Sanctuary City number 5 is different from the forces of the 4 cities, but belongs to the Wasteland military region. The 4 cities should be eager to see Sanctuary City number 5 destroyed, so why would they send troops to rescue it? Seeing that the army outside was about to annihilate the zombies outside the City Lord's mansion and rush into the City Lord's mansion, Luo Ren became a little anxious. Although the level 2 evolvers were powerful, they were too much to face thousands of soldiers with live ammunition. Luo Ren couldn't help but look at Liu Liangxin, who was still unconscious on the bed. Point at this time, all the zombies outside the City Lord's mansion had been wiped out by thousands of soldiers led by Shao Zhenking. Shao Zhenking led the army and then rushed into the lobby of the City Lord's mansion. Entering the lobby, the zombies inside immediately pounced on him. Shao Zhenking, as an evolver, ordinary zombies couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, there were so many soldiers with guns and live ammunition that they wiped out all the zombies in the city lobby in a short time. Point bang bang bang. After firing 3 shots to blow up the zombie's head, Shao Zhenking looked bitter. The lobby of the City Lord's mansion was like this. It was almost impossible to capture Liu Liangxin alive. Follow me, Shao. Zenking led many soldiers towards the backyard. When he entered the backyard, he was a little surprised. He saw that the ground was full of zombie corpses, and there was no one alive. Moreover, these zombies seemed to have been killed by having their heads split open with sharp weapons. He searched carefully. There are also 3 level 1 speed zombies among them. 3 level 1 speed zombies. This woman's strength is really terrifying, but this also shows that she may not be dead yet. At this moment, Xiao Zenking's eyes were filled with hope again. He immediately ordered, "Search." The soldiers began to search, and Xiao Zenking walked to the door of the familiar room. The corner of his mouth could not help but curl up, thinking of the ups and downs with those 2 little sluts that day. At the same time, he also thought of Suantong, that beautiful face. It's like a fairy from heaven descending to the mortal world, making him think about it day and night, and he can't get rid of it. Damn. Luo Ren, such a beautiful woman should not belong to you, but to me. Xiao Zenking did not shy away, and said it directly. In the boudoir on the 2nd floor, Luo Ren had already picked up Liu Liangxin. Suddenly he heard Xiao Zenking's voice, which made him a little confused. "Shouldn't it belong to me? Do you mean Liangxin?" He couldn't help but secretly laugh. "You are the only one. It still belongs to you. I'm afraid it's not because I'm blind." Luo Ren was not angry at what Xiao Zenking said, but he felt that Xiao Zenking was a little too confident. But the next sentence made him angry. "Wait, Luo Ren, I will definitely sleep with your woman in front of you." This was followed by Xiao Zenking's wanton laughter. Luo Ren's eyes were full of murderous intent. It was at this time that footsteps approached, and someone could be seen coming from the shadow on the window. Bang! The door of the room was kicked open by a soldier, and Luo Ren appeared in his sight. He saw Luo Ren's eyes filled with murderous intent, and he froze with fear. Puff! The next second, blood spurted out, staining the walls and floor red. The soldier's eyes widened. He covered his neck with one hand, and pointed at Luo Ren as he died unwillingly. At the same time, others also discovered Luo Ren and immediately shouted, "There are enemies." Luo Ren rushed out of the room holding Liu Liangxin, and jumped directly from the 2nd floor. When he landed on the ground, he saw Xiao Zenking for the first time, stared at him with his murderous eyes, then turned his head, and jumped over the wall of the city lord's mansion, heading out of the city. Xiao Zenking was frightened by the murderous intent in Luo Ren's eyes, and it took a long time for him to come back to his senses. He immediately shouted, "It's Luo Ren, don't let him run away, chase him." The zombies in the city had been killed by Xiao Zenking and his gang, so Luo Ren had a smooth journey and soon arrived at the city gate. But when he rushed out of the city, he was immediately startled. The lights on the opposite side were bright, and the steel beast tank was very deterrent. "Brother Ren, a surprised call made Luo Ren breathe a sigh of relief. He saw a person running over, and when he looked closely, it was Suantong. Suantong wanted to throw herself into Luo Ren's arms, but when she saw Luo Ren holding Liu Liangxin, she couldn't help but feel jealous and snorted coldly, "You are so infatuated that you don't even want your life for your Liangxin." Yeah. Luo Ren was about to explain, but suddenly, a light hum sounded. He looked down, and saw that Liu Liangxin's eyelids moved, and then slowly opened. The moment Liu Liangxin's eyes opened, a light blue light flashed, which lasted for more than 10 seconds. "Level 2 Evolver," Luo Ren said in surprise. And based on the duration of the light blue light in his eyes, it can be inferred that Liu Liangxin is not just the most basic level 2 Evolver. You know, he took to level 2 evolution crystals and 8 quasi level 2 evolution crystals, and the light blue light in his eyes only lasted for 20 seconds. "Brother Ren." Liu Liangxin's eyes were hazy. She rubbed her eyes, and saw Luo Ren looking at her in surprise. She couldn't help but touch her face, but this touch made her expression freeze immediately. Why did my skin become like this?" Liu Liangxin screamed in surprise. Girls all love beauty. Which girl would not be sad if her skin becomes as smooth as polished granite? This is normal. After being promoted to a 2nd level evolver, the skin will become as hard as wood and stone, and the touch will naturally change. However, don't worry, there will not be much change on the surface. Luo Ren explained, "So, that's how it is." Liu Liangxin looked at her arms and found that they did not become like wood and stone, but became whiter and tenderer. This was a little comforting. Hey. Suan Tong was unhappy and said with her hands on her waist, have you hugged enough? Haha. Luo Ren quickly put Liu Liangxin down and smiled awkwardly. Humph. Suan Tong snorted and turned away. Liu Liangxin realized her current situation at this time. Seeing Suan Tong, she took a few steps forward and said, Antong, thank you for bringing the guards to rescue me. Suan Tong snorted coldly and said, I'm not here to rescue you. If it weren't for someone, I wouldn't have come. She walked to Luo Ren, put her mouth close to his ear, and said fiercely, I'll deal with you when we get back, Luo. Ren couldn't help but sweat, and immediately grabbed Suan Tong's hand and said coquettishly, Antong, Tong Tong, HMPH, Su. Antong didn't compromise after a few nice words, and pushed Luo Ren's hand away, and walked towards the main force. The people have been rescued, and we are going back. Wait a minute. Luo Ren shouted. Suan Tong turned around and said, what else do you want to do, Luo? Ren smiled slightly and said, there is still a friend who hasn't arrived yet. How can we leave so early? Suan Tong saw his smirk and couldn't help but follow his gaze to the gate of Sanctuary City number 5. Suan Tong narrowed her eyes slightly and vaguely heard shouts and footsteps, and as time went by, these sounds became clearer. Chase him quickly. Don't let Luo Ren run away. If we can't catch Liu Liangxin alive, killing Luo Ren is also a great achievement. The 4 city lords will definitely reward us greatly. Suan Tong's expression condensed slightly. She was a little familiar with this voice, as if she had heard it somewhere. Just as she was recalling, many armed men with live ammunition rushed out of Sanctuary City number 5. When she looked closely, she immediately remembered that it was Xiao Zhenking. We've been tricked. Enemy, deputy, city lord Xiao, what should we do? They have 10 tanks. Xiao Zhenking also discovered the guards at the first time. Seeing the weapons and equipment of the guards, tanks, armored vehicles, and heavy machine guns, they were all terrified. Xiao Zhenking's back was cold and sweating. Why did the guards appear here? Has our plan been exposed long ago? Xiao Zhenking couldn't figure out why the guards appeared outside the number 5 Sanctuary City, and they blocked their way. If Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin had discovered their plan long ago, and then discussed it, it was to annihilate them in one fell swoop, but it didn't make sense. The number 5 Sanctuary City was actually annihilated, and tens of thousands of residents in the city became food for zombies. With such a huge loss, it is absolutely impossible to give up the plan. Go. At Luo Ren's command, the tanks started and drove forward, like 10 steel beasts, with a strong sense of oppression. While the tanks were advancing, the infantry followed closely behind. The powerful momentum scared the soldiers under Xiao Zhenking, and made them retreat involuntarily. Xiao Zhenking was extremely frightened. He had lost nearly 1,000 people in dealing with zombies. At this time, he only had 4,000 soldiers. Facing the powerful guards, he was simply not enough. He suddenly had an idea, and forced himself to calm down. With a smile on his face, he shouted, Commander Luo Ren, long time no see. I'm Xiao Zhenking. Commander Luo is really righteous. When the number 5 Sanctuary City was in trouble, he immediately sent troops to rescue. I admire it. Our 4 cities also received the news and immediately asked me to lead troops to support. What a pity. Xiao Zhenking's acting was more realistic than the real thing. I saw his smile turned into a full face, and he sighed and said, these damn zombies are too numerous, and the brothers in Sanctuary City number 5 did not hold on until our support. Alas, he sighed heavily, squeezed out a few tears, and then looked at Liu Liangxin and said, fortunately, Chief Luo helped, and City Lord Liu is fine. I don't need to thank you for your kindness. You are my friend of the Wasteland Kingdom. Xiao Zhenking looked up at the sky, and took a deep breath. Alas, Sanctuary City number 5 is no longer viable. City Lord Liu, please follow me back to Sanctuary City number 3. After listening to Xiao Zhenking's words, Liu Liangxin asked in confusion, did the 4 cities really send troops to rescue me? Hearing this, Luo Ren said disdainfully, this Xiao Zhenking never tells the truth. He just said he wanted to kill me, but he said the same thing when he saw the guards. In my opinion, this zombie wave is likely caused by him. He turned to look at Liu Liangxin and asked, Liangxin, were there any signs of zombies attacking the city before? Liu Liangxin shook her head and said, there was no sign. It was like a sudden attack with a purpose. Heh. Luo Ren sneered. If that's the case, then I have more reason to suspect that this zombie tide is related to Xiao Zhenking, or the Four Cities. Xiao Zhenking on the opposite side saw that Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin had not answered for a long time and became even more nervous and hurriedly said, since City Lord Liu is unwilling to go with us, then we will withdraw first. Goodbye. Did I let you go? As soon as Xiao Zhenking finished speaking, Luo Ren spoke. His voice was loud enough for everyone on the field to hear, and the fierce murderous intent in it made Xiao Zhenking and his soldiers extremely frightened. Commander Luo, if you have anything else, just say it. Xiao Zhenking said with fear in his heart. Luo Ren sneered. Yes, there is one more thing. Xiao Zhenking and his men held their breath, waiting for Luo Ren's next words. Luo Ren said coldly, I need you to stay here forever. Stay forever. Xiao Zhenking repeated this sentence over and over again, and when he repeated it for the 5th time, he stood there in shock. Kill. Luo Ren raised his right arm high and then swung it down heavily. The guards received the order and fired without hesitation. The bullets poured out like raindrops, splashing at the enemies in front. Xiao Zhenking was an evolver after all. He recovered his senses at the first time and fled backwards, but the thousands of soldiers under his command were not so skilled. The speed of the bullets was faster than the speed at which they turned around and fled, and also faster than the speed at which they raised their guns to fight back. Therefore, this was a completely one-sided massacre. Chapter 137 Death of Xiao Zhenking. Luo Ren found Xiao Zhenking running away and immediately chased him. With his full speed as a level 2 evolver, he was like a ghost in the darkness. Xiao Zhenking ran all the way, not caring about the lives of others, as long as he could escape. However, the next moment he felt something approaching rapidly behind him. Looking back, he was shocked. Luo Ren's speed was completely beyond his cognition. In just a few seconds, he passed him and blocked his waypoint. Luo Ren asked with a smile, where are you going? Xiao Zhenking hurriedly turned around and ran to the right, but a figure flashed in front of him, and Luo Ren blocked his way again. He turned around again and ran away. Within a few seconds, Luo Ren appeared in front of him again, blocking his way. Xiao Zhenking felt desperate, stopped, and looked at Luo Ren nervously. He was extremely scared, but in order to survive, he still had to make a final struggle. He said, Luo Ren, you can't kill me. My brother Xiao Zhenghang is the lord of the number 3 sanctuary city. I tell you, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, these 4 sanctuary cities have formed an alliance with a force of 60,000 and 7 tanks. If you kill me, not only will my brother not let you go, but the 4 cities alliance will not let you go either. Really? Luo Ren said nonchalantly. You are really fast. You have already formed an alliance before we started. Start? Xiao Zhenking was shocked and said, it seems that Yang Zi's guess is right. The alliance between the base and the military district is true. Is the king really going to deal with us? Luo Ren couldn't help but feel surprised. Yang Zi actually guessed that the base and the wasteland military district had joined forces. This man is something, so he asked, how did Yang Zi know that I had joined forces with the wasteland military district? If I tell you, can you let me go? Xiao Zhenking said. After learning that the base and the military district had joined forces to deal with the 4 cities, he had given up hope of using the powerful military force of the 4-city alliance to threaten Luo Ren to let him go. Luo Ren smiled coldly and said, do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me now? If you don't, I can kill you immediately. I'll tell you. Xiao Zhenking felt the strong murderous aura emanating from Luo Ren, trembled all over, and his inner fear increased extremely. He immediately said, Yang Zi planted spies on the road that must be taken to the wasteland military district. That day, Liu Liangxin led the guards to the wasteland military district. Those spies saw everything. However, just watching from a distance, Yang Ziyi was not very sure that the base and the military district had formed an alliance. Luo Ren then asked, "You said that the 4 cities have formed an alliance. Have they joined forces?" Xiao Zhenqing replied, "They haven't joined forces yet. They just signed a mutual assistance treaty. If any city is attacked, the other 3 cities will provide unconditional support. It's okay here at the base. The 4 cities are far apart. Even if the support is provided at the fastest speed, it will take several hours to arrive. With the military strength of the base, it is not enough for several cities to be attacked. On Commander Liu's side, there are spies planted by Yang Ziyi on the road that the Wasteland military district must pass. Once the troops are dispatched, Yang Ziyi will know it immediately. Although the military district can deal with cities 1 and 4, Yang Ziyi can choose not to support city 4, but to save Zhao from Wedi Point after all. The Wasteland military district and Sanctuary City number 1 are too close. It seems that the plan has changed. After some consideration, Luo Ren asked, "What happened to Sanctuary City number 5 being attacked by zombies this time?" Xiao Zhenqing said, "The Lord of Sanctuary City number 5, Liu Liangxin, has a close relationship with the king. Our original intention is to capture Liu Liangxin alive, so that the king will have concerns and give up the idea of cooperating with the base alliance to deal with us. The zombie tide was deliberately lured by me, but the number of zombies was not controlled well, and Sanctuary City number 5 was directly captured." "I see. It seems that his guess was right." Luo Ren looked at Xiao Zhenqing and suddenly laughed. Such a smile was very frightening in Xiao Zhenqing's eyes, and he said anxiously, "I have said everything I should say. You can't kill me. I didn't say I would kill you." Luo Ren smiled and suddenly moved. Crack. Ah. The sound of bones breaking was heard, followed by Xiao Zhenqing's pig-killing scream. Luo Ren smiled and said, "But I didn't say I wouldn't cripple you." Xiao Zhenqing's hands and legs were all broken, and he was already a cripple. Lifting Xiao Zhenqing, Luo Ren flew in the direction he came from. After a while, he saw the guards who were already collecting the spoils and the corpses on the ground. Xiao Zhenqing's face became distorted because of pain. Seeing the corpses of his soldiers, his pain was mixed with endless hatred for Luo Ren. Walking in front of Liu Liangxin, he threw Xiao Zhenqing to the ground like a dead pig, and Luo Ren said, "It has been confirmed that he sent people to lure the zombie tide with the purpose of conquering the number 5 Sanctuary City and then capturing you alive, so as to threaten Commander Liu." Liu Liangxin's pretty face turned cold, and she said coldly, "Okay. You are really a bunch of ungrateful wolves. All your cannons, rocket launchers and tanks were given to you by my father, but you are not only ungrateful, but also thinking about rebellion." With his limbs broken, he looked worse than death. In such a desperate situation, Xiao Zhenqing was not afraid at all, and roared, "Thank you, Liu Yangnian. That old guy doesn't want to see the world like this now. Surviving and becoming stronger is the most important thing. There are so many good weapons and equipment, but they are only used to defend and deal with zombies. It is a waste of resources. They should use force to absorb the surrounding forces, large and small, and then continue to expand. This is the image of a wasteland kingdom. Instead of not doing it ourselves, it restricts us. If you want others to take the initiative to defect to you, let's just dream. Even if there is, it will be for the weapons and equipment in his hands. You." Liu Lian gritted her teeth angrily, furious, and kicked Xiao Zhenqing away. Luo Ren felt that some of what Xiao Zhenqing said was quite right. Most of the people who took the initiative to defect were for profit, just like the survivors who took the initiative to join the base. They were doing it for the benefit of being able to live better. However, isn't human society made up of all kinds of interest chains, large and small? In addition to the unrequited love of parents for their children, is there anything else? Moreover, even parents' love for their children does not apply to everyone. Ah. Xiao Zhenqing roared crazily. The flames of hatred in his eyes seemed to burst out, burning Luo Ren, Liu Liangxin, and everyone present. Even if such a person has been reduced to a useless person, as long as he is still alive, he is still a great disaster. Luo Ren said calmly, took out a pistol from the guard soldier on the side, and handed it to Liu Liangxin. Liu Liangxin hesitated for a moment, took the pistol, and walked step by step to Xiao Zhenking. When she saw Xiao Zhenking on the ground whose eyes were completely filled with hatred, Liu Liangxin pointed the gun at his head, point bang bang. At night, the flames spitting out from the gun were even brighter. Xiao Zhenking's head was crushed on the ground, and he was completely lifeless. Even if he was bitten by a zombie, he would not turn into a zombie. Point with the ruins of ruins and corpses everywhere visible. Liu Liangxin looked at Sanctuary City number 5 with a sad expression. Tens of thousands of people were just gone. Seeing this, Luo Ren stepped forward to comfort him. Suan Tong bit her lower lip and finally didn't he stop. Liu Liangxin looked at Luo Ren and cried, "They are all human beings. They managed to survive and are looking forward to a better tomorrow, but now, the deceased is gone. You have tried your best." Luo Ren touched her head, then held her hand and said, "Let's go back to the base with me." "Yes." Liu Liangxin nodded obediently and let Luo Ren hold her hand towards the vehicle returning to the base. When Suan Tong saw this scene, she was full of jealousy. When Luo Ren came closer, she gave him a look. "It's over." Luo Ren was shocked, but he still didn't let go of Liu Liangxin's hand until he put her in the car. Then he trotted to Suan Tong and said with a smile, "And Tong, let's go, Su." And Tong snorted coldly, ignored him, and boarded the armored vehicle. Luo Ren smiled awkwardly and then shouted loudly, "Go back to the city, back." At the base city, the sky was already bright. Without time to rest, Luo Ren immediately wrote a letter with the following content. "The original plan has been exposed. The 4 cities have formed an alliance, and there is a new plan. The base and the Wasteland military region have joined forces, directly aiming at Sanctuary City number 1. The time remains unchanged. It is still the end of this month." After packing the envelope, Luo Ren found Luo Lu and said, "Send this letter to the Wasteland military region." Luo Lu said, "Yes." After seeing Luo Lu off, Luo Ren left the mobile base, went straight to Saudi Arabia's office, and opened the door directly. Saudi Arabia, who was fishing, was startled when he saw the chief arriving. He quickly stood up to greet him. "Your Majesty, the chief is here, which really makes me shine." "Okay." Luo Ren interrupted his flattery and ordered, "Ask Kaomu to build a small villa in the inner city. It doesn't need to be luxurious, just 2 or 3 floors." "Yes." Saudi responded, and then asked cautiously, "Sir, is this used as a residence?" Luo Ren said, "I don't live here, but the people who live there are of high status, and are the lords of a city. Therefore, we can't just find a place for others to spend their time. Remember, it doesn't need to be luxurious, but it can't be too luxurious either." Saudi said, "Yes." After the matter was explained, Luo Ren was about to leave the place. Just as he walked to the door, he remembered something again and said immediately, "By the way, the person living here is a woman." "Understood." Saudi responded. Luo Ren nodded and left the place, heading towards the nunnery. Liu Liangxin was staying in the nunnery temporarily. She had just encountered such a thing, and it was inevitable that she would be depressed and need someone to comfort her. Soon I arrived at the nunnery and saw that the door of the nunnery was open. Residents were coming in and out in the early morning. They were mumbling words such as praying for safety or smooth work and being promoted to managers. When the residents worshipping Buddha saw Luo Ren, they were immediately excited and gathered around to pay attention. Luo Ren was the biggest idol in the base, and even reached the level of personal worship. "Sir, you are so handsome." A little girl whose green face had not yet retreated was very excited. Luo Ren smiled slightly at the little girl. The little girl jumped excitedly and said excitedly, "Sir, you actually smiled at me. Ah, so handsome. Ah, sir, I want to give birth to a monkey for you." An aunt covered her mouth with her hands and shouted excitedly. A ball of fire seemed to jump out of her eyes, trying to rush into Luo Ren's chest. Luo Ren trembled, smiled awkwardly at the aunt, and then said, "Auntie, hurry up and go back to cook, otherwise your family will be hungry. That damn guy won't even starve to death." The aunt said boldly, and then she looked shy and said, "Sir, what do you think of my proposal to give you a monkey just now? Why should I bother with her when I have nothing to do?" Luo Ren regretted in his heart, and then said, "I don't think so. You might as well find a monkey." Then he said to the onlookers, "Everyone, please stop hanging around here. It's easy to get stuck in traffic, so go and do your own thing." After saying that, he jumped directly over the crowd and entered the nunnery. After entering, he did not go to the Buddhist hall, but went straight to the backyard wing. Hey, where did the LSP come from? And broke into the Buddhist Holy Land. A clear drink came into my ears, and then a figure blocked the way, just as a gust of breeze blew by, carrying a faint body fragrance, and rushed towards Luo Ren. The familiar smell and the familiar voice were none other than the little Nun Jinghu. "Sir, Luo Ren, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to rush into the backyard without even saying hello?" The little nun held an eyebrow leveling stick in one hand and put it on her waist with the other, raising her eyebrows. "Ah, I was negligent, little master. I'm going to find someone in the backyard now. I'm going." After Luo Ren finished speaking, he walked towards the backyard. Hey, why are you still trying to break in?" The little Nun Jinghu refused and still blocked her. Luo Ren asked doubtfully, "Didn't I say hello to you? Why didn't you let me in?" "You're saying hello." The little nun was a little speechless. She rolled her eyes at Luo Ren and pointed to the Buddhist hall, where the old nun was meditating and chanting sutras. She said, "Did you see that? You have to register with my master. You can only go in after my master agrees. There are all female disciples here. If you go in, if something happens, I can't explain it." "What the hell? I'll just find someone. Tell me what will happen." Luo Ren walked in, saw the little nun in front of her, snatched her eyebrow stick, and said sternly, "Get out of the way quickly. Otherwise I won't be polite. I won't let you. If you can, step over my body." The little nun closed her eyes and opened her hands with a determined look on her face. "Yes, I'm afraid of you, okay." Luo Ren had no choice but to turn around and walk towards the Buddhist hall. The little Nun Jinghu smiled when she saw Luo Ren's helpless back. Luo Ren's pace was very slow. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and thought, "Register. The entire base belongs to me. You still want me to register? Just dream." The speed suddenly exploded, and with a swish sound, he passed by the little Nun Jinghu. Before the little Nun Jinghu could react, Luo Ren had already rushed to the backyard room. Chapter 138 Change of Plan. Arriving at the backyard, Luo Ren was immediately confused. There were 36 rooms in a row, and the doors and windows of each room were exactly the same. It was impossible to find which room Liu Liangxin lived in. LSP. Luo Ren, wait for me. At this time, the little Nun Jinghu rushed over. Seeing the confused Luo Ren, she couldn't help laughing and said, "I told you, I have to say hello and register. Otherwise you won't even know where the person you are looking for lives. Do you think there's nothing I can do?" Luo Ren looked back at the little nun, grinned, then honed his voice and shouted, "Liangxin, Liu Liangxin. The most original is often the most effective." Soon, the door to the wing was opened, but they were all nuns. They poked out their naked heads and looked at Luo Ren curiously. "It's... Sir, what is he shouting?" "Have no idea, Liu Liangxin. This seems to be a person's name." All the nuns were talking about it. Luo Ren searched carefully, but could not find Liu Liangxin. He couldn't help but feel strange. "Isn't Liangxin here?" "Hey, LSP Luo Ren, you are looking for donor Liu, right? She is not here now. She just left the nunnery with Donor Su," said the little Nun Jinghu. "You didn't tell me earlier," Luo Ren said. "You didn't ask." Jinghui rolled her eyes at Luo Ren and said, "Where did they go?" Luo Ren asked, not bothering to argue with her. "I don't know." The little Nun Jinghu replied without hesitation. "You didn't know that he left the nunnery?" Luo Ren asked. "The legs are on other people's bodies, and their heads are on other people's bodies. I know where they are going, and where they are going," Jinghu said. After asking again, he couldn't find anything out, so Luo Ren left the nunnery and walked aimlessly, muttering to himself, "Donor Su is Ntong, right? How come they are together? They are not going to duel. Liangxin is now a level 2 evolver, and Ntong is only at the peak of level 1. Ntong will definitely suffer in a fight. Not only does it hurt my heart when Ntong suffers, but it also hurts my body." Arriving at the mobile base unknowingly, the door was open and women's voices came from inside. Luo Ren could tell that one was Suan Tong and the other was Liu Liangxin. When the soldiers on guard saw Luo Ren from a distance, they immediately saluted and said hello, hello, sir. After the words fell, the sounds in the mobile base suddenly stopped. Luo Ren glared at the soldier and seemed to say, why are you being so polite when you have nothing to do? I want to hear a few more words. It's better now, so as not to scare the snake. Immediately afterwards, Suan Tong and Liu Liangxin walked out of the mobile base. Both of them were quite normal. There were no injuries on their faces and their hair was not messy. They probably didn't fight. Luo Ren was relieved. Suan Tong looked normal, glanced at Luo Ren, snorted, and then entered the mobile base. Liu Liangxin walked up and called, Brother Ren, how did you two get together? Luo Ren asked in surprise. Liu Liangxin said, and Tong came to me just to comfort me. Comfort you? Luo Ren was even more surprised, with a look of disbelief on his face. Liu Liangxin nodded heavily and said, that's right, she saw that I was feeling depressed because of the incident in city number 5, so she took the initiative to comfort me. I have to say that Sister and Tong is not only a good woman, but also has great leadership qualities. No, Suan Tong is my Luo Ren's woman. Luo Ren really wanted to say this at this moment. Liu Liangxin changed the subject and asked, I heard that Brother Ren is going to change the battle plan. Luo Ren's expression straightened. He nodded and said, yes, the 4 cities have noticed the previous plan and must make changes. Yeah. Liu Liangxin said, that's it. Those 4 cities are just 4 unfamiliar white-eyed wolves. Isn't my father's provision of all kinds of resources enough? Several tanks were sent out, but they didn't do anything at all. Know how to be grateful. Could it be that in this end of the world, most people's humanity has been wiped out? Luo Ren sighed and said, it's not that most people's humanity has been wiped out, but that in such an environment, at least 90% of the people who can survive and gain a certain degree of power are unscrupulous people. As for morally good people, most of them turned into zombies or died in the early stages of the virus outbreak. When Liu Liangxin heard what Luo Ren said, she nodded secretly. It was indeed true. She stared at Luo Ren closely and suddenly asked, Brother Ren, what kind of person are you? This sudden question stopped Luo Ren. After thinking for a long time, he replied, I don't know what kind of person I am. I only know what kind of things I should do. The most important thing for every race is reproduction and survival, and now my race is facing the threat of survival, so I have to do what I should do. Liu Liangxin's eyes were full of admiration, and she said excitedly, if you don't dislike him, Liangxin is willing to follow Commander Luo Ren forever. Ha ha ha. Luo Ren smiled and said, okay. However, it sounds more comfortable if you call me Brother Ren. Liu Liangxin chuckled and said, if you are serious, you have to use a formal title. Luo Ren laughed and said, nothing wrong. Let's go. It's cold outside. Let's talk inside the house. Yeah. Liu Liangxin nodded. The two walked into the mobile base. Suan Tong held her chin with one hand. When Luo Ren came in, she glanced at him, and then her eyes fell on Liu Liangxin. She quickly stood up, brought a chair over, and said, come on. Come on. Sit down quickly with Lotus Heart. Liu Liangxin sat down, and Suan Tong immediately took her hand and started chatting. I'm telling you, I know the secret to that West Lake vine garfish. Really? Liu Liangxin asked hurriedly, what should we do? Suan Tong said, that fish has to be like this first. Alas. Looking at the two women who were like best friends at the moment, Luo Ren called out, but no one agreed. The two were immersed in exchanging cooking experiences. He scratched his head in embarrassment and thought, these two they were so tense before, but they became good sisters in a blink of an eye. It's really strange for women. The two ignored him, and Luo Ren, who had not slept all night, suddenly felt sleepy. As the two of them talked, he walked into the bedroom and fell asleep. Swish, swish, swish. Two cars passed by at high speed. On an off-road vehicle in front of him, Luo glanced at the rear view mirror. In the mirror, he saw 3 Humvees following closely behind them. There were soldiers with live ammunition sitting on top of them, and they fired from time to time. Diddy. Suddenly, the car alarm sounded. Luo glanced at the dashboard and saw that the fuel consumption warning light was already on. Damn it, why don't you run out of gas? Luo frowned and cursed. After the fuel was exhausted, the speed of the off-road vehicle gradually slowed down. The 3 Humvees behind immediately caught up and blocked the front. 12 soldiers armed to the teeth came down from above, carrying homemade repeating rifles, without saying a word, shooting straight at the off-road vehicle. The off-road vehicle was modified to have some bulletproof capabilities, but it could not withstand the continuous fire from 12 guns. After a while, it was ventilated on all sides, with bullet holes all over the body, and black smoke was rising from the front engine. 12 soldiers stepped forward with guns in hand. One of the soldiers opened the car door and was startled because he saw no one. Sudden, a figure jumped out from under the car and punched the soldier in the face with a huge fist. After the soldier received the full strength punch of the level 1 peak evolver with his face was bloody and several arrows flew out. Miyuan fell to the ground lifeless. He must be dead. Before the other 11 people could react, Luo pulled out his pistol, aimed and fired. Bang 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 bang. After firing 10 shots in a row, 10 soldiers fell to the ground. Only the last one was left. Luo attacked with a lunge, grabbed the man's throat with one hand, and asked, "Who are you?" However, in one encounter, all 11 of his companions were killed by this man. The last soldier was extremely frightened and quickly replied, We are people from Sanctuary City number 1, click." After the man finished speaking, Luo crushed his neck without hesitation. He would not just let him go back to report the news after the off-road vehicle ran out of fuel. Luo boarded the Humvee and quickly headed towards the wasteland military zone. After Luo left, the place fell into silence. After a long time, dense footsteps could be heard, and a large number of zombies staggered over, all coming from the smell of fresh flesh and blood. Whoosh! Suddenly, among the many thin ordinary zombies, a figure came through the air. Its speed was much faster than the level 2 speed zombies. This figure fell on the body of the number 1 Asylum City soldier, and his throat was beating. Let out a low growl. The ordinary zombies stopped one after another, not daring to take another step forward. 22. Level 2 evolved zombie. Suddenly, a voice sounded, which immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. It turned out that the soldier who was knocked away by Luo's punch was not dead. He just fainted and woke up again. In his sight, he saw a zombie with blood red eyes and sharp nails. Except that it was not on all fours. The other characteristics of this zombie were consistent with a second level speed zombie. How could he not be afraid? The level 2 zombie turned its head 180 degrees and grinned at the soldier, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. The scene was very frightening. Aha! The level 2 zombie moved and was in front of the soldier in the blink of an eye. The soldier stood frozen in fear. Poof! The next second, the level 2 zombie's sharp nails pierced the soldier's chest and then slowly withdrew, holding a steaming, slightly beating heart in his hand. The level 2 zombie looked at the heart greedily, opened its big mouth, and swallowed it whole. Raw. With a fresh heart in his stomach, the level 2 zombie looked up to the sky and roared. The red color in its eyes receded a little at this moment, and the nails on both hands retracted into the flesh uncontrollably. He half squatted like an ape and scratched the back of his hands vividly, then looked at the other corpses, jumped to those corpses, smelled them, and showed an expression of disgust, but still took out the corpses one by one. Heart-eaten. At this time, Luo had already seen the buildings in the wasteland military region. The vehicle he drove stopped at the door, facing the Royal Army soldiers blocking the vehicle. Luo said, "I'm Luo of the base. My parents ordered me to deliver a message to Commander Liu, and also please inform me." The Royal Army soldier said, "Wait a moment." After saying that, he exchanged a few words with his comrades, and then entered the military area to report to Liu Yanyan. It only took 10 minutes to go back and forth. When the soldier came back, he immediately opened the door, raised the red and white pole, then came to the window of the Humvee and said, "I'll drive the vehicle to take you there." But, Luo immediately got out of the car and sat in the passenger seat. The soldier got into the driver's seat and drove the car into the military area. It was still the same office building. After getting out of the car, Luo followed the soldiers to the commander's office on the 4th floor. Bang bang bang. The soldier knocked on the door a few times and then shouted inside, "Commander, people are here. Come in." Liu Yangnian's voice came from the office. Soldier gave military salute and said, "Please." Luo returned the military salute, then opened the door and walked into the commander's office. There was a desk, a wall of bookcases, and a wall of calligraphy and paintings, all signed by Liu Yangnian. It seemed that Commander Liu had painted and written them himself. "Luo, you said Luo Ren had a letter for me?" Liu Yangnian said with a smile. Luo came to his senses, quickly took out the letter written by Luo Ren, and handed it to Liu Yangnian's hand, saying, "Commander Liu, this is a letter written by the chief, Liu." Yangnian took the letter. There were only the words Commander Liu's personal signature on the cover. He opened the letter, took out the letter paper inside, and read in a low voice, "The original plan has been exposed. The 4 cities are now semi-aligned, and there is a new plan. The base and the wasteland military region have joined forces, aiming directly at Sanctuary City number 1. The time remains unchanged. It is still the end of this month." Liu Yangnian frowned after reading the contents of the letter. He folded the letter and put it back into the envelope. He looked at Luo and asked, "Why did Luo Ren say that the plan has been exposed?" "I don't know the specific situation, but last night, Sanctuary City number 5 was attacked by zombies. When we sent troops to arrive, tens of thousands of people in the city had already died. However, the deputy city lord of Sanctuary City number 3, Xiao Zhenking, brought tens of thousands of people with him. Thousands of soldiers were chased out of the city, and they wanted to kill the commander." "What?" Liu Yangnian was suddenly shocked. No 5 Sanctuary City encountered a zombie wave. At this time, the door of the commander's office suddenly opened, and Ziachuan rushed in. He grabbed Luo's collar and asked anxiously, "Where is Lanxing? How is she?" The wasteland military region is far away from Sanctuary City number 5, and the incident happened last night. In addition, everyone in Sanctuary City number 5, except Zhang Yang and Liu Liangxin died, so they still don't know that Sanctuary City number 5 has been destroyed by zombies. That's why he acted so surprised. As a commander, Liu Yangnian was naturally very rational, and not as rude as Ziachuan. However, as a father, he was still very worried about the safety of his daughter. He did not stop Ziachuan, but stared at him expectantly. Luo, waiting for him answer. "Don't panic, you two. City Lord Liu is fine." Luo said. Liu Yangnian and Ziachuan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Luo paused and then said, "Last night, sir, you single-handedly rushed into Sanctuary City number 5 and rescued City Lord Liu. You mean Luo Ren rushed into Sanctuary City number 5 full of zombies by himself just to save Lanxing?" Liu Yangnian was very surprised. He couldn't believe that Luo Ren, as the ruler of the base, dared to take such a big risk just to save his daughter. Even as a father, he has to think twice before facing such a situation. After all, he still has so many soldiers who need his leadership. Chapter 139 The Death of Yang Zi. Luo nodded with certainty and said, "Sir." When he heard about the incident in Sanctuary City number 5, he immediately set off without notifying us. If it weren't for the brother who fled to report the news, we wouldn't have known about it. Read Lanxin is not wrong. Luo Ren is indeed very good. Liu Yangnian looked at Ziachuan and said, "It's very good." Ziachuan nodded in agreement and sighed. "He can do this to Lanxin. I support them." Liu Yangnian smiled and said, "You are quite generous." Ziachuan said, "As long as Lanxin lives well." "Okay, let's not talk about this." Liu Yangnian looked at Luo and asked, "You said that Xiao Zhenking brought thousands of troops to pursue Luo Ren from city number 5 last night?" Luo said, "That's right." Liu Yangnian was thoughtful, and based on the plan has been exposed in the letter, he immediately guessed it. He said, "So, the plan has indeed been exposed. They sent troops to Sanctuary City number 5 to capture Lanxin alive and threaten me." He then asked, "Where is Xiao Zhenking? How is he now?" Luo Deo, Xiao Zhenking and his thousands of troops were killed on the spot. Well done. Xia Chuan was very unhappy with the people of the Four Cities and said viciously, these guys should be killed on the spot. No, it would be easier to kill them on the spot. They should let him eat all the zombies. Xia Chuan, Liu Yangnian scolded, we are all compatriots, there is no need to be so cruel. Humph, we treat them as compatriots, but they don't treat us as compatriots. In their minds, there are only interests and more interests. We gave them so many weapons and equipment, but in exchange they got all kinds of overt and covert betrayals. Could it be that don't they deserve to die? Xia Chuan retorted. Of course people like Yang Ziyi should be killed, but their soldiers are just following orders. As long as they can abandon the dark side and turn to the bright side, we should let them go. Liu Yangnian said seriously. Faced with these words, Xia Chuan did not refute, because indeed, as Liu Yangnian said, most soldiers just obeyed orders and should not be killed. Moreover, these soldiers are all military talents with rich combat experience. It would be a pity to kill them directly. Besides, the destruction of the Four Cities Alliance is actually mainly to destroy the forces of the City Lord Mansion headed by Yang Ziyi. After these people are destroyed, they will have to directly send personnel to take over. At that time, it was impossible to mobilize all the troops from the Wasteland military region, and there were not so many troops to deploy, so those who should be killed had to be killed, and those who should be retained naturally had to be retained. Okay, I know the plan. At the end of this month, we will jointly launch troops in Sanctuary City number 1. We will launch an attack from the North Gate. The attack time will be 12 o'clock at noon. Liu Yangnian opened the drawer, put the letter in, and then said to Luo said. Luo nodded and said, understood, then I will return to the base immediately and report to the commander. Okay, pay attention to safety on the road. Liu Yangnian looked at Xia Chuan and said, send Luo off. Xia Chuan slightly, then walked to the door, opened the door, and said, brother Luo, let's go. Luo walked out without stopping, and Xia Chuan followed him immediately. When they came to the parking place under the office building, Luo shook hands with Xia Chuan and said, Deputy Commander Xia can just be sent here. Okay, please pay attention to safety along the way. See you at the end of the month. Xia Chuan said. See you at the end of the month. After Luo said, he turned around and boarded the Hummer. The vehicle started. He subconsciously looked at the dashboard and saw that the fuel tank was full. He couldn't help but smiled and said, the Wasteland military region is quite considerate in its work. Buzz. The roar of the car engine sounded. Luo stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Xia Chuan stared at the direction the car left for a while and then returned to the office building. Base. Mobile base. In the bedroom. Luo Ren's eyelids moved and then he slowly opened them. He saw darkness in his eyes, and it was also darkness when he looked out the window. It was obvious that he slept until dark. When he was about to get up, he found that he was covered with a quilt. He clearly remembered that he fell asleep without covering himself with a quilt. He thought it was Suan Tong who covered him with a quilt, which made he felt warm in his heart. He stood up and turned on the light. It took him a while to get used to the dazzling light. After stretching, he slept all day long and felt less sleepy at night. When he left the bedroom, Luo Ren saw Suan Tong for the first time. She was sitting in her special office chair and reading documents. She noticed that when the bedroom door opened, Suan Tong looked over subconsciously and found that it was Luo Ren. Then she turned back and said nothing. Luo Ren shrugged his shoulders, sat down next to her with a chair, and said with a smile, what are you looking at? Suan Tong snorted and did not answer. Luo Ren scratched his head awkwardly and said nothing more. Suan Tong glanced at Luo Ren, then stood up and walked out. Luo Ren was a little surprised, but did not follow him. Instead, he picked up the information Suan Tong put on the table, which was the training report of each team of the Xiangxing army. It seemed that she was not interested in it. Things are quite interesting. The 5th team, marksmanship, good, fighting skills, good, team combat, qualified. Just as Luo Ren was looking at the information, Suan Tong came back, still holding the lunchbox in her hand. She put the lunchbox on the table, opened the lid, and took out the food inside one by one. she said. I see you slept too late. Before you wake up, I asked Li Jiayu to leave a piece of food for you to eat quickly. Seeing these meals, Luo Ren's appetite was immediately aroused, and his stomach growled. He hadn't eaten for a whole day, and to be honest, he was a little hungry. He picked up his oversized bowl, which was full of rice, and ate it with the dishes. And Tong still thinks of me. Luo Ren was eating rice, and he was very moved. He swallowed the big mouthful in his mouth, looked at Su and Tong affectionately, and said, "And Tong, you are so nice." Humph. Su and Tong snorted lightly and said, "Now that you know I'm fine, you still go to a place full of zombies alone to save people. Aren't you angry that I went to save Liu Liangxin?" Luo Ren asked. Su and Tong said, "Although I'm angry about your relationship with Liu Liangxin, I'm not that angry. I'm angry that you did not inform me and went to rescue people by yourself. If something happens to you, what will happen to the base, the more than 100,000 residents, and me?" Luo Ren took Su and Tong's hand and said affectionately, "Don't you worry, I will never abandon you, Su." And Tong slowly leaned on Luo Ren's shoulder and said softly, "This is what you said, you will never abandon me." Luo Ren stroked Su and Tong's hair and saw Su and Tong's rosy cheeks, picturesque eyebrows, and seductive red lips. The food on the table immediately lost its fragrance. He lowered his head and slowly kissed the seductive red lips. Suddenly, report to the commander. Luolu wants to see you. The report of the guard instantly broke the wonderful atmosphere. At this time, Luo Ren's lips were less than 2 centimeters away from Su and Tong's lips, frozen in midair. He raised his head, took a deep breath, and cursed. "How come you all are so good at picking the time, Su?" And Tong left Luo Ren's shoulder, stood up, and comforted him. Luolu must have something important to report. When he delivered the letter, she walked towards the bedroom and said, "I'll wait for you after I am done." After that, she went into the bedroom and closed the door. Luo Ren was instantly excited and finally suppressed his inner restlessness. He shouted to the outside of the door, "Come in." The door opened, and Luolu walked in. "Sit down." Luo Ren saw that he looked exhausted, so he didn't care about the interruption just now, and said immediately. Luolu did not sit down, but said directly, "Report to the commander. The letter has been delivered. Commander Liu has also read the content of the letter. He said that at the end of this month, at noon, he will launch an attack on the north gate of number 1 Sanctuary City." "Okay." Luo Ren said excitedly. "In this case, then we will launch an attack from the south gate of number 1 Sanctuary City, attack from both sides, and destroy Yangtze in one fell swoop." Luo Ren continued, "I know about it, you go back and rest." "Yes." Luo Lu saluted, turned around and left the mobile base point a few minutes after Luo left. Luo Ren looked at the bedroom and was immediately excited. He walked over quietly and then quietly opened the door. Seeing the scene in the room, the excitement disappeared in an instant, and Su and Tong was already asleep. Alas. Sighing helplessly, Luo Ren walked up to cover her with a quilt in a low voice, and then turned off the light. Darkness fell, and the whole world seemed to be quiet. No one Sanctuary City, City Lord's mansion. There were no singing and dancing, nor many military officers and ministers. Yangtze sat in the City Lord's position, and a messenger stood below, looking very respectful. Yangtze murmured to himself, "I encountered a group of zombies, and they all died." Yangtze sighed and said, "Okay, I know, you go down." The messenger left the City Lord's mansion, and Yangtze frowned, thinking about something secretly. Time passed quickly, and it was the penultimate day of the month. The moonlight was cold, and the north wind was bleak. Although the snow melted, the air was still cold. Outside the base city, 3,000 guards gathered, hundreds of armored vehicles were neatly arranged, and 10 tanks were in front. The morale soared to the sky, as if it could pierce the sky. With such a powerful military force, this battle must make Yangtze fall. Tong, you must lead the Xiangxing army to guard the base well." Luo Ren solemnly explained. Su and Tong nodded heavily and said, "Don't you worry, the people are in the base." Luo Ren turned to look at the Xiangxing army on the wall behind him. They looked at the guards one by one with awe. Although they were all base soldiers, the guards were always the team rushing to the front. In general, when they were residents before, the guards protected them, and now they are Xiangxing army. The guards are still protecting them. Luo Ren shouted, brothers, the base is handed over to you. Don't worry, sir, we. The Xiangxing army shouted in unison, the people are in the base. This resolute voice, this firm face, Luo Ren was relieved. With such a team guarding the base, what is there to be afraid of? I immediately looked at the guards and immediately gave an order. Let's go, all. The guards quickly boarded the armored vehicles. 5 tanks led the way, and 5 tanks were left behind, and they marched towards the number 1 sanctuary city. Why did they set out at night? That was because the base was 60 or 70 kilometers away from sanctuary city number 1. The speed of a large force would certainly not be as fast as that of a single force, and it would be easier to be discovered. Therefore, they could take advantage of the night to arrive at the outskirts of Sanctuary City number 1 and set up camp. They could also attack at noon tomorrow with a kingdom army, attack Sanctuary City number 1 from both sides, and thus capture the target as quickly as possible. In the armored vehicle, braving the cold wind and the cold moonlight, Luo Ren sat on the edge of the roof, and Liu Liangxin sat side by side with him. Both of them are level 2 evolvers, so the cold is nothing. When will the bright moon appear? I ask the blue sky with wine. I don't know if the palace in the sky is a harmonious year tonight. People have joys and sorrows, and the moon has waxing and waning. This has been difficult since ancient times. I wish you a long life, and we can share the beauty of the moon, even though we are thousands of miles apart. Although it is not Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon today is particularly round. Luo Ren looked at the bright moon, stunned, and suddenly thought of an old friend in another world, and Sudang Po's Song of Water melody. May we live long and share the beauty of the moon, even though we are thousands of miles apart. Although it was the first time that Liu Liangxin heard this poem, she felt the infinite longing for the old friend in the poem. She couldn't help but look at Luo Ren and asked softly, Brother Ren, do you miss the old friend? Yes. Luo Ren sighed, retracted his gaze from the bright moon, and said, I don't know how my relatives and friends are doing. They must be fine. Maybe one day, Brother Ren, you will be able to see them. Liu Liangxin comforted. Luo Ren smiled bitterly and said, don't worry about him. It's just that we may never meet again. Although he has been in this world for so long, he has always persuaded himself to make the best of it and let the things about the other world go with the wind. But it's not that easy. After all, they grew up in the same place for more than 20 years and have been together for more than 20 years. How can such a strong wind blow them away? Liu Liangxin didn't understand what Luo Ren meant. If they were fine, how could they never meet? Although the world is currently closed to information, as long as people are free, there will always be a chance to see it after a long time. Although she was confused, Liu Liangxin did not ask, but just accompanied Luo Ren to appreciate the beautiful, but slightly cold moon. When Liu Liangxin looked up at the moon, she suddenly saw a black spot quickly passing by the silver-like moon, and she couldn't help but let out a surprised cry. Luo Ren heard the sound, looked over, and asked, what's wrong? Liu Liangxin pointed at the bright moon and said, I just seemed to see a black dot flying across the moon. Luo Ren immediately looked at the moon in the sky, stared at it for a long time, and said, no, are you dazzled? Liu Liangxin rubbed her eyes. The bright moon was still the same bright moon. She had stared at it for so long, but there was no black dot. Maybe she was really dazzled. She immediately said, maybe I saw it wrong. Luo Ren stared at the moon again for a while, then retracted his gaze, thinking that maybe some flying insect happened to fly past Liu Liangxin's eyes, and she had an illusion that it was a black dot flying across the moon. And the moment he retracted his gaze, a black dot flew across the moon again. Chapter 140 The Death of Yang Zi, Part 2. But a man was riding an off-road motorcycle from a distance. The escort did not stop the motorcycle and allowed it to rush into the army. The motorcycle stopped next to an armored vehicle. The people on the car got out. Man was wearing a uniform. Night clothes and helmet. Riyadh took off his helmet and revealed his true face. It was Luo Wu. He set up his motorcycle and shouted towards the armored vehicle, Sir, the number 1 asylum city is about 7 kilometers ahead. Click. The door of the off-road vehicle was pushed open from the inside. Luo Ren got out of the vehicle and asked, with a distance of 7 kilometers, how long does it take for the escort to march? Luo Wu thought for a while and said, it should take more than half an hour. Luo Ren touched his chin, thinking to himself, and then glanced at the sky. The bright moon was directly above his head, almost 1 or 2 o'clock, so he ordered, pass the order, the whole army rests on the spot, and recharges its batteries tomorrow. Attack the city immediately at 11:30 noon. Yes. Luo Wu responded, and then sent the order. Hundreds of armored vehicles and 10 tanks are really too eye-catching. This distance of 7 kilometers has almost reached the bottom line of Discovery Point. In addition, it is getting late point. Although the guard soldiers are all biochemicals, they will also be able to detect them. Tired and fatigue will definitely affect combat effectiveness. Therefore, in order to keep the combat effectiveness of the escort at its peak, it is still necessary to take a night's rest point in Sanctuary City number 1. In the luxurious bedroom of the city lord, Yang Ziyi was lying on the extremely luxurious bed, hugging him from one side to the other. Both women were very beautiful. If you look closely, you can see that the appearance of these two women is somewhat similar to Liu Liang's. It was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. After a big battle, the two women had already fallen asleep, but Yang Ziyi stared straight at the ceiling. As a level 1 peak evolver and the lord of the number 1 asylum city, who had been pampered all day long, actually had trouble sleeping tonight. An unprecedented and inexplicable sense of crisis arose from the bottom of his heart. He had a vague premonition that something extremely detrimental to him was about to happen, but racking his brains, he couldn't figure out what it would be. As time went by, the sleepiness became more and more intense. Perhaps it was because of the previous clouds and rain that made him a little tired. His eyelids gradually became unable to hold up, and he slowly closed them. However, after a few minutes, his eyes immediately opened again. Full of fear, thin beads of sweat came out of his forehead. As soon as he closed his eyes, he saw the destruction of city number 1 and the death of people. He, Yang Ziyi, was grabbed by the neck with one hand, and could not break free. The feeling of suffocation was very uncomfortable, and his vision gradually became blurred. Suddenly, his vision became clear again, and he saw clearly that the person holding his neck was Luo Ren. Finally, he woke up. Luo Ren. Yang Ziyi gritted his teeth, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. Cough. Cough cough. City lord, sir, I can't breathe. Cough cough cough. Hearing a woman's voice, Yang Ziyi turned to look to the right, and saw that the woman who was using her arms as a pillow had a red face, her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked like she was about to suffocate to death. Seeing her struggling, Yang Ziyi not only did not let go of his arms, but instead laughed ferociously. The woman on the left had also woken up. The scene in front of she was so frightening that her face turned pale, but she did not dare to scream for fear of startling Yang Ziyi. And give yourself a chokehold. When the time comes. Yang Ziyi smiled ferociously and took great pleasure in watching the woman struggling in his hands, who was gradually becoming powerless at the last moment. When the woman was about to suffocate and die, he finally let go of his arm. The woman was like a fish in water, and her big breaths were precious of air. But before she could rest for long, Yang Ziyi tore off her remaining underwear and then started to attack like a ferocious beast. When the attack occurred, he did not forget the other woman and ordered, "Get into a good position." The woman didn't dare to disobey and immediately assumed an extremely seductive pose. At the door of the city lord's luxurious bedroom, the cheeks of the 2 soldiers standing guard were red. Listening to the dissolute sounds coming from inside, the blood in their whole bodies was boiling. At this moment, 2 soldiers on duty came over to soldiers standing guard suddenly brightened up. They hurriedly changed shifts with the 2 men who came over, and then quickly rushed out of the city lord's palace and rushed towards the civilian area. A soldier shouted excitedly, "I'm here, Widow Wang." As for the 2 soldiers on duty, their blood boiled, as if they had taken an aphrodisiac, when they heard the slutty sound, but they could only hold it in. It was too uncomfortable. The sun breaks through the darkness and brings the light of dawn. In the wasteland military region, 6,000 kingdom troops gathered, with Ziyi Chuan as the commander-in-chief. Following his order, they left the military region in a mighty manner and headed towards Sanctuary City number 1. On the only way to Sanctuary City number 1, the spies assigned by Yang Ziyi were eating their own dry food. To satisfy their hunger, suddenly they heard the sound of neat footsteps and the roar of engines. They immediately took back the cakes in their hands and picked up their binoculars to observe Point. In fact, he didn't need a telescope. Point with his naked eyes, he could see flying dust and crowded people 1 kilometer away. Point, but with a telescope, it was even clearer. An army with consistent steps, neat formations and high morale appeared in the lens. Your Majesty, National Army. The spy was startled, staggered, and almost fell down. Machine guns, cannons, tanks. The more they looked, the more frightened they became. These heavy firepower weapons were all siege weapons, and this road was the road leading to Sanctuary City number 1, so the goal of the Royal Army was self-evident. The spy was extremely nervous and quickly put away his equipment, muttering, "I have to go back to the city and report to the city lord." Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and the bullet cut through the air, instantly blowing up the spy's head, and the rest of his body immediately collapsed. On the marching Wanguojian, Zhaochuan stood under the roof of the troop transport armored vehicle, holding a sniper rifle, with smoke still coming out of the muzzle. He put down the gun and sneered, "Yang Ziai, the commander is just turning a blind eye." Point, do you really think we don't know that you have planted spies in these places? He looked to the south again and murmured, "I don't know where Luo Ren's side is. Can he arrive at noon and attack the number 1 Sanctuary City with me?" At the temporary resting place of the guard army, the sun was about to reach the middle of the sky, and it would be noon in half an hour. Luo Ren immediately ordered, "The whole army is going." Hundreds of armored vehicles and 10 tanks started at the same time, and the scene was really spectacular. The mighty team marched towards Sanctuary City number 1, bound to arrive at noon. Sanctuary City number 1, City Lord's Mansion. Beautiful women were singing and dancing, ministers were laughing and talking, but Yang Ziai, who sat high on the seat of the City Lord, was worried and could not be happy. The sense of crisis that came from the bottom of his heart became clearer and clearer, and it seemed that it was about to come. Point, an officer and minister noticed that Yang Ziai was full of worry and immediately gathered others to toast Yang Ziai according to his hint, to relieve the worries of the City Lord. 1, 2, 3. As the officer minister retracted his third finger, all the officers and ministers immediately picked up their glasses, stood up and faced Yang Ziai, saying in unison, "We toast to the Lord of the city." In the past, Yang Ziai would have relaxed his brows and smiled, but this time it was the opposite. Yang Ziai got angry on the spot, looking at these officers and ministers with displeasure, and cursed, "You good for nothings, what else can you do, except enjoy and flatter? If it weren't for the fact that you fought against me in the first place, I would have destroyed you long ago." The officers and ministers immediately knelt down, trembling and saying, "Lord of the city, calm down. Calm down." Bang! Yang Ziai slapped the desk in front of him, and the desk immediately broke into pieces. He stood up, and his sharp eyes swept over the officers and ministers kneeling on the ground, and he was about to curse. Boom, boom, boom. Several artillery shots were heard, followed by explosions and piercing alarms throughout the city. Report, the Kingdom Army is attacking the South Gate. A soldier rushed into the City Lord's mansion and said anxiously, "The Kingdom Army is attacking the city." Yang Ziai immediately understood where the inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart came from, and he asked loudly, "Why are you reporting now? Didn't I plant spies on the road?" The soldier said tremblingly, "I don't know." Waste. Yang Ziai cursed, and instead of asking more questions, he ordered, "Everyone, follow me to defend the city." Many officers and ministers immediately got up, ran out of the City Lord's mansion, and headed towards the South Gate. Yang Ziai snorted coldly and said fiercely, "Although the strength of the Kingdom Army is strong, my 20,000 troops are not vegetarians. Moreover, I have the advantage of defending the city. Point, let's see if you can break through my city wall." After leaving the City Lord's mansion and heading towards the South Gate, he saw a soldier running from the North City. When he came to him, the soldier said breathlessly, "City Lord, sir, the North Gate was attacked by the guard army." What? Yang Ziai was immediately startled and asked hurriedly, "How is the strength of the guard army?" The soldier who reported the news said, "There are 2,000 to 3,000 people, 10 tanks, and various heavy firepower weapons are no less than 10 digits." Hearing that there were 10 tanks and heavy firepower weapons were no less than 10 digits, Yang Ziyi staggered back a few steps and sat down on the ground. If it was just the kingdom army, relying on the advantage of defending the city, there would be a 70% chance of not being broken, but with such a powerful firepower guard attacking from both sides, his number one sanctuary city would definitely be broken. Lord, City Lord, what should we do? Please give us an order. Some officers and ministers who had not yet gone to the north gate were panicked after hearing this, and could only pin their hopes on Yang Ziyi. Yang Ziyi got up from the ground, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were gloomy, his teeth were clenched, and he shouted, "What else can we do? We will defend the city to the death." Yes. The remaining officers immediately rushed to the south gate. Yang Ziyi did not move, but returned to the city lord's mansion, sat on the city lord's throne, and suddenly laughed up to the sky. After a long time, the laughter died down, and his eyes were full of resentment. The armrests of the chair were clearly pinched by his palm prints. He said viciously, "Luo Ren, Liu Yangnian, you are very good. I'm waiting for you here. Even if I die, I will let you be buried with me." South Gate. The guards launched an attack. 10 tanks were lined up and bombarded continuously. At the same time, dozens of armored vehicles with heavy machine guns on them fired bullets at the soldiers defending the city walls of number 1 sanctuary city. There were also dozens of guards carrying rocket launchers, and shells were thrown at the city wall as if they were free. Faced with such strong firepower coverage, the walls of Sanctuary City number 1 were blown open with several gaps, and the enemy suffered heavy casualties. Compared with the guards, they often needed dozens or even hundreds of people to replace one guard soldier. North City. The Royal Army has also launched an attack and has a great advantage. Like the guards, they also have 10 tanks, but there are not as many heavy machine guns, armored vehicles, and rocket launchers as the guards, and the ammunition is not as generous as the guards. The battle lasted for dozens of minutes. In the direction of the North Gate, the Royal Army took the lead to cease fire and the dust dispersed. The north wall of Shelter City number 1 was already damaged, and many soldiers were killed or injured. Seeing the ceasefire of the Royal Army, Sanctuary City number 1 also ceased fire. In the Royal Army, a figure galloped from behind to the front of the army, and then jumped onto a tank. The person who came was none other than Ziyi Chuan. Ziyi Chuan gathered his voice and shouted, "Everyone in the city, listen up. I'm the Wasteland Military Region Deputy Commander of the Kingdom's Army, Ziyi Chuan. If you don't want to die, surrender your gun." Nancheng. The escort also ceased fire. Luo Ren stood up and shouted towards the city, "Brothers in the city, you have seen the firepower of the escort. I want to talk to you now." He paused and then said, "I know that most of you joined the 1st City Guard Army to survive, and I don't want to kill them all, but if you are stubborn, then I don't mind killing them all." "What do you mean?" an officer on the city wall asked loudly. Luo Ren smiled slightly and said, "What I mean is very simple. That is, if you open the door and surrender, I can spare all of your lives." As soon as these words came out, the soldiers guarding the city immediately wavered. They looked at me, and I looked at you, and they all thought of surrendering. At this time, the officer who had just questioned Luo Ren shouted, "There are countless cases of trapping and killing prisoners in history. Do you really think that he will let us go if he opens the door and surrenders?" Seeing that this man was so ignorant, Luo Ren immediately shouted, "History is history. Can it be compared with the present? Now the world is full of zombies and evolved animals. Humanity has fallen into a crisis of extinction. Our common enemy is zombies and evolved animals. As long as you are harmless to me, why should I kill you? Just like if I cease fire now, isn't it just to give you a chance to survive?" After hearing what Luo Ren said, the soldiers guarding the city were even more excited. When the officer saw this, he immediately shouted, he said this just to reduce their own losses. "If we surrender, it will be a dead end. In my opinion, surrender is the only way to death." A soldier defending the city mustered up the courage to retort, "Yes, the firepower of the escort is so powerful. Even if we resist desperately, we will be defeated sooner or later. At that time, we will have no chance of surrendering." Another soldier said, "Are you two going to rebel?" The officer was furious. He immediately turned his gun and pointed it at the two men, shouting, "I'll kill you. Who Hooah. But when he raised his gun and pointed it at the two people, the other soldiers who defended the city also turned their guns and pointed them at him. He was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. He suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted, "You are going to rebel." Chapter 141 The Death of Yang Ziyi, Part 3. Rebel. After the word rebellion came out of the officer's words, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, and at the same time he felt a cold object pressing against the back of his head. Immediately afterwards, the person behind him spoke again. "Ko. Dang, you are not afraid of death. Brothers still want to live. If you are willing to fight to the death, we will not stop you, but don't drag us along, okay?" The tone of the person behind him suddenly worsened, and the object on the back of his head also pushed forward. The officer Ko Dang next to him felt pain in the back of his head. Ko Dang could tell who was behind him, but at this moment, there was a gun pointed at him in front of him, and a gun pressed against his back. His legs were shaking. He could still suppress the fear in his heart. At the same time, he could see clearly. Facing this situation, these soldiers defending the city were already willing to surrender, and some officers also had the idea of surrender faced with such a situation. He no longer persisted in his heart. The most important thing for Yang Ziyi who was going to fuck was to survive. He said nervously, "Zhang Yan, put down the gun first. Since all the brothers are thinking of surrendering, I can't either. I'm going against the grain alone. I. Officer Ko Dang clenched his right fist, raised it high, and shouted, "Hit Yang Ziyi." Many soldiers were immediately stunned, and then showed sarcastic expressions. This Ko Dang usually flattered Yang Ziyi the most, but now, he was the first to shout, "Hit Yang Ziyi. It's really a piece of grass on the wall, it will fall wherever the wind blows." Zhang Yan, who was behind Ko Dang, laughed and said, "You can fall out faster than a woman." After that, he moved the muzzle of the gun away from the back of Ko Dang's head, and then shouted, "Open the city gate and welcome the guards." After saying this, he directly set an example, put the gun on the ground, and raised his hands high. This was his birth year, and he was wearing red pants. If the white pants had been used as a white flag, he would have been wearing red pants. Under his influence, many soldiers guarding the city fell to their knees, holding the two ends of the gun with both hands, and raising it high. The moment Ko Dang left the back of his head with the muzzle of the gun, he immediately collapsed. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, which was even more than what he sweated. After exercising on the bed, he saw the soldiers kneeling down one by one, shook his head secretly, and thought, "It's over. Lord City Lord, I'm afraid I'm going to be in trouble now." Then he thought about it. I don't know what Commander Luo Ren at that base likes to hear such flattery. At this moment, he had already begun to think about how to flatter Luo Ren. Outside the city, under the gaze of the guard soldiers and Luo Ren, the tall city gate slowly opened. Luo Ren raised a smile on his lips, raised his arms and shouted, "Follow me into the city." The tank started. Luo Ren stood on top of the tank and drove towards the city. Guard soldiers followed him on foot, always vigilant to prevent these guys from pretending to surrender. As for the armored vehicle, there were two people stationed there, one driving the car and the other controlling the machine gun on the roof. Facing the city wall, it is used to deter the soldiers guarding the city of Sanctuary Number 1 from making small moves. The tank entered the city smoothly without encountering an ambush, and the escort soldiers entered the city shortly after, without encountering an ambush. These people seemed to sincerely surrender. Luo Ren immediately ordered, "Luoli, take 500 people, hand over their guns, and take them all into custody." Raleigh responded loudly, "Yes." 500 people were sent to Luoli to pay the firearms, and 2 tanks were left to deter the prisoners. Luo Ren led the remaining people to advance towards the city lord's palace. When the war came, most residents in the city hid in their houses and did not dare to come out. However, there were still some brave ones who saw the tall figures of the guard soldiers and the man standing on the tank through the window, which shocked their hearts. They have never seen such a temperament in the 1st Guard Army, and Yang Ziyi. Luo Ren naturally discovered those people who were observing secretly. He could feel that they were just curious and had no murderous intent. They should be ordinary residents, so he didn't pay much attention to them. Bang, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of cannons shook the ground slightly, and the people who were observing by the window shrank their heads in fear. An artillery shell struck at several times the speed of sound, almost grazing Luo Ren's shoulder, and hit the house nearby. It exploded with a boom and raised a mushroom cloud more than 10 meters high. Shrapnel and shockwave spread for tens of thousands of meters. 10 meters away, several guardsmen were hit by shrapnel, one died on the spot, and several others were injured to varying degrees. When Luo Ren saw the explosion scene, he couldn't help but feel scared. If he was hit, half of his body would explode. He quickly jumped off the top of the tank and hid behind the tank point after the enemy tank fired the first shell. It was discovered by the tank crew of the escort. It was a 15, a heavy tank codenamed Tiger, which should have been given by Liu Yangnian. The escort soldiers in the boulder tanks turned their guns and aimed their guns. Several of these tanks had followed Luo Ren to annihilate the zombie town and had defeated quasi level 2 zombies, which were much harder to hit than tanks. The muzzle quickly locked onto the enemy tank before the enemy fired the second shell. Bang bang bang. The 3 tanks spit out huge tongues of flame from their muzzles, and 3 armor-piercing shells also fired at the enemy Tiger tank at several times the speed of sound. Clang. The sound of metal colliding was harsh. 1 shell missed, but 2 hit accurately. The outer shell of the armor-piercing shell exploded when it hit the tank body. The alloy core inside was like a chopstick poking tofu, directly passing through the armor of the enemy tank into the tank. Looking at it at this time, only 2 holes in the outer layer of the tank, where it was hit, can be seen with the naked eye. It seems that it does not have much impact on the overall tank. However, people with a discerning eye know that the people inside the tank are already dead. Luo Ren flew out, jumped on the roof of the Tiger tank, and opened the door of the tank. A fishy smell immediately hit his face. He held his breath and looked inside. The soldiers inside could be described as stumps. The escort continued to advance towards the city lord's palace and encountered another tank on the way. However, before it could fire its first shot, it was directly overwhelmed by several shells. There were also some resistance from the soldiers of the 1st City Guard Army, which was completely in vain. The bullets hitting the tank was like a bee stinging cowhide, with no effect at all. Luo Ren looked up and saw in front of him a tall building with extremely luxurious decoration and carved beams. There were also 2 golden lions placed at the door. Although it was not pure gold, even if it was gilded, it would cost a lot of gold. However, gold is not worth much now. But the roar of the huge engine immediately attracted the attention of Luo Ren and the escort. The muzzle of the gun was turned around, and a number of tanks were seen driving out from behind the city lord's palace. They were all Tiger tanks. Behind these tanks were Royal Army soldiers wearing familiar combat uniforms. There is another familiar figure. It is Xia Chuan. Luo Ren shouted in surprise, "Brother Xia Chuan." Xia Chuan also discovered Luo Ren and said with a smile, "Sir, Luo Ren arrived 1 step ahead of me." Luo Ren laughed loudly and stepped forward to shake hands with Xia Chuan. Solemnly point-click. The sudden sound of the shutter made Luo Ren look over subconsciously and saw a red-faced and very cute lady Wang Guojin holding a camera and taking pictures of him and Xia Chuan. Luo Ren complained, "Brother Xia Chuan, when you go out to fight, you take people to take pictures?" Before Xia Chuan could speak, the young lady explained, "This is a historic moment and must be recorded." Luo Ren looked at Xia Chuan and saw him smiling and nodding slightly. Luo Ren couldn't help but feel that there was some truth in it. The historic moment had to be recorded. Thinking this, he thought to himself, "It's okay, I will have to take a few photographers with me when I go on expeditions in the future." Oops, I wonder if I can make up for the capture of Hu City and the annihilation of the zombie town. Xia Chuan smiled and said, "We'd better stop chatting. Is there anyone waiting for us in the city lord's mansion?" Luo Ren followed Xia Chuan's gaze and looked at the city lord's mansion. He chuckled and said, "Yes, we are considered acquaintances. I wonder what his expression will be like when he sees me on his own territory." Xia Chuan said, "It must be wonderful. Let's go." Luo Ren and Xia Chuan walked side by side along the steps towards the city lord's mansion. When they came to the door, they looked inside and saw a man sitting in a high position, closing his eyes and meditating. This person is none other than Yang Ziyi. When the two stepped into the hall, Yang Ziyi's eyes suddenly opened. His expression was indifferent and his tone was calm, and he said, "You are here." Zhaojuan mocked. Yes, we are here to kill you. Ha ha ha. Yang Ziyi suddenly laughed and stopped abruptly the next moment. He said calmly, I'm right here. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Court death. Zhaojuan's eyes suddenly focused, and he was about to kill Yang Ziyi, who was in a high position. However, he was stopped by Luo Ren. He looked at Luo Ren in confusion. Luo Ren said calmly, there is no need to get angry over a dying person. Then he took out a pistol and handed it to Zhaojuan, saying, besides, we have a gun, so there is no need to fight him in close combat. Luo Ren's move was because he was afraid of an ambush around Yang Ziyi, so it was better to be cautious. Zhaojuan took the pistol, smiled slightly, and said, Sir, Luo Ren is still thoughtful. The gun was pointed at Yang Ziyi, and the trigger was about to be pulled immediately. Yang Ziyi's expression was no longer indifferent. Anger immediately filled his eyes. Who would have thought that Luo Ren would be so shameless, not playing according to the routine, and even thinking of leading them closer. Now it seems that it is no longer possible, and he can only do it directly. HMPH. If you want me to die, then come and accompany me. Hearing this, Luo Ren was suddenly startled. He turned back to look at the escorts and royal army soldiers who had arrived at the door and shouted, retreat. At the same time, he pulled Zhaojuan and fled from this place quickly. Yang Ziyi suddenly stomped the floor beneath his feet and stepped on the firing device. Boom. Along with the explosion, violent flames spread, filling the entire hall of the city lord's mansion in a few breaths. Luo Ren's speed exploded, pulling Zhaojuan out of the city lord's mansion gate at the last moment, feeling the heat wave rolling in behind him. The two jumped and narrowly escaped this fatal explosion. Boom. The city lord's mansion in shelter city number 1 collapsed, burying everything inside including Yang Ziyi. Fortunately, I'm more thoughtful, otherwise I would have perished with that bastard Yang Ziyi. Luo Ren said, patting the dust on his body. Thank you. Zhaojuan cupped his fists towards Luo Ren. Luo Ren waved his hand and said grandly, no need to be so polite. The huge explosion in the city lord's mansion attracted the attention of everyone in asylum number 1 city. Some soldiers who were still struggling to resist in the dark knelt down at this moment, threw away the firearms in their hands, and chose to give up resistance. The city lord was dead, and they were still. What's the point of comparison? The soldiers who had surrendered long ago were secretly glad. It seemed that surrender was the right choice. Many officers in Sanctuary City number 1 have their own ideas. Some are thinking about how the guards and the royal army will deal with them. Some are thinking about how to live next. And some are thinking about facing the new crisis that is coming. How should rulers flatter themselves? Many residents also saw the collapse of the city lord's palace and had complicated thoughts. Although Yang Ziyi had some oppression on them, they were much better than other small forces. They had at least 2 meals a day, although they were only staple foods such as white rice and sweet potatoes. But at least being able to eat 6 to 7 cents full would allow them to survive in this dangerous world. Therefore, they did not hate Yang Ziyi, but felt a little sorry for him. At the same time, there is hope and fear in the heart for the coming new ruler. The hope is that the new ruler will be more benevolent and righteous, so that their lives can be better. But the fear is that the new ruler, like Yang Ziyi, may oppress them even more seriously. Luo Ren ordered that 50 soldiers from the escort army should be left to rummage through the ruins of the city lord's palace, while the rest were to eliminate the remaining threats throughout the city. Zhaojuan also ordered the royal army to do the same. After the order was issued, Luo Ren looked back at the city lord's mansion, shook his head, and said, such a good building cost so much manpower and material resources, and it was blown up like this. It's such a pity. Zhaojuan said, it's all the result of Yang Ziyi's oppression of ordinary people. It might as well be blown up. Luo Ren disapproved, saying, although it is the result of oppression of ordinary people, it has been built, so it should be preserved. Besides, there are probably women kidnapped by Yang Ziyi and treasures collected. Treasures are nothing, but those women do. You feel sorry for the women there? Zhaojuan frowned when he heard this and said angrily, Lions Inn likes you so much, I hope you won't mess around. Luo Ren smiled and said, where are you thinking? I mean, those women kidnapped by Yang Ziyi are all alive. It is a pity to die like this. After hearing this, Zhaojuan calmed down his anger and joked, Chief Luo Ren really has a compassionate heart. Luo Ren smiled non-committally and did not answer. Since the virus broke out, Luo Ren has been the ruler of the base. He has never experienced the cruelty of cannibalism, so naturally he still has a compassionate heart. This is normal. After the guards and the royal army rummaged, many items that were buried in the ruins were found. And just as Luo Ren guessed, many women were found, but most of they were corpses. Only a few were lucky. No one died, but only 1 or 2 of them survived, and the rest were injured to varying degrees. Luo Ren frowned slightly when he saw these women, because they all looked a bit like Liu Liangxin. This Yang Ziyi is really a toad who wants to eat swan meat, and he can desecrate the lotus heart. Before Luo Ren could get angry, Xia Chuan directly cursed. Chapter 142, Responses of the Lords of the Cities of Refuge. At this moment, Liu Liangxin rushed over in an armored vehicle. When she saw Xia Chuan, she immediately said hello, Xia Chuan. Xia Chuan saw a strange look flashing through Liu Liangxin's eyes, but when he thought about the relationship between Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but he came back to his senses in just a moment. Liu Liangxin and Luo Ren neither noticed it. He smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, Lotus Heart. Liu Liangxin nodded slightly, then looked at Luo Ren, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not injured. She came over after seeing the huge explosion here, and worried about Luo Ren's safety. Xia Chuan felt very disappointed when he saw that Liu Liangxin cared so much about Luo Ren, but was indifferent to him. However, he still smiled and said, Sir, Luo Ren is so fast, how could he get hurt? Haha. Luo Ren scratched his head and laughed. Waving his hand, Luo Ren said, let's not talk about this. The top priority is to appease the residents of the city and deal with the prisoners. He looked at Liu Liangxin and said, Liangxin, you are the deputy city lord of Sanctuary City number 1. You are not interested in the people here. The situation is clearer than ours, so it's up to you to appease the residents and deal with the prisoners. No problem, leave it to me. Liu Liangxin agreed without hesitation. Luo Ren turned to Xia Chuan and said, Brother Xia Chuan, Sanctuary City number 1 has been captured. As for the resources and population conditions of the 2 cities I mentioned, don't worry. It won't be too late to make distribution after all 4 cities are captured. You can now report to Commander Liu and ask him to send some men to temporarily take over Sanctuary City number 1. Xia Chuan said, the commander has already chosen the new city lord of Sanctuary City No. 1, and that is Lianxin. Otherwise he would not have let her come here to be the deputy city lord for such a long time. It was previously discovered that Yang Ziyi's influence was deeply entrenched and could not be eradicated, so he gave up on Lianxin taking over as the city lord and instead founded Sanctuary City number 5. Now that Sanctuary City number 5 has been destroyed, Lianxin is the most suitable candidate. I will arrange for people to return to the Wasteland military region and report the matter to the commander. The commander should send some people to assist Lianxin in managing the number 1 shelter city. Yeah. Luo Ren nodded slightly and then said, that's it. Xia Chuan left here and sent personnel back to the military area to report to Liu Yangnian. Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin stayed where they were. Luo Ren said, Liangxin, although I want the resources and population of the 2 cities, I didn't say which 2 cities. Since the number 1 shelter city has been handed over to you to manage, then second won't choose. Liu Liangxin said, Brother Ren, I swear to follow you. I don't want to be the number 1 city lord. Seeing her sincere look, Luo Ren smiled softly, touched her head and said, you don't have to be by my side all the time to follow me, but I just want to be by your side all the time. Liu Liangxin's eyes were misty, as if she was about to cry. She knew that if she took over Sanctuary City number 1 and became the city lord, she would have to stay in the city all the time, just like she was in Sanctuary City number 5. And Sanctuary City number 1 was more than 60 kilometers away from the base. Compared with Sanctuary City number 5, the city of refuge was several times farther away, but it was even further away from Luo Ren. And her heart has been completely occupied by Luo Ren. If she can't be by Luo Ren's side all the time, it would be wrong for the city lord to do so. But Didn't Xia Chuan say that Commander Liu wants you to take over Sanctuary City number 1? He is your father after all. Luo Ren sighed and said. At this moment, Liu Liangxin was struggling in her heart. Yes, if it was just an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship, she could go with Luo Ren without hesitation, but Commander Liu happened to be her father, which made it difficult for her to make a choice. While thinking, Liu Liangxin recalled the past. Her father had dedicated half of his life to the army. When she was a child, she would only see him once a year. Every time he came back, he would only stay for a few days and then leave in a hurry. No matter how it's useless to cry or make trouble. When she was 14 years old, her mother died in a car accident. She clearly remembered that her mother's wish before she died was to see her husband. But at that time, Commander Liu happened to be on a mission and did not answer the phone. In the last few minutes of his death, his eyes were filled with disappointment. After Commander Liu learned the bad news, he took her into the army, but he didn't have time to take care of her. He was always very busy. It wasn't until she went to college and the virus broke out that the father and daughter spent more time together. But there were very few words between the two. Soon, Commander Liu arranged for her to be the deputy city lord of Sanctuary City number 1, and then asked her to establish Sanctuary City number 5. And it was because of Sanctuary City number 5, as if all her luck in this life had been spent here, that she met Luo Ren and fell in love at first sight. Remembering the galloping to the rescue that day, remembering the kiss that day, remembering the tall figure breaking through the door in despair, remembering the warm embrace when she was dying, this man gave her the warmth she had never felt before, and gave her the sense of security she had never felt before, gave her love. After thinking about it like this, she already had a clear answer in her heart. She looked at Luo Ren with tenderness and determination in her eyes and said, "You are enough." Luo Ren was surprised and said, "But Commander Liu, I will make it clear to my father, don't let me leave you, okay?" Liu Liangxin hugged Luo Ren, buried her head in his arms, and said with a sob, "Alas." Luo Ren sighed and said earnestly, "I understand." Then his tone changed and he said, "Liu Liangxin listens to the order. As the top commander of the base, I invite you to join the guard army. Do you accept it, Liu?" Liangxin suddenly broke down in tears and smiled. She quickly stood up and said, "I, Liu Liangxin, am willing to join the guard and swear allegiance to the commander to the death." Ha. Ha. The two of them laughed from the bottom of their hearts at the same time. Time is rushing. It is already late at night. Sanctuary City number 3, more than 20 kilometers away from Sanctuary City number 1, is the City Lord's mansion. At this time, the City Lord's mansion was completely white, not covered with snow, but wrapped in white cloth like a mourning hall. In the lobby of the palace, many military officers and ministers were wearing sackcloth and mourning, their faces full of grief. If you observe carefully, you can find that the grief on some people's faces is obviously staged. Xiao Zhenghang, who was in the high position of the city lord, looked really sad, because the person who died was his brother Xiao Zhenking, and his limbs were broken, his head was beaten to pieces, and his death was extremely miserable. Xiao Zhenking went out on a mission for several days before returning home. He sent search and rescue personnel to look for it, and finally brought back a cold corpse. It was good luck that all the zombies around him had been killed, otherwise there would be no corpse left. Report. At this moment, a soldier wearing sackcloth and mourning ran into the lobby with a very anxious look on his face. He shouted urgently, "Report to the city lord. Sanctuary City number 1 has been breached." What? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked, and all the military officers and ministers had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Xiao Zhenghang frowned and said angrily, "Damn guy, you are talking nonsense. Believe it or not, I will cut you into pieces and throw you to the zombies." The soldier said anxiously, "Lord City Lord, everything I say is true and there is no falsehood. Sanctuary City number 1 has indeed been captured by the guards and the royal army." Even if it was a death threat, the soldier still said this. Xiao Zhenghang could only believe it. He suppressed the horror in his heart and asked, "When did it happen?" The soldier replied, "Today at 12 o'clock at noon, the Royal Army and the Guard Army attacked Sanctuary City number 1 from both sides. At 1 o'clock at noon, The number 1 guard army opened the city gate and surrendered. Where is Yang Ziai? How is he? Xiao Zhenghang asked anxiously. City. Lord Yang detonated the bomb, leaving nobody intact. The soldier said. Ah. Xiao Zhenghang suddenly collapsed on the seat, feeling dizzy, and his vision went dark, and he fainted. Sanctuary City No. 4. The figure of a woman is reflected on the bedroom window. If you stand in front of the door, you can hear the voice of Chen Yun, the lord of Sanctuary City No. 4 inside. Ha ha ha. The little guy's going to die so soon. Ah, City Lord, you are so awesome. I can't help it. Ah, this ecstatic sound could be heard clearly by the patrol soldiers passing by. These patrol soldiers were not shy about it, and talked about it. One of them shook his head and said, another pretty boy has been sucked dry. Another person said, listening to this sound, I guess it will take at most 3 times to finish. 3 times? I'm afraid I may not be able to persist both times. I have to say, our city lord is quite good looking, but his muscles are a bit strong. While several people were talking, the people in the room had finished their work. Click, the door opened, and Chen Yun walked out wearing only clothes-fitting clothes. She looked at the patrol soldier who just said very good looking and called out. Voice, hey. When the patrolling soldier saw Chen Yun, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Sister, City Lord. This was Chen Yun's special request for her subordinates, to call her this way. According to her, the City Lord was too separate, so calling her sister seemed more intimate. Therefore, both subordinates and ordinary residents must call the City Lord sister. If the name is wrong, it won't matter to the woman. As long as she is not prettier than Chen Yun, she will be fine. But the man will be in trouble. The ugly one will receive 30 blows with the military stick. The average looking one will receive 10 blows. As for the good looking and young ones, even if they are not big, they are not scolded, because they have been recorded by Chen Yun, 1 a week, and when they return, their faces are pale, their lips have no blood at all, and they are unable to walking by myself, because my legs are weak. I even foam at the mouth and roll my eyes. As soon as I close my eyes, my whole life will pass. Chen Yun licked her lips and said, are those words you just said interesting to me? The patrolling soldier quickly said, don't dare, Chen. Yun cast a flirtatious look at him, moved her hand, moved the shoulder strap down, revealing half of the circle, and said, don't be afraid, sister, I just haven't had enough fun, you can continue to play with me. Ah, the patrolling soldier knelt down with a frightened sound, and begged for mercy. Sister City Lord, please have mercy on me. Whoosh, Chen Yun jumped down from the 2nd floor, walked to the patrolling soldier, stretched out her hand to help him up, gently stroked his cheek, put her nose close, and took a deep breath. It seemed that life had reached its peak and climax. Chen Yun showed an expression of ecstasy. When he came back to his senses, he stared at the patrolling soldier, and said with an evil smile, actually, you are in my record. The patrol soldier seemed to have heard the most terrifying words in the world. His eyes were instantly filled with fear. As a grown man, he shed tears uncontrollably. But Chen Yun didn't intend to let him go, hugged him and headed upstairs. Report. At this moment, someone came to report. Chen Yun turned around and saw the person who reported the message and said, say it. The person who reported the news immediately said, report to the City Lord sister. Sanctuary City No. 1 has been captured by the escort army and the royal army. What? Chen Yun pushed away the patrolling soldiers. She was shocked when she heard that Sanctuary City No. 1 had been captured. Grabbing the messenger by the collar and lifting him up, Chen Yun stared into his eyes and asked, say it again. Report. Report to the City Lord sister. Sanctuary City No. 1 has been captured. The person who reported the news stuttered nervously. Chen Yun let go of the messenger, looked left and right, and then asked, where is Yang Ziai? How is he? City Lord Yang is dead. The person who reported the news said. Hiss. Chen Yun took a deep breath, calmed down, and said quickly, give me the order. From today on, not from now on, we will only defend against zombies and evolved animals. If the guards and the royal army attack the city, just open the door and surrender. Chen Yun is very clear about the strength of Sanctuary City No. 1. Since it has been captured, it will be easy to capture her sanctuary city number 4. The top priority is not to think about resistance. Direct surrender is the key to survival. Chen Yun climbed to the top floor alone and looked at the bright moon. At this moment, as a level 1 evolver, he actually felt a hint of coldness. Sanctuary city number 2. This is a city that is not weaker than sanctuary city number 1. At this time, sanctuary city number 2 is quiet and peaceful, with only the city the Lord's palace shining with faint candlelight. Zhu Liang was flipping through the information. Suddenly, a man dressed as an army officer ran in and whispered a few words into his ear. After hearing this, Zhu Liang frowned slightly, but relaxed in an instant. He put down the materials in his hand and asked in a very calm tone, "Where is Yang Ziyi?" The officer replied, "The city lord's mansion was blown up and collapsed." Neither Luo Ren nor Ziyi ordered a search for Yang Ziyi, fearing that he might have been buried in the ruins. Yes. Zhu Liang nodded slightly, without any rude reaction. After a few minutes of silence, he asked again, "Have the guards or the royal army evacuated number 1 shelter city?" The officer shook his head and said, "No. It seems that we are going to use sanctuary city number 1 as a springboard to annihilate our other 3 cities." Zhu Liang stood up, turned around with his hands behind his back, looked at the wall in surprise for a while, then turned around and said, "Since Yang Ziyi is dead, shelter city number 1 has been captured, and there is only one way to go." He looked at the officer and said, "Immediately arrange 4 people to go to City 3 and City 4 overpass and ask Xiao Zhenghang and Chen Yun to lead their troops to my number 2 shelter city overnight for a meeting and say that I have a way to preserve their existing position and power." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Plans Cannot Keep Up with Changes. Under the hazy moonlight, sanctuary city number 1, which had gone through a great battle, was very peaceful at this time. Many bonfires were set up in the square in front of the city lord's palace. The soldiers chatted around the bonfires, eating the food they brought with them, and recovering from the fatigue caused by the day's fighting. Luo Ren sat on the steps. A blue light screen that only he could see appeared in front of his eyes. There were no production options on it, only basic base information. He turned his attention to the line with the number of escorts guards. 2723/3000277 guard soldiers were lost in this battle. Although they were all biochemicals, they were his soldiers after all. Luo Ren was holding a bottle of canned beer in his hand, which he picked up from the ruins of the city lord's mansion. Pulling the ring apart, raising the beer, and pointing it towards the bright moon, Luo Ren read, "Here's to you." Having said that, he, a man who seldom drank alcohol, drank the beer in his hand. The bitter taste was like the environment that human beings were living in at this time, and the light sweetness after entering his throat seemed to indicate that human civilization would definitely recover. Suddenly, the sky breaks and dawn falls. People woke up from their deep sleep. Luo Ren, who was leaning against the wall, still held the can of beer from last night in his hand. His eyelids moved, and then he slowly opened them. It was another new day. Standing up and stretching, the escort soldiers were already lined up. Liu Liangxin walked to Luo Ren and asked, "Brother Ren, are we going to attack other sanctuary cities today?" Although troops are expensive and fast, it is also very important to do a good job in the rear. First, calm down the residents of sanctuary city number 1 and organize the remaining troops to prevent the guards and the royal army from being attacked by zombies and unable to resist after they leave. Luo Ren said, "That's right. Sanctuary city number 1 has a population of more than 100,000. We can't just destroy Yang Ziyi and leave it alone. We must reorganize the defense force so that Commander Luo Ren and I can safely send troops to the other 3 sanctuary cities." Ziyi came over. In words he agreed with Luo Ren's statement. His arrival attracted the attention of Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin. Luo Ren smiled and greeted, "Brother Ziyi, Chuan also smiled and nodded, and then said, "The commander just sent a letter, appointing you lions in to temporarily take over the position of City Lord of Sanctuary City number 1, and asked me to leave you 1,000 royal troops, to help you reorganize the defense of Sanctuary City number 1, when." Liu Liangxin heard this, her face suddenly turned ugly, and just when she was about to refuse, Zhao Chuan explained, "Liangxin, I have already ordered someone to inform the commander about your joining the guard, and the commander did not refuse, but congratulated you very much. This time I just want you to temporarily act as the City Lord of Sanctuary City number 1. After conquering the other 3 cities, someone will naturally be arranged to take your place." After hearing this, Liu Liangxin turned her attention to Luo Ren to see what his opinion was. "Since it's just a temporary replacement, it's okay," Luo Ren said. After Luo Ren said this, Liu Liangxin naturally no longer refused, and immediately nodded and agreed. "Okay, I agree." Seeing Liu Liangxin agreeing, Zhao Chuan clapped his hands. After a while, a group of thousands of royal soldiers stepped forward in neat steps, and then lined up neatly in front of Zhao Chuan, Liu Liangxin, and Luo Ren. Zhao Chuan announced loudly, "From now on, Liu Liangxin will temporarily take over the position of City Lord of Sanctuary City number 1. She will be your highest officer. You must do your best to assist City Lord Liu. Do you understand?" "Understood." All 1,000 soldiers of the royal army shouted in unison. "Lion Zin, I will stay here for 2 days, which means that within these 2 days you must organize the defense of Sanctuary City number 1. Zhao Chuan turned to Liu Liangxin and said. Then he looked at Luo Ren and asked, "I wonder how long Sir Luo Ren plans to stay. The base and the wasteland military region are in alliance. If you want to stay for 2 days, I will naturally stay for 2 days as well." Luo Ren said, "Without further delay, Lions in, please act quickly." But, in the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In just 2 days, Sanctuary City number 1 has basically restored its defense capabilities. Although it is not as good as when Yang Ziyi ruled, it is definitely 50% more powerful than before. Facing the other 3 cities, Shelter City No the 2nd of may not be a match, but Shelter City number 3 and number 4 are not afraid at all. The military conference room was actually a large tent set up in the open space in front of the City Lord's palace. Luo Ren and Zhao Chuan were talking inside. Luo Ren said, "Sanctuary City number 3 and Sanctuary City number 4 are weak and far away from Sanctuary City number 1. They are not in a hurry to attack. On the contrary, Sanctuary City number 2 is not much weaker than Sanctuary City number 1 and is farther away. Close, only 20 kilometers. As long as we take it now, the threat can be said to be basically eliminated. With the strength of 2 cities left, we will not be able to cause any trouble, and we may even surrender on our own initiative." Zhao Chuan touched his chin, thought for a long time, and finally said in agreement, "Yes, as long as you win the number 2 Sanctuary City, it will be easy to conquer the other 2 cities. Then what are you waiting for?" Luo Ren patted Zhao Chuan on the shoulder with sharp eyes. A bright light flashed in Zhao Chuan's eyes, a smile appeared on his lips, and he said, "The soldiers are very fast. We have been delayed for 2 days, so we can't waste any more time. Sanctuary City number 2, the escort is here." Luo Ren said, "Asylum City number 2, the royal army is coming." Zhao Chuan said. The escort army and the royal army joined forces and headed towards Sanctuary City number 2. Zhao Chuan had seen the equipment and weapons of the guards 2 days ago. The scene really shocked him. There were hundreds of armored vehicles, 10 tanks, and numerous heavy firepower weapons. This was simply inhumane. Looking back today, it is still shocking. The soldiers of the royal army all showed envious expressions. As professional soldiers, they all have a strong interest in weapons and equipment. Sanctuary City number 2 is about 20 kilometers away from Sanctuary City number 1. Since the Royal Guards army is not a fully motorized team, and the armored vehicles cannot hold so many Royal Army troops, the escort army can only slow down. The 20-kilometer journey it took 5 hours, starting in the morning and arriving in the afternoon. The guards of Sanctuary City number 2 faced the guards and the Royal Army approaching the city. They immediately sounded the alarm. The piercing siren spread throughout the city. For a time, the city walls were densely packed with soldiers carrying weapons. Luo Ren said, mortars, heavy machine guns, rocket launchers. According to the information you provided, although the 2nd City Guard Army is also very strong, it is only on par with the 1st City Guard Army. But with this posture, why? It looks like it is much stronger than the 1st City Guard Army. Could it be that Zhu Liang, the Lord of Sanctuary City number 2, had deliberately hidden his strength before? While the two were wondering, several people, 2 men and 1 woman, walked out of the Tower of Shelter City number 2. One of the men chuckled and said, Chief Luo Ren and Deputy Commander Xia Chuan are here. Zhu Liang is sorry for being far away from us. I hope you will forgive me. Crime. He is the City Lord of Sanctuary City number 2, Zhu Liang. Luo Ren looked at this man. He was a rough man with a rough face and a tall body. However, it could be seen from his deep eyes that this man was definitely not what he seemed. That way, there is no scheming. Then he looked at the other 2 people, and there was an acquaintance there. Luo Ren said, Xiao Zhenghang, the Lord of Sanctuary City number 3, looking at the woman again. She looked sweet, but had a lot of tendons. That's Chen Yun, the Lord of Sanctuary City number 4. At this time, Xia Chuan explained beside him. Luo Ren was surprised to find that it was Chen Yun, the City Lord of Sanctuary City number 4. The City Lords of the 3rd and 4th Sanctuary Cities appeared in Sanctuary City number 2 at the same time. Coupled with the troops that surpassed Sanctuary City number 1, Luo Ren vaguely guessed something and couldn't help but analyze. According to the current situation, the remaining 3 Sanctuary Cities have been combined. The soldiers are 1. Xia Chuan slightly to be able to achieve the position of Deputy Commander of the Wasteland Military Region. He is naturally very smart. Besides, anyone with a discerning eye can see the current situation, and he can also see it. Turning to look at Luo Ren, Xia Chuan asked, what do you think? To fight or not to fight? After a moment of silence, Luo Ren just replied, don't worry, let's talk to them first. Okay. Xia Chuan agreed. He moved and jumped on the roof of the tank next to him. He looked at Zhu Liang's trio with sharp eyes and shouted, since you know that we are far away, why don't you open the city gate quickly? Let's go to town. Ha ha ha. Zhu Liang looked up to the sky and laughed, and then said, Deputy Commander Xia, what you said is a bit funny. If I'll let you enter the city, wouldn't it be like letting wolves enter the village and seek your own death? I'm not stupid, haha. Xia Chuan sneered. Do you think we won't be able to enter if you don't let us in? Xia Chuan made a fist with his right hand and raised it high. The turrets of the 10 Tiger tanks of the Royal Army rotated in unison, with the muzzles pointing directly at Zhu Liang's trio. Xiao Zhenghang was so frightened that he couldn't help but take a few steps back. If Zhu Liang hadn't been there, he would have fled or opened the door and surrendered. Chen Yun's eyebrows twitched, and she was obviously a little scared. Only Zhu Liang looked calm and unafraid. He just heard him say, Deputy Commander Xia, you don't need to scare me. Zhu Liang, I'm not scared. Yes, if the guards and the Royal Army join forces, we are definitely no match. However, if we resist desperately, we can at least be sure to tear a piece of flesh from your body. Zhu Liang looked at Luo Ren and said, Sir Luo Ren, the ruler of the base, I know more or less about your deeds, and I sincerely admire you. 3 days ago, when you persuaded the First Army to surrender, you said, humanity has fallen into a crisis of extinction, and our common enemies are zombies and evolved animals. I very much agree with this sentence, so I don't want to go to war with the guards and the Royal Army. I just want to protect the people of this city and live with dignity and freedom. Therefore, Chief Luo Ren and Deputy Commander Xia, I ask you to withdraw your troops. From now on, we will not interfere with each other. Of course, I won't let you return empty-handed. Sanctuary City knows 3 and 4 are my retreat gifts to you. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Zhenghang and Chen Yun looked at Zhu Liang in horror. When Xia Chuan heard this condition, he jumped out of the tank and came to Luo Ren. He said, without losing any blood, we can gain control of Sanctuary City number 3 and number 4. This condition is very tempting. What do you think? Luo Ren's eyes flashed. He did not answer Xia Chuan's question. Instead, he walked forward and stared at Zhu Liang for a few seconds. Then he smiled slightly, looked at the many soldiers guarding the city, and said loudly, "Everyone, if you let go of the city gate, surrender. I, Luo Ren, swear that I will never kill you. If you violate it, the sky will strike you with lightning." When Zhu Liang saw Luo Ren provoking the soldiers to surrender, he couldn't help but raise a confident arc at the corner of his mouth. All the soldiers on the city wall were soldiers from his Zili army, but some of the heavy firepower weapons were provided by the other two cities. He was very confident in his soldiers, because he was Zhu Liang, not Yang Ziyi, who used his subordinates as tools. After the voice fell, Luo Ren secretly observed the changes in the expressions of those soldiers, but saw that these soldiers had firm expressions, and no intention of wavering, which made him make a decision in his heart. Walking back to Ziyi, he weighed the pros and cons and analyzed, if we fight with the three cities, although we can defeat them without bloodshed, there will be losses. It is much less cost effective to take Sanctuary City number 3 and number 4 without bloodshed, so what I mean is to accept their conditions and give up attacking Sanctuary City number 2. After speaking of his thoughts, Luo Ren asked, "What do you think, Ziyi?" Chuan naturally wanted to annihilate Sanctuary City number 2, but as Luo Ren said, it is indeed more effective than attacking Sanctuary City number 2 with heavy losses compared to taking two cities without bloodshed. Moreover, after obtaining the resources and population of the three cities, the already powerful base and wasteland military zone will become even stronger. At that time, even Sanctuary City number 2 with the combined forces of the three cities will not pose any threat. Moreover, all is fair in war. I don't fight you now, but it doesn't mean I won't fight you in the future, when I have absolute strength. After some thought, Ziyi made a decision, nodded to Luo Ren, and said, "I agree with you." "Okay." Luo Ren turned his eyes to Zhu Liang on the city wall and shouted, "As you said, the number 3 and number 4 shelter cities belong to us, and we will withdraw our troops." Zhu Liang smiled, a smile from the bottom of his heart, and immediately said, "Wait a moment, the three of us will be back soon." Under Luo Ren's gaze, Zhu Liang, Chen Yun, and Xiao Zhenghang walked into the tower. In the tower, Chen Yun and Xiao Zhenghang immediately became angry. Chen Yun was impatient and immediately questioned, "Zhu Liang, you originally said that we should fight the enemy together. Why are you selling us out now?" Xiao Zhenghang also glared at Chen Yun and stood aside. Zhu Liang smiled calmly and asked, "Do you think that the three of us can resist the attack of the Kingdom Army and the Guard Army? Do you think that Luo Ren and Ziyi will withdraw without any conditions?" "You are right. Not to mention the three of us. Even if Yang Ziyi is still there, the four of us may not be able to withstand the firepower of the Kingdom Army and the Guard Army." Chen Yun asked angrily, "But why did you ask them to withdraw? Not from Sanctuary City number 2, but from our Sanctuary City number 3 and number 4. You didn't discuss it with us in advance. Aren't you selling us out to protect your own interests?" Chapter 144. Conquer Sanctuary City number 4. Facing Chen Yun's questioning, Zhu Liang's expression remained indifferent. It seemed that nothing could make him abandon this indifference. He only said lightly, "Preserving Sanctuary City number 2 is the wisest decision. The safety of Sanctuary City number 2, the city wall is tall enough, but the walls of Sanctuary City number 3 and number 4 are too short, so only by joining forces with Sanctuary City number 2 can we get the strongest defense. Also, Sanctuary City number 2 has a population of 120,000, and Sanctuary City Nos 3 and 4 have a combined population of 130,000. Although it is larger than Sanctuary City number 2, the number is really limited. In addition, they are two independent cities. Perhaps both ends should be taken into consideration. According to this aspect, retaining Sanctuary City number 2 can preserve the maximum resources and population. Therefore, in general, saving Sanctuary City number 2 is the wisest choice. What is being saved is your population and your resources. You are the city lord of Sanctuary City number 2, we are not." Chen Yun roared, "I can appoint you as deputy city lords." Zhu Liang said calmly, "Deputy city lord?" Chen Yun laughed angrily, grabbed Xiao Zhenghang, stared into his eyes and asked, "He said he wanted us to be the deputy city lord. Are you willing?" Xiao Zhenghang didn't answer, and the anger in his eyes had disappeared, and his eyes flickered, obviously thinking about something. Seeing that he didn't answer, Chen Yun threw away his hand, looked at Zhu Liang again, and angrily said, "You call him Deputy City Lord? Bullshit. Don't you just want us to be your subordinates? You are really good." Our 4 cities jointly resisted the Wasteland military region and the base. In the end, we were all defeated. Not only did you, the number 2 sanctuary city, not be defeated, but you also swallowed up our troops. You are the biggest profit from this who. After a moment of silence, and having spoken so directly, Xiao Zhenghang still did not express her opinion. She was also dissatisfied with Xiao Zhenghang, so she couldn't help but turn the finger on Xiao Zhenghang and said, "Xiao Zhenghang, you are the city lord of sanctuary city number 3, you should say something." Well, Xiao Zhenghang sighed, shook his head slightly towards Chen Yun, and then said, "At this moment, Zhu Liang is right. Keeping sanctuary city number 2 is the wisest choice. As for the position of the city lord, both the chief and the deputy are the same." Xiao Zhenghang's words showed his attitude. After hearing this, Chen Yun became even more angry. She pointed at Xiao Zhenghang's nose and yelled, "Xiao Zhenghang, Xiao Zhenghang, you are the lord of a city after all. Don't you have any backbone? You are so willing to submit to others." Pooh. Facing Chen Yun scolding, Xiao Zhenghang just said lightly, "That night when I learned that sanctuary city number 1 was breached, and Yang Ziyi died, I already had the idea of surrendering without resistance. After all, as long as I could survive. Not only can I be alive now, but I can also be the deputy city lord. This has exceeded my previous expectations, so why not do it?" After hearing this, Chen Yun's scolding stopped abruptly, and she didn't. When she heard that the number 1 shelter fell and Yang Ziyi died, she also had the idea of surrendering without a fight. If he surrendered without a fight, the situation at that time would be much worse than now. Not to mention the deputy city lord, even the lowest level of authority would not be able to become a deputy city lord. It is already great to be a deputy city lord now. The main reason why she was so angry was because she and Zhu Liang were both city lords before. They were in charge of the same city, so they were on the same level. As a deputy city, they could only be regarded as Zhu Liang's subordinates, which meant they were one level lower than Zhu Liang and had to obey orders to him. What's more, Zhu Liang not only suffered no losses this time, but gained her and Xiao Zhenghang's troops in vain, which made her feel very unbalanced. In addition, Zhu Liang did not have any discussion with her beforehand, so she could be considered as being plotted by Zhu Liang. Taking all these into account, how could she not lose her composure and not be angry? However, now that Xiao Zhenghang has expressed her stance, her anger can only be dissipated in helplessness. She sighed, waved her hand, and said, "Forget it." Although they didn't say it clearly, both Zhu Liang and Xiao Zhenking could tell that Chen Yun had compromised. Zhu Liang smiled calmly and said, "Then welcome you two to join the Afterglow City." Chen Yun and Xiao Zhenking were surprised. They didn't expect that Zhu Liang had already thought of the name of the new city. It seemed that he had already planned it. His honest appearance was really in vain. Xiao Zhenking was the first to express his stance and said, "Greetings to the city lord." Chen Yun reluctantly shouted, "City lord." Zhu Liang smiled and said, "We are all a family now, and I won't talk nonsense. Are you two writing a letter or a token of some kind, or are you sending your trusted followers directly to assist Luo Ren and Xia Chuan in conquering Sanctuary City 3 and 4? What can be done in that city? And the troops you have left behind?" Xiao Zhenghang said without hesitation, "When I came, I gave an order that whenever the royal army and the guards came to the city, just open the city gate and let them in. Moreover, I only have 500 troops left behind, so I don't need any tokens or help from close friends." Zhu Liang nodded and then looked at Chen Yun. Chen Yun thought about it for a while, opened her clothes, took out an extremely gorgeous dagger, and said, "Just let them take this dagger." Zhu Liang took the gorgeous dagger, slightly, and then led the two of them out of the tower. When Luo Ren and Xia Chuan saw the three people appearing, they immediately focused their attention on them. After waiting for a long time, they didn't know what bad things these three people had done. Zhu Liang threw the dagger at Luo Ren, and Luo Ren caught it easily. He looked at the gorgeous dagger curiously, and was a little confused as to what Zhu Liang meant. Just when he was confused, Zhu Liang explained, "This is the personal dagger of Chen Yun, the Lord of Sanctuary City number 4. After you two arrive at Sanctuary City number 4, you can easily gain control of Sanctuary City number 4 by showing this dagger. As for Sanctuary City number 3, no token is needed, you two can just go directly." Luo Ren and Xia Chuan looked at each other, and Xia Chuan said, "What do you think?" Luo Ren pondered for a moment and asked, "Which one is closer to Sanctuary City number 2, Sanctuary City number 3 or Sanctuary City number 4? Xia Chuan answered without thinking, "Sanctuary City number 4, Luo Ren said, "Okay, then we set off now, and the target is Sanctuary City number 4, under the gaze of Zhu Liang, Chen Yun, and Xiao Zhenghang. The guards and the kingdom army at the gate of the city turned around and evacuated, and the heavy sense of oppression dissipated at this moment. Chen Yun and Xiao Zhenghang breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Liang smiled faintly, waved his hand, and the soldiers guarding the city wall withdrew, leaving only the normal number of soldiers on duty point looking at the evacuated guards. It seemed that he could see Luo Ren among them. Zhu Liang whispered, "Luo Ren, very interesting. 18 kilometers east of Sanctuary City number 2, there is a city point. The wall of this city is only 3 meters high. Nearly half of it is made of red bricks or blue bricks, and the rest is generally built with the ancient technology of rammed earth with a history of thousands of years. Although it looks earthy, its defense is still quite good. There are also very few places that are vulnerable to attack, which are poured with concrete, which is obviously much stronger than other places." At the city gate, on the city wall under the tower, soldiers guarded with guns, alert to all directions. Suddenly, dust flew in the distance, accompanied by bursts of engine roars and neat footsteps. The soldiers guarding the city were startled, and immediately sounded the alarm. Woo! The piercing alarm sounded throughout the city in an instant, and soldiers in the city came to support. For a moment, the walls under the tower were full of soldiers with guns. They looked nervous, holding their guns tightly, as if they were holding on to their only life-saving straw. Under their gaze, a team emerged from the dust, with the background of dusk, like a heavenly army descending. An officer used a telescope to observe. When the lens clearly reflected the team, and saw the soldiers' attire, he couldn't help but be startled again and said, "Guards. Kingdom Army." When many soldiers heard that it was the guards and the kingdom army, fear immediately appeared in their eyes and they became agitated. "What should we do? The city lord is not here either. Should we fight or surrender directly? In my opinion, surrender directly. Didn't the city lord say a few days ago that if the guards and the kingdom army come to attack the city, just open the city gate and surrender? But the city lord took a large army away from the city that night and asked us to guard the city before leaving. What does this mean? Surrender if you want to survive. There is only one way to surrender. Even the powerful number 1 sanctuary city was captured, let alone us. In addition, the city lord left with a large army. At this time, there are less than 1,000 soldiers in the city point. If we choose to resist, it will undoubtedly be tantamount to sending ourselves to death." The soldiers talked a lot, and the officers also frowned, struggling between surrender and resistance. Under the leadership of Luo Ren and Xia Chuan, the guards and the kingdom army were at the gates of the city. Luo Ren saw the soldiers guarding the city in chaos on the city wall and shook his head disdainfully. With such a defensive force, he could make them surrender directly without the dagger token and a few words from him. However, since there is a token, it is better to use it, otherwise it would be a waste. Luo Ren nodded slightly to Luo Shan, who understood and stepped forward immediately. On the city wall, everyone was startled to see a man walking out of the army below, and they all cast their eyes on this person. Luo Shan took out the gorgeous dagger that Luo Ren got from Zhu Liang, and then raised it high, trying to make everyone on the city see it. Sure enough, when the dagger appeared, most of the soldiers' eyes were attracted by the dagger, and those officers widened their eyes and showed surprised expressions. "Yes, the city lord's dagger." A tall and thin officer with a handsome appearance said in surprise. "No, it's the city lord's dagger," said an officer with a very good figure and handsome features. After making sure that everyone had seen the dagger, Luo Shan said, "You are not mistaken. This is your city lord, Chen Yun's personal dagger. It is also the token she gave us." Your city lord means that from now on, Sanctuary City number 4 belongs to the Kingdom Army and the Guard Army. Hurry up and open the city gate. The people on the city looked at each other in shock, but after a while, they all became ecstatic, because surrendering directly means that there is no need to fight, and no fighting means no deaths, which is simply a great thing. After all, there is nothing better for them than living. The tall and thin officer and the handsome officer looked at each other and immediately ordered, "Open the city gate." The city gate slowly opened. This goal has been achieved, but Luo Ren did not immediately retreat to the army, but said again, "All of you hold both ends of the gun with both hands, then hold it high and squat down. In order to be on the safe side, if someone shoots a cold gun, you still have to be vigilant." The people on the city did not hesitate, and immediately held both ends of the gun with both hands, and held it high, and then squatted down. The tall and thin officer and the handsome officer used pistols, and they could only pinch both ends of the gun with 2 fingers, and then hold it high. After just a moment, their fingers began to tremble. The pistol didn't feel heavy in their hands. Maintaining this posture was, in one word, too damn heavy. Luo Ren nodded towards Xia Chuan. Xia Chuan understood and immediately ordered, "Chen Biao, take 500 people and surrender their guns." Chen Biao, an officer of the Royal Army, responded angrily, "Yes." 500 Royal Army soldiers quickly entered the city, and then quickly collected the firearms of the soldiers in the city. Chen Biao went up to the city wall, and walked up to the tall and thin officer and the heroic officer. When he saw them holding pistols with 2 fingers, and raising them high above their heads, and then squatting, he couldn't help but laugh. "You two have a straight posture. It's strange. If you weren't squatting, I would have thought you were doing ballet." The tall and lanky officer said with a sad look on his face, "Sir, please stop teasing us. I can't hold on any longer. My gun is prone to leaking. If it falls and goes off, it will be bad and someone will be hurt accidentally." Officer Yinglang echoed, "Yes, sir. Please quickly hand over our pistols." Chen Biao took away the 2 pistols and asked teasingly, "Based on your intelligence, how did you two become officers of the 1st City Guard Army?" The tall and lanky officer said with a proud look on his face, "I lasted a week with the city lord's sister, and I can still walk on the ground, officer." Yinglang scratched his head and said, "I almost did it. I persisted for a week. My legs are a little weak, and I need someone to support me." "What the hell?" Chen Biao looked confused. He didn't know what they were talking about, but he was too lazy to care. Seeing that the firearms were collected, he immediately waved his hands vigorously towards the people outside the city and shouted, "Deputy Commander Xia, Chief Luo Ren, the danger has been resolved, and you can enter the city." Luo Ren and Xia Chuan heard this, and immediately ordered to enter the city. The escort and the Royal Army entered the city in an unhurried and orderly manner. This is how Sanctuary City number 4 was obtained. Luo Ren and Xia Chuan led their troops to the City Lord's mansion and immediately ordered a search of the City Lord's mansion, to prevent something like Sanctuary City number 1 from happening. After a search, no explosives were found, but a few good housewives and men were found. Each of these men had sunken cheeks and white and bloodless lips. They had to be supported to stand up. They looked hungry. He will still be weak for 3 to 5 days. Chen Biao was also in the search queue, but now he understood what the tall and thin officer and the heroic officer just said about the 7 days. Luo Ren was relieved when he thought that Chen Yun, the leader of Sanctuary City number 4, was a woman and a strong woman. The dusk of the evening has gone, and the world is shrouded in darkness. After some troubles, all potential dangers in Sanctuary City number 4 were eliminated. The lobby of the City Lord's mansion. Luo Ren took a big bite of the compressed dry food, and then drank some water. After a busy day, Master Luo could finally sit down and eat. Next to him, Xia Chuan was also feasting. They were all men, and they were also soldiers, so they didn't need to dress politely. Luo Ren said, "Soldiers need to be quick to avoid any accidents. We must enter Sanctuary City number 3 as soon as possible." "That's right." Xia Chuan agreed with Luo Ren, and then asked, "Then shall we set off tomorrow?" Chapter 145, Conquer Sanctuary City number 3. Under Xia Chuan's gaze, Luo Ren shook his head and said, "I will leave tomorrow. You don't have to." Xia Chuan was puzzled when he heard this. Seeing Xia Chuan's puzzled look, Luo Ren explained, The original force of Sanctuary City number 4 was less than 1,000 people, and the defense was extremely weak. The guards and the Kingdom Army must leave one to temporarily defend to ensure the safety of the residents in Sanctuary City number 4. Sanctuary City number 3 is far away from here, and the guards' mobility is stronger than the Kingdom Army, and can arrive faster, so you stay at Sanctuary level number 4, and I go to Sanctuary City number 3. It is the best arrangement. Luo Ren's words were actually very euphemistic. The guard's mobility is not just stronger than that of the Kingdom Army, it is much stronger. Xia Chuan thought for a moment, and felt that Luo Ren was right. He nodded and agreed, "You're right. Let's do this." The next day, early in the morning, the entire guard army assembled and headed towards the direction of Sanctuary City number 3. Sanctuary City number 3 is more than 30 kilometers away from Sanctuary City number 4. If you walk, you will definitely not be able to reach it without more than 10 hours. However, the guard army is fully motorized and can reach it in less than 3 hours. Luo Ren's eyes swept across all the guards and then fell on Xia Chuan standing on the city wall. He nodded slightly, then retracted his eyes and ordered, "Let's go." All the guards quickly boarded the armored vehicles at Luo Ren's order. As the vehicles started, the rolling wheels pressed the ground and headed towards Sanctuary Layer number 3. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. The machine gun on the tank fired more than 100 bullets in half a minute, and dozens of zombies blocking the road were immediately shot into sieves. Luo Ren stood on the top of the tank and frowned when he saw the zombies. This was the 16th batch of zombies, and the number of zombies in each batch ranged from dozens to 100, as if they were organized. He picked up the intercom, pressed the button, and said, "I'm Luo Ren. Luo Shan, how far are we from Sanctuary City number 3 now? Over." After a while, Luo Shan's voice came from the intercom. "I'm Luo Shan, reporting to the commander. According to calculations, we have traveled 24 kilometers in 2 hours, and are currently less than 7 kilometers away from Sanctuary City number 3. Over." 7 kilometers? Luo Ren read, then pressed the talk button on the intercom and said, "Luo Wu, go ahead and investigate the situation." "Yes." As soon as Luo Ren finished speaking, Luo Wu's voice came from the intercom. Then, the door of an armored vehicle opened, and Luo Wu walked out, took off the off-road motorcycle hanging on the vehicle, put on a helmet, got on the motorcycle, turned the throttle and drove away. Watching Luo Wu's departing back, Luo Ren frowned, feeling uneasy in his heart, as if something was going to happen. But after thinking about it, he couldn't figure out what would happen, so he couldn't help but secretly shook his head and sighed. Rubbing his eyebrows, he said, "Maybe it's because of the busy work these days and nervousness. Don't think about it, let's take a break." While Luo Wu is exploring, he immediately pressed the button on the intercom and ordered, "Everyone take a break for 30 minutes, everyone eat something, and replenish some energy." 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. According to past experience, Luo Wu should be back soon. Luo Ren sat up straight, looking forward, waiting for Luo Wu to return, and then continued to set off. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. Luo Ren frowned slowly. It's been so long. Why hasn't Luo Wu come back yet? It's too abnormal. After thinking for a while, he ordered, "The whole army advances 2 kilometers. Luo Wu has not come back for such a long time. He must have encountered trouble." So Luo Ren chose to advance slowly, go 2 kilometers first, and test the situation. The roar of the engine was everywhere, and the tracks and wheels rolled forward. 2 kilometers is very short. It only takes less than 10 minutes for ordinary people to jog. Therefore, although Luo Ren asked to slow down the speed, it was a car after all, and it only took more than 7 minutes to travel 2 kilometers. The vehicle slowly stopped, and Luo Ren looked around. The view of this section of the road was still relatively wide, and it was obviously impossible to hide any danger. After staring at the front for dozens of seconds, he still didn't see Luo Wu's figure. Luo Ren retracted his gaze, and a trace of worry rose in his heart. Just when he was considering whether to move forward a little further, but the roar of the engine came, and Luo Ren's eyes lit up when he heard it. This was not the sound of a car engine, but the sound of an off-road motorcycle engine, and it came from the front. He looked forward and saw a familiar figure riding a motorcycle. Luo Ren was surprised and was about to greet him, but the next second, the word happy and the surprise disappeared, leaving only shock. He saw a group of zombies following Luo Wu. The number was as many as 200 or 300, including 2 level 1 power zombies. Machine gunners, get ready. The situation was urgent, Luo Ren hurriedly ordered. At the same time, he raised his arm high, and when Luo Wu drove into the team, he waved it heavily and shouted, "Shoot!" Da da da. The machine guns of the 5 tanks leading the way spit out dazzling flames, and bullets rained down on the hundreds of zombies chasing Luo Wu. This was a heavy machine gun, and ordinary zombies were directly crushed when hit. The level 1 strength zombie was hit, and its fat was pierced, and it could not resist at all. More than 200 zombies were killed in a short while. Luo Ren turned to look at Luo Wu, only to see that he was stained with dark red sticky zombie blood, and his appearance was very scary, and the smell was also very unpleasant. "What's going on in front?" Luo Ren asked. Luo Wu took off his helmet, revealing his head, the only part that was not stained with zombie blood, and replied, "Report to the commander. Sanctuary City number 3 is under siege by a large number of zombies." Luo Ren was shocked and asked quickly, "What's the situation?" "The situation is very urgent. With the 500 soldiers of Sanctuary City number 3, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for long," Luo Wu said. "Damn." Hearing this, Luo Ren couldn't help but swear, and hurriedly ordered, "Go at full speed, and make sure to arrive before Sanctuary City number 3 is captured by zombies." But the roar was deafening, and 10 tanks and hundreds of armored vehicles were moving at full speed towards Sanctuary City number 3. Sanctuary City number 3. All the soldiers' eyes were filled with fear, but they still held their guns tightly and kept shooting, without giving up the idea of resisting. In addition to the soldiers, many people also took up weapons to assist in defense, because it was not the human forces that attacked the city, but the zombies. If the human forces chose to surrender, they would most likely survive, but facing the zombies, if they chose to surrender, it would be like putting themselves in their mouths for them to bite, and they would bite without hesitation, and chew it with a crunch. Whoosh! A huge stone weighing 500 or 600 kilograms was thrown, and hit the city wall with a boom, causing the wall to tremble. The soldiers defending the number 3 Sanctuary City were all trembling, and they were even more terrified. Under their gaze, among the dense crowd of zombies, a quasi level 2 power zombie with a height of 2 meters and 5 or 6 meters and full of muscles picked up a huge stone, turned around and threw it towards them. Boom. The city wall was shaken again, and dense cracks appeared where it was hit. At the same time, a giant zombie nearly 3 meters tall suddenly stood up from the dense crowd of zombies. This was a real level 2 power zombie. Under the gaze of many people in the number 3 Sanctuary City, this level 2 power zombie took a big step and rushed towards them. Their eyes were filled with horror, and they turned their guns to shoot at the level 2 strength zombies. However, how could a bullet that couldn't even penetrate the fat of a level 1 strength zombie penetrate the defense of a level 2 strength zombie? It only made a continuous ding dong dong metal sound when it hit him, and he couldn't even slow down his pace. Seeing that the level 2 strength zombies were about to hit them, despair arose spontaneously. The soldiers and civilians defending the city seemed to have seen the scene of the broken city walls, a large number of zombies pouring into the city, killing and eating humans crazily, and the number 3 Sanctuary City has since become a dead city. Just at this time, boom, the sound of the cannon sounded, and 2 shells pierced the air. One hit the level 2 strength zombie's shoulder. The powerful kinetic energy of the armor-piercing bullet knocked it down, and even knocked off a large piece of its shoulder. The other one missed. Boom dong dong. 3 more artillery shells rang out, but these 3 shells were not aimed at the level 2 strength zombie. Their target was the quasi level 2 strength zombie who was holding a large stone high above his head, under the eyes of the crowd. 3 shells hit the zombie at the same time, one hitting the chest, one hitting the thigh, and another hitting the large stone it was holding above its head. The boulder exploded on the spot, and its chest was pierced. Its right leg was completely broken, and it could not stand steadily and fell backwards. Although none of these 3 shells hit its head and killed it on the spot, its chest was pierced and its right leg was broken, which was enough to make it lose its combat effectiveness, and it could only struggle on the ground and could not get up. After the shells, bullets were poured at the zombies like a torrential rain, and many zombies were instantly submerged. This really fulfilled the idiom, a hail of bullets. The soldiers and civilians of Sanctuary City number 3 came to their senses and looked in the direction of the gunshots and cannons. They saw an army that was like a ray of hope from the gods. They were extremely shocked, and their despair was instantly defeated. After the shock, they shed tears of excitement because they were saved. The gods were the guards led by Luo Ren. Luo Ren was sweating coldly the moment he arrived. Fortunately, he arrived in time and Sanctuary City number 3 was not captured. Under the gaze of the crowd, the level 2 strength zombie, whose shoulder was half shattered by the shells, climbed up from the ground. It glared at the guards and decisively gave up Sanctuary City number 3. It roared and rushed towards the guards fearlessly. Luo Ren smiled indifferently. They were both level 2 zombies, but why did the strength zombie have well-developed limbs and simple minds? Unlike the speed zombie, it knew it couldn't win and ran away without saying a word. However, Luo Ren liked this kind of zombie more because it was easier to deal with. He didn't even need to give orders. The guns of 5 tanks were immediately aimed at the level 2 strength zombie. Boom boom boom. 5 armor-piercing shells instantly hit the level 2 strength zombie. Without a doubt, the level 2 strength zombie was killed on the spot. The sound of gunfire continued, and the number of zombies decreased. After about 20 minutes, all the remaining zombies were wiped out. Luo Ren ordered the guards to move forward to finish off the zombies and clear the way. The people in Sanctuary City number 3 cheered and were extremely excited. Before this, they had never thought that they could survive this zombie siege. They couldn't help but feel grateful to the heavenly generals and divine soldiers in front of them. The city gate opened, and the soldiers and civilians in the city rushed out, taking the initiative to help the guards move the zombie corpses and clear the way for the guards to enter the city. Many zombie corpses were moved away, and a road leading to Sanctuary City number 3 was cleared. With Luo Ren's order, the guards successfully entered Sanctuary City number 3. A short round-faced officer trotted up to Luo Ren and said respectfully, "On behalf of all the soldiers and residents of Sanctuary City number 3, I thank you for saving my life." Luo Ren said, "You don't need to thank me. I'm afraid you won't be grateful to me when you know the purpose of my trip." The round-faced officer still looked respectful, without any change, because of Luo Ren's words. He said, "I think I should know the purpose of your coming here. The city lord told us before he left that if the guards and the kingdom army attacked the city, we should surrender directly. Judging from your attire, you should be the guards. I welcome the guards." The round-faced officer knelt down with a plop and bowed deeply to Luo Ren and the guards behind him. With his lead, the other soldiers of the 3 city defense armies also knelt down and shouted in unison, "Welcome the guards." Faced with this situation, Luo Ren waved his hand and said, "Take away their weapons." "Yes." The guards behind him immediately responded and then stepped forward to confiscate the guns, knives and other harmful weapons from these people. After telling Luo about this, Luo Ren brought many guards to the gate of the city lord's mansion. Although the city lord's mansion of the number 3 Sanctuary City is not as luxurious as the city lord's mansion of the number 1 Sanctuary City, it is still pretty good. Luo Ren looked at Luo Shan and Luo He and said, "You two, each take 500 people to count the population in the city." Then he turned his eyes to Luo Ji and ordered, "You take 50 people to search the city lord's mansion." Chapter 146. Gold, Silver and Copper. It started to rain. Since there was no weather forecast, the rain came very unexpectedly. Fortunately, it was just a drizzle, which would not turn the guardsmen and Luo Ren into drowned rats. On a cloudy and rainy day, it is impossible to analyze the current time from the change in the position of the sun. However, fortunately, armored vehicles and tanks have their own clocks that are automatically adjusted, so even if there is no sun, Luo Ren can still know the accurate time. Afternoon. To 29. The city lord's mansion has been searched long ago. No dangerous items such as explosives were buried, but more than 10 beautiful looking women were found. In the apocalypse, People's desires are really magnified infinitely. Those who are timid without power can only dare to think, but dare not do as before the apocalypse. But those with power dare to think and do. After all, this is a world where the order has collapsed. As long as you have military power, you can make rules, and you don't need to abide by your own rules as a rule maker. Report. At this moment, Luo Ren and Luo He came back from counting the number of people, and suddenly a powerful report made Luo Ren swallow the compressed dry food that he had not chewed in his mouth. Fortunately, I only took a small bite, and was able to swallow it. If it had been larger, I'm afraid it would have stuck in my throat, and made it impossible to go up or down. Then Luo Ren, a heroic man of the first generation, a level 2 evolver, and the commander of the base, would just drive away. Patting his chest, Luo Ren complained, "You have to change your habit of walking silently, otherwise I will easily get sick from shock." After the complaint was over, Luo Ren asked, "Have the number of people been counted?" Luo Shan replied, "Sir, the number of people in Sanctuary City number 3 has been counted. The number of ordinary residents plus captured soldiers total 68,736 people, more than 68,000 people. It's not bad." Luo Ren ordered, "Go and ask Luo Lu to go to Sanctuary City number 4 to inform Xia Chuan that we have captured Sanctuary City number 3, and make an appointment with him at Sanctuary number 1 tomorrow city for talks." Luo Shan responded, "Yes." After Luo Shan left, Luo Ren walked to the backyard of the city lord's mansion, and saw 2 guardsmen holding guns, standing straight with serious expressions, and their eyes always wary of the more than 10 women in front of them. Luo Ren stepped forward, and the 2 escort soldiers immediately saluted and said, "Sir." The respectful attitude of the 2 escort soldiers attracted more than a dozen women to secretly glance at Luo Ren. Some of them had a flash of light in their eyes, as if they had some ideas and plans in their hearts. Luo Ren slightly, and then looked at the dozen or so women. These women all had beautiful faces. Before the end of the world, they would probably have many suitors, or they would be like as he asked, "How did you all get here?" After a long period of baptism in the apocalypse, everyone's courage has improved a lot, and these dozen women are no exception. One of them replied, "I was kidnapped by Deputy Xiao Zhenqing. I was also kidnapped by Xiao Zhenqing. Me too. I was selected to participate in the beauty pageant organized by Xiao Zhenqing. Me too." Listening to what these people told one by one, Luo Ren couldn't help but feel strange that Xiao Zhenqing had brought all of these people to the city lord's mansion. So he asked, "Isn't Xiao Zhenghang the city lord here? Why are you all brought here by Xiao Zhenqing?" A woman with an excellent figure and a pair of naturally charming eyes said, "Although Xiao Zhenghang and Xiao Zhenqing are brothers, their personalities are completely different. Xiao Zhenghang is not close to women, while Xiao Zhenqing is an LSP. He is like a teddy when he sees beautiful women. Just want to go, 'Oh, beauty.' Your metaphor is a bit like scolding yourself. No, it's the little sisters who scolded you after scolding yourself. If Xiao Zhenqing is teddy, then you." Luo Ren's complaint mechanism started uncontrollably point. When the charming woman heard this, her expression condensed, and behind her, a dozen other women all stared with bright eyes. "Oh, sir, you are disgusted," the charming woman suddenly said in an extremely charming tone. "Oh was really numb and numb." If Luo Ren hadn't been determined, his whole body would have been numb. Seeing that Luo Ren was easy to talk to, the charming woman accidentally pulled off half of her clothes on her shoulders, revealing her fair skin, and she stepped forward. "Stop." However, she was stopped by 2 guardsmen. They could not get close to each other. They could only blink her naturally charming eyes from a distance. She looked very charming. She said in a charming voice, "I'm just using a metaphor. Sir, I'm so annoying." Faced with this scene, Luo Ren, who had experienced many battles, felt numb in his heart. He involuntarily took a few steps back and quickly stopped him. "Don't be like this, or I will punish you." "Sir, how do you want to punish me?" The charming woman opened her mouth slightly and stuck out her tongue to lick her lips. "Good guy, it's been a long time since I used these 3 words. I'm just naturally charming. If I were to make a romantic action movie, Teacher Ao, Teacher Hato, and Teacher Mariah would all have to step aside. It really fits that sentence." There is a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger among the people. Luo Ren thought in his mind and immediately asked, "What's your name?" The charming woman was overjoyed. Asking her name meant there was something interesting. She immediately replied, "Sir, my name is Choo Choo. I asked about your real name, not your online name." Luo Ren said, "My name is really Choo Choo." The charming woman still refused to admit it. "This name sounds like the anchor's name at first glance, so you still refuse to admit it, right?" Luo Ren thought. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said indifferently, "I asked for your real name. If you don't tell me, I will throw you out to feed the zombies." Ah. The charming woman was so frightened that she took a few steps back. The cold look in her eyes made her feel as if she was facing a fierce tiger. It was extremely terrifying. Now she knew that this chief officer was not as easy to talk to as he seemed. She could only tell the truth. "My name is Niu Tang Hua." Luo Ren was startled. The two guardsmen looked at him slightly sideways, and a dozen other women also had long mouths and expressions of surprise. Luo Ren touched his chin and said, "Well, you should have been named by the fortune teller." After the charming woman Niu Tang Hua said her name, her face turned red, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. When she heard Luo Ren's words, she wondered, "No, how could the sir think it was a fortune teller?" Luo Ren said, "Your name is too similar to the lack of gold in the 5 element. My name was given by my father because my eldest sister was called Jinhua and my second sister was called Yinhua. Then when I came here, my father thought it was necessary to continue, so he named me Tang Hua." Niu Tang Hua said helplessly explained. Luo Ren complained, "Your dad is really good at naming names." Seeing the helpless look on Niu Tang Hua's face, Luo Ren didn't intend to complain about her, and thought to himself, "This woman is born with a beautiful body, why not give her some favors, and make her loyal to the base? Such people can always be used in the future." Ahem. Luo Ren coughed twice, looked at the other dozen women and said, "Okay, I already know your life experiences. Since you haven't done anything extremely evil, I won't embarrass you. You can go." The women looked at each other in disbelief. They had never thought that the person in front of them would let them go like this. This is completely unfit for the image of a person in power in the last days. "When I say I let you go, I really let you go." Seeing these people's disbelief, Luo Ren said immediately. After being affirmed again, the women's faces were filled with joy. This was because they had met a good person in power. They immediately knelt down and said, "Thank you sir for your great kindness." After that, most of the women got up and left the city lord's mansion happily. There were 3 or 2 others, including Niu Tang Hua, who did not leave. This made Luo Ren confused and asked, "Why don't you leave?" These women said in unison, "We are willing to serve the sir. Why are you recommending yourself?" Luo Ren said, "I'm not paraplegic yet. I can move on my own. I don't need to serve you. Let's go quickly." Several women were greatly disappointed when they heard this. They slowly stood up and left, almost taking 3 steps and turning back, all in the hope that Luo Ren could stop them. "Wait a minute." Luo Ren suddenly shouted. Several women were immediately overjoyed and immediately stopped and looked at Luo Ren. The reason why they want to serve Luo Ren is simply to make their lives better. After all, ordinary residents have to work, and it is not just sitting in an office, but heavy physical labor such as construction, planting, and breeding. For them, they have been pampered since childhood, and they are more willing to exchange their bodies for food than hard physical work. In just a moment, they had already made a plan in their hearts. If they couldn't become the woman of the handsome commander in front of them, then they could just find an officer. Under their expectant gazes, Luo Ren said that Niu Tang Hua stays, and the others can go. Except for Niu Tang Hua, everyone else looked disappointed, and their eyes looking at Niu Tang Hua were filled with jealousy and hatred. Because Niu Tang Hua is the same person as them, they can be considered friends with Niu Tang Hua. At this moment, Niu Tang Hua is favored by the handsome commander and gets huge benefits, but they don't get it. This makes them turn around. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Damn it, why did you fall in love with this slut? I should have been the first to speak just now, otherwise I wouldn't be able to take advantage of this bitch." Niu Tang Hui couldn't hear these curses, but it didn't matter, even if she heard them. After all, it became a habit. Niu Tang Hui suppressed the excitement of wanting to laugh out loud, walked up to Luo Ren, and said charmingly, "Sir, do you know who I am?" Luo Ren asked directly. Niu Tang Hui replied, "You are the chief." Luo Ren looked confused and said, "I'm asking you, do you know who I am?" "You are the chief, Chuchu's chief." Niu Tang Hui said very charmingly. Luo Ren felt very uncomfortable and said helplessly, "I mean, do you know who I am? You are Chuchu's chief." Niu Tang Hui still said in a very charming tone, and her charming eyes were directed at Luo Ren. "Niu Tang Hui." Luo Ren said sharply. Being called by her first name, Niu Tang Hui trembled with fright. Finally she realized that Luo Ren was asking her seriously, so she immediately put away her charming energy and said tremblingly, I don't know. Oh, is this right? If you don't know, just say you don't know. It's not only irritating, but also a waste of time." Luo Ren breathed a long sigh of relief and then introduced himself. "My name is Luo Ren. You should have heard of it." "Luo Ren." Niu Tang Hui muttered, trying hard to remember, but finally shook his head and said, "I haven't heard of it." "You haven't heard of me?" Luo Ren staggered and almost fell. He had always thought that he was quite famous. How come he had never heard of him? Did Niu Tang Hui deliberately anger him? However, this was unscientific. Niu Tang Hui was just a powerless woman. How could she dare to play tricks on him? After careful consideration, he suddenly realized that most of the people he had met before were powerful people like Yang Ziyi, Xiao Zhenqing, and Xia Chuan. In this era of information blockage, only people like them would have enough manpower and resources to collect the latest news. And people like Niu Tang Hui, although they have a good looking face, are just a plaything for men like Xiao Zhenqing, so they are naturally not qualified to get the latest news. "I haven't heard of it, so I'll tell you." Luo Ren said, "I'm the supreme commander of the guard army." The guard army is the army currently stationed in Sanctuary City number 3. Sanctuary City number 3. Niu Tang Hui was confused again. "You don't even know Sanctuary City number 3. Luo Ren was surprised. It was understandable that she hadn't heard of him, but it was too strange that she hadn't heard of Sanctuary City number 3. She lived in Sanctuary City number 3. Facing Luo Ren's surprise, Niu Tang Hui explained, "We call this city Zhenghang City, not Sanctuary City number 3. Do all residents call it that?" Luo Ren was even more surprised and asked hurriedly. Niu Tang Hui said, "I don't know all the residents, but I'm sure that the people in the city lord's mansion call this city Zhenghang City." According to the explanation of the city lord Xiao Zhenghang, this city was built by him, and he is the supreme commander, so it must be named after him. Luo Ren sneered, as if he understood something. He said to Niu Tang Hui, "No matter what, Zhenghang City will no longer exist from now on. Continue my introduction. I'm the highest commander of the base. Luo Ren. You may not have heard of these, but I will tell you a number. 150,000. Niu Tang Hui was puzzled and didn't know what this number meant. Under her gaze, Luo Ren explained, 150,000. It is the population of the base. 150,000 people. Niu Tang Hui was shocked. You know, the population of Zhenghang City, where she was located, was less than 70,000. This base actually had a population of 150,000. What a powerful force it must be. She asked nervously. Luo, why are you telling me this, sir? Luo Ren said, because I want to invite you to join the base. Are you willing? Niu Tang Hui's face was full of disbelief. She even felt that she was hallucinating. The supreme ruler of a huge force with a population of 150,000 actually invited her to join in person, instead of treating her as an object that could be taken or thrown away as he wanted. At this moment, Luo Ren made her feel the long lost respect. Chapter 147 Zombies attack the city. Don't be stunned yet. You haven't answered my question yet. Luo Ren reminded him when he saw Niu Tanghua surprised. Look, read Niu Tanghua came to her senses and her eyes immediately turned red. After the broke virus out, she could only survive by clinging to various men. Those men only treated her as an object and showed no respect. But at this moment, she could only look up to this powerful man in front of her and hope that she would be attached to him like an object. But he gave her respect. I was moved from the bottom of my heart, and my already red eyes shed tears at this moment. This is the effect we want. Luo Ren was secretly happy, but on the outside he was surprised and said, "Why are you still crying?" After a long time, Niu Tanghua wiped away her tears, nodded solemnly, and said with some sobs, "I'm willing to join the base." Hearing this, Luo Ren inadvertently raised the corner of his mouth, then looked at the guard soldier beside him and ordered, "Take her to get something to eat." "Yes." The guard soldier responded, then looked at Niu Tanghua and said, "Come with me." After that, he walked towards the outside of the city lord's palace, but Niu Tanghua did not follow immediately. The guard soldier turned back to look at Niu Tanghua, thinking that she had not heard, and said, "Follow me." However, Niu Tanghua remained unmoved and froze on the spot, looking like he was hesitant to speak. The guard soldier wanted to urge him again, but Luo Ren stopped him. He looked at Niu Tanghua and asked, "If you have any questions, just ask." After hearing this, Niu Tanghua immediately asked, "Sir, when I join the base, do you want me to?" "No." Luo Ren said without hesitation. Niu Tanghua suddenly felt disappointed and asked, "Then what is my status? When I join the base, what do I do?" "What status?" Luo Ren frowned slightly. "Yes, what status? If she is just an ordinary resident, it is not a favor. If she is to be used in the future, I'm afraid she will not be so loyal to the base. There will be a huge impact on her risk of betrayal. As for management positions, that's even worse. Let a general join and use his body in exchange for benefits to become a manager. This will make other base managers think, and what the residents will think. After some thought, Luo Ren decided to arrange for Niu Tanghua to become an honorable teacher. Although it is easy for her to teach students badly with her charming manner, as long as the supervision is in place, there should be no problem. After deciding, Luo Ren asked, "What do you know?" Niu Tanghua said without thinking, "I know a lot. I know everything from poisonous dragon diamonds to guan iron sitting in the lotus to spitting lotus. Mom's kiss is really a skilled woman." Luo Ren was speechless, paused for a few seconds, and then said, "Is this what I'm talking about? I'm talking about what can you do, for example, farming, textiles, etc." "Sir, these are what you are talking about," Niu Tanghua said with a clear expression. "Farming, textiles, breeding, construction, I am." Under Luo Ren's gaze, Niu Tanghua said, "I don't know any of these." Luo Ren took a breath. With a constipated expression on his face. It was so fucking uncomfortable to talk to such a thing. He didn't even know how to do it. Why are you listing it? Isn't this just taking off your pants and farting? It's unnecessary. Taking a deep breath to clear away the air in his heart, Luo Ren said, "I'm telling you, don't tell me about the jokes in the sketch. If it doesn't apply, I'm going to ask you, apart from the things you don't know, what do you know?" Niu Tanghua looked innocent. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly said, "I remembered. I worked as a nurse before." "Then, just say that you have been a nurse and know nursing knowledge. Wouldn't it be enough?" Luo Ren looked speechless. "I wasn't too nervous. I didn't think of it for a moment." Niu Tanghua shrugged and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this. Since you have been a nurse, you must know a lot about nursing. I will arrange a teaching position for you to teach nursing knowledge." After a pause, Luo Ren reminded, "As long as you only need to submit nursing skills, but you don't need to submit anything else. Sir, please rest assured that I will definitely cultivate professional nursing talents for the base, and I will never teach bad students." Although the teacher is not the most ideal, Niu Tanghua still thinks it is good, because compared to being attached to a man without dignity, living this way may be more comfortable. It was getting late at night, and because it was a rainy day, there was no moon or stars at night. Fortunately, the escort brought enough fuel and 2 diesel generators, so that the city would not be completely dark. In the lobby of the city lord's mansion, Luo Ren leaned on the city lord's chair, which was as big as a sofa, with his legs on the desk in front of him, his eyes slightly closed, and a small snoring sound coming from his nose. Woo! Suddenly, the piercing siren sounded throughout the city. Luo Ren's eyes suddenly opened. He glanced at his watch, and said in surprise, at 3 o'clock in the morning, is it a sneak attack by the enemy? At this moment, Luo Shan rushed in. When he saw Luo Ren, he hurriedly reporting to the commander, a large number of zombies are attacking the city from the south gate. What? After hearing the words a large number of zombies attacking the city, Luo Ren suddenly stood up from his seat, and said in shock, impossible, we killed tens of thousands of zombies during the day, including level 2 zombies. A zombie group of this size must have gathered most of the zombies for several kilometers nearby. How could another wave gather so quickly? Luo Shan said again, it is true that a large number of zombies are attacking the city. Let's go and have a look. Luo Shan was so sure, then there must be a large number of zombies attacking the city. Without further ado, Luo Ren immediately headed to the south gate. He was extremely fast, and arrived at the south gate in less than a minute. The wall of the south gate was filled with guardsmen. The flames of their guns continued like many bright lights, allowing everyone to see clearly their comrades around them. Luo Ren jumped on the city wall and looked down. Sure enough, there were densely packed zombies. The number was even worse than during the day. Whoosh! At this moment, a sound broke through the air, and a black shadow flew from the zombies, and landed on the city wall. It was so fast that ordinary guard soldiers could not keep up with the speed of shooting by the black shadow speed. Only Luo Ren could see clearly that it was a level 2 speed zombie. Boof. The level 2 speed zombie was like a ghost in the dark. In an instant, its claws pierced the chest of a guard soldier before other soldiers around him could react. The level 2 speed zombie's figure flashed. PFFD. The 2 sharp claws were like knives cutting through tofu, scratching the heads of the 2 guard soldiers. Just when its eyes were locked on the other guard soldiers, and it was about to continue killing, Luo Ren had already come to support, and hit its head with a huge fist. The speed was so fast, that even a level 2 evolved zombie could not avoid it. The fist rapidly enlarged in its pupils before the punch came. The wind of the fist arrived first. Feeling the fierce wind of the fist, fear immediately filled its eyes. It struggled to avoid the punch, but the next second, bang, the fist hit it directly on the face. This punch used all the strength of Luo Ren. Even a concrete wall more than 30 centimeters thick could be smashed through. There was only a bang sound, and dark red blood mixed with brains and broken bones sputtered out. The level 2 speed zombie that killed 3 guardsmen was punched to death by Luo Ren. Shaking the zombie blood on his fist, Luo Ren thought to himself, these level 2 speed zombies are more dangerous to level 1 evolvers and ordinary humans than level 2 power zombies, but for level 2 zombies with the same speed but stronger power. For evolvers, it is much easier to deal with than level 2 power zombies, because level 2 power zombies have huge power and extremely strong defense. Although ordinary level 2 evolvers will not be defeated due to their speed advantage, it is difficult to kill them. However, level 2 speed zombies certainly have extremely fast speed, and it has sharp claws, but its defense is very weak. It can be easily killed by just hitting its vital points. The level 2 zombies were killed, and the zombies outside the city lost control. However, smelling the strong smell of flesh and blood in the city, these ordinary zombies without self-awareness still continued to attack the city under a hail of bullets, and then feast. However, the firepower of the escorts is so powerful that they are not at a disadvantage even when faced with human weapons several times their own, let alone a group of ordinary zombies who are brainless and do not know how to use modern weapons and only know how to charge forward. Moreover, Luo Shan, Luo He and other level 1 peak evolvers and Luo Ren, a level 2 evolver, are here. Even if another level 2 speed zombie or other evolved zombies break through and attack the city wall, the guards will not feel any pressure at all. About half an hour later, The gunfire gradually stopped, and the dense footsteps outside the city and the gurgling sounds made by the zombies from their throats gradually became smaller and eventually disappeared completely. The light of the flashlight became the only light source at the scene after the gun flames were extinguished. With the help of this light source, Luo Ren saw the densely packed corpses outside the city. He couldn't help but think of an idiom. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He withdrew his gaze and searched carefully on the city wall. After a while, he saw a thumb-sized stone lying quietly on the edge of the city wall with a faint green light. It was a level 2 evolutionary crystal. He stepped forward and picked it up. It was warm in his hands and he could feel the life energy contained in it. Luo Ren wiped it on his clothes and stuffed it into his pocket. Returning to the city lord's mansion and sitting on the large and comfortable city lord's chair, Luo Ren took out 2 level 2 evolution crystals and a quasi level 2 evolution crystal. After eating these 2 level 2 evolution crystals, my strength will reach a higher level, Luo Ren thought to himself, and then threw a level 2 evolution crystal into his mouth. It melted in his mouth and flowed into his belly. The evolution began. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was asleep, enjoying the wonderful and comfortable feeling at this time. A minute later, he slowly opened his eyes, and the light blue light in them lasted for nearly half a minute. This showed that his strength had improved a lot, and the fatigue of running around during the day also dissipated at this moment. He picked up the remaining level 2 evolutionary crystal with 2 fingers, and put it into his mouth. However, just as he reached his mouth, his hand suddenly stopped, and he thought to himself, we have obtained Sanctuary City number 3, but now the people and things here still need to be protected. Tomorrow I will go to Sanctuary City number 1 to talk to Zaichuan. If the zombies attack the city again while I'm away, it will be a big trouble. Moreover, judging from these 2 times, there must be a level 2 zombie when a large number of zombies attack the city. If it is a strength zombie, it can be killed with a rocket launcher, but if it is a speed zombie, it is a big threat. In order not to cause unnecessary losses, it is very necessary to leave a level 2 evolver here. Luo Ren touched his chin and looked at the level 2 evolution crystal in his hand. After some thought, he made a decision. He immediately shouted to the outside of the city lord's mansion, someone come. Da. As soon as the voice fell, a guard soldier trotted in, then stopped in front of him and said, Sir, Luo Ren ordered, go and call Luo Shan over. The guard soldier replied, yes. He saluted, turned around and left the city lord's mansion to look for Luo Shan. After a while, Luo Shan came. He walked in front of Luo Ren and asked, Sir, are you looking for me? Luo Ren nodded slightly, threw the level 2 evolution crystal and quasi level 2 evolution crystal in his hand to Luo Shan, and said, eat it. Luo Shan did not ask why, took the 2 evolution crystals, and stuffed them directly into his mouth. The majestic life energy exploded in his body, strengthening every cell of his body. Under Luo Ren's gaze, his skin began to turn white, then fell off, revealing new skin. 4 minutes later, Luo Shan's skin was completely molted, and his skin was as white and tender as a baby's, and it was so soft that it could be blown away. However, Luo Ren knew that this was only a surface phenomenon, and Luo Shan's skin was as hard as wood and stone at this time. Luo Shan suddenly opened his eyes, and the light blue light lasted for 5 or 6 seconds, which showed that Luo Shan was now a level 2 evolver. I feel full of strength, much stronger than before. Luo Shan clenched his fists and said excitedly. Today, there were 2 large-scale zombie attacks in a row. It was really strange. I will go to number 1 Sanctuary City to talk with Zaichuan tomorrow. If the zombies attack the city at that time, you must lead the brothers to defend the city. Luo Ren urged. Yes. Luo Shan stood at attention and responded solemnly. After seeing Luo Shan off, the hall of the city lord's mansion fell into silence again. Luo Ren stared at the ceiling in a daze and fell asleep unknowingly. Cock the rooster crowed. Dawn came, and Luo Ren woke up from his light sleep. After a simple wash, he sent someone to call Luo Shan. Luo Hei, Luo Ji, Luo Li and others, explained some things, and once again reminded Luo Shan to guard the city and ensure the safety of the people in the city, and then drove an off-road vehicle towards the direction of Shelter City number 1. At the same time, Shelter City number 3 and the number 4 Sanctuary City, more than 30 kilometers away from the city, the people in the city have already woken up. The entry of the Kingdom Army into the city did not bring any great changes to their lives. They ate when they should eat and worked when they should work. The only two obvious changes are that the soldiers patrolling the streets are more professional and treat the residents more friendly. In addition, the rice porridge distributed this morning is thicker than any previous meal, so that they can eat more. In the city lord's mansion, Xia Chuan explained some matters to his subordinate officers, and then looked at Luo, who came to report the news last night, and smiled. "Let's go." Luo nodded slightly, and then followed Xia Chuan to the outside of the city lord's mansion. When the two walked to the door, suddenly, a soldier ran in hurriedly, saw Xia Chuan and immediately said, "Report to the deputy commander. A large number of zombies were found in the direction of the south gate, and they seem to be attacking the city." Authors. Word: sorry everyone, I moved today, and my manuscripts have been used up. I will update once for the time being. I will try my best to make up for the next update in the evening. I hope readers will forgive me. Chapter 148 Zombies Attack the City, Part 2. Xia Chuan was suddenly startled and asked hurriedly, "A large number of zombies? Is there an approximate number?" The soldier who reported the news said, looking at the scale, "The number should be tens of thousands." Xia Chuan frowned slightly and said to Luo, "It seems we have to go to Sanctuary City number 1 later." Lu frowned when he heard about the large number of zombies and fell into deep thought. At this moment, the officers from the city lord's palace also came out. Xia Chuan heard the footsteps, turned his attention to these people, and immediately ordered. "A large number of zombies were found in the direction of the south gate. They should be attacking the city. You should quickly organize a defense. Once the zombies enter the shooting range, full firepower will cover them." When the officers heard the word "a large number," they immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and immediately responded, "Yes." Search TWKAN on Google. After that, these people ran to the south gate to organize defense. Xia Chuan looked at Luo and saw his brows furrowed. He thought he was afraid that Luo Ren would be anxious waiting in Sanctuary City number 1. He couldn't help but said, "Brother Luo, the matter is urgent. When we get to Sanctuary City number 1, I will help you report to Luo Ren." Chief Ren explained, "Sir, he is a reasonable person and will never blame me for this matter. However, the zombies seem to be a little too active in the past 2 days." Luo waved his hand and said, "Too active? What do you mean?" Xia Chuan asked in confusion. Luo explained, "Yesterday, the command led us to enter Sanctuary City number 3. A few kilometers away, we encountered more than a dozen waves of zombies on the way, and the number was nearly 100. And when we arrived at Sanctuary City number 3, it was even worse. There were actually a large number of zombies attacking the city. In such a crisis, fortunately our escort arrived in time and saved the tens of thousands of people in Sanctuary City number 3. And today there are a large number of zombies attacking Sanctuary City number 4, which is really strange." After hearing this, Xia Chuan thought about it carefully, but couldn't he figure out anything. He could only say, "Maybe it's just a coincidence." Luo rubbed his eyebrows and said, "Maybe. Zombies were attacking the city." Xia Chuan, as the deputy commander and the highest officer on the battlefield, naturally could not wait here. Seeing that Luo was not talking, he stepped towards the south gate and said at the same time, "Brother Luo, if you are willing, come with me to the south gate." Lu naturally wouldn't refuse, so he said okay and quickly followed. Before the two of them reached the south gate, they could hear the sound of gunfire, and it seemed that they were already fighting. Xia Chuan immediately quickened his pace, and the evolver's speed burst out, and he rushed away. Luo also burst out at full speed, but was obviously slower than Xia Chuan. Luo was surprised. Deputy Commander Xia had never revealed what level of evolver he was, but now he must have surpassed the level 1 peak evolver. Is Deputy Commander Xia a level 2 evolver? Luo secretly guessed. The two arrived at the south gate at an extremely fast speed. The soldiers guarding the city seemed to be on stimulants when they saw Xia Chuan, and their morale suddenly improved a lot. Looking At the scale, the number of zombies attacking the city this time is indeed in the tens of thousands, Xia Chuan said, while looking at the terrifying looking zombies outside the city with their teeth and claws snarling. With the fighting power of the royal army and the advantage of defending the city, these zombies should not pose a threat. Luo stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Xia Chuan while looking out of the city. You're right. These headless zombies who only rush forward in a hail of bullets are indeed no threat. Xia Chuan nodded slightly and then glanced at the group of corpses over and over again, as if searching for something. He muttered, such a huge group of zombies will definitely not gather on their own, and judging from their advance and retreat, there is a certain order. It seems that there are level 2 zombies controlling them. Where is this beast hiding? After a search, his eyes were blurry. In such a dense group of corpses, even the tall bodies of level 2 power zombies can be completely blocked by lying down, and if they are speed zombies, then completely submerged, it is impossible to find it with the naked eye, unless it jumps out on its own. Rubbing his eyes, Xia Chuan no longer actively searched, but remained vigilant, waiting for the level 2 zombies to appear on their own. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded from the group of zombies, and several ordinary zombies were thrown away. Xia Chuan and Luo looked at the tall zombie at the same time. Luo said, quasi level 2 power zombie. Xia Chuan said, pseudo level 2 power zombie. Bazooka, kill that fake level 2 power zombie for me. Xia Chuan shouted immediately upon hearing this. The 2 royal army soldiers fired the grenades on the rocket launchers and then quickly replaced the armor-piercing shells. Bang bang. 2 grenades exploded at the feet of the quasi level 2 zombies, and 2 small mushroom clouds immediately rose up. The violent impact of the explosion blew away several ordinary zombies nearby. Even the quasi level 2 zombies were shaken to the point where they could not stand stable, staggered and almost fell. On the contrary, the flying shrapnel penetrated the bodies of the surrounding ordinary zombies, but the part that hit the body of the quasi level 2 zombies only made a dinging, clanging sound. Sparks could be vaguely seen, but they did not cause anything effective damage. Under the gazes of Xia Chuan and Luo, the quasi level 2 zombie stabilized its figure and charged forward with long strides at the same time. The soldier had replaced the rocket launcher with armor-piercing shells, then put the rocket launcher on his shoulder, knelt down on one knee, and adjusted the muzzle to aim at the level 2 zombies. Bang, roar. At the moment when the rocket launcher was fired, the roar of the evolved zombies also sounded. Xia Chuan and Luo could see clearly that the roar was not from the level 2 strength zombie, but the quasi level 2 strength zombie, who heard the roar, actually bent up all of a sudden. Swoosh. It was this action that caused the armor-piercing bullet to miss. Xia Chuan frowned slightly, and his right hand reached for the saber on his waist. Under his gaze, the quasi level 2 strength zombie suddenly straightened up, holding a thin zombie with red eyes in its hand point. Then, the quasi level 2 zombie threw the thin zombie in his hand like a shot put. Level 2 speed zombie. Xia Chuan's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly pulled out the saber on his waist. His muscles suddenly tensed, and his eyes were fixed on the level 2 speed zombie that was thrown. Luo also took out the pistol from his waist in one go, aimed, and then bang bang bang. The muzzle of the gun spit out flames, and the entire magazine, all 15 bullets were fired at the level 2 speed zombie, but the level 2 speed zombie seemed to be able to use the power in the air, and actually dodged all 15 bullets. The level 2 speed zombie was close. It spread out its 2 sharp claws, and stabbed directly at the Kingdom Army soldier who was carrying a rocket launcher, and was about to fire. Chapter 149 Zombies Attack the City, Part 3. The pupils of the level 2 speed zombie quickly dilated in the soldier carrying the rocket launcher, and he saw that the sharp claws were about to pierce his head. Reed in the midst of lightning and flint, Xia Chuan rushed out, slashing the head of the level 2 speed zombie with the saber in his hand, causing it to stop its defense. The saber immediately collided with the corpse's claws, with a clang sound and sparks flying everywhere. The power on the knife exploded, and the level 2 speed zombie was shocked backwards. The red eyes stared directly at Xia Chuan, as if analyzing how strong this human being was, and whether he should fight or flee. Xia Chuan rushed forward without hesitation. His speed was extremely fast, completely surpassing the level 1 peak evolver. Roar. The Zombie suddenly roared, then jumped off the city wall and disappeared into the group of corpses, but chose to run away instead of fighting Zaya-Chuan. Roar. The level 2 speed zombie in the zombie group let out another long roar when all the zombies heard the sound. They immediately stopped attacking and turned around to evacuate. The quasi level 2 power zombie was no exception, retreating. Luo opened his mouth slightly, showing great surprise at the zombies retreating. Zaya-Chuan said with a smile, "This level 2 speed zombie is timid. Whenever it encounters a human who is stronger than it will usually choose to retreat." Brother Luo doesn't know this. I know that the speed zombie is timid, but it actually calls on other zombies to retreat together. Luo was still surprised and a little unbelievable about this matter. This is no wonder. Luo. The base has not yet encountered a large-scale zombie siege in the zombie town. The level 2 zombies among them are also power zombies. They are full of brute force and indestructible. They have no fear and only know how to run rampant. When Luo Ren went to Hu City, he was staying at the base, so he didn't know about the encounter with level 2 speed zombies while passing through the zombie town. On the way, you know now. Zaya-Chuan chuckled and then said, "They have just evacuated. We still need to wait 3 or 2 hours before setting off. It will be safer this way." In rainy weather, everyone is in a melancholy mood, and Luo Ren is no exception. He drove an off-road vehicle speeding down the road, budgeting in his mind that he should be able to reach Sanctuary City number 1 in half an hour. He glanced out the window and saw scattered zombies wandering around. They heard the sound of the car and immediately chased after them. However, the speed of the car was too fast. After a while, they were thrown far away. Without their target, they continued to wandering aimlessly. Luo Ren glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a few chasing zombies behind him. He shook his head secretly. After the soul was annihilated, the body still had to suffer. He retracted his gaze and looked forward. He frowned suddenly and saw that the road ahead was blocked by a group of zombies. Judging from the number, there should be dozens of them. They had their backs turned, but they immediately turned around when they heard the sound of the car and then pounced on them with their teeth and claws bared. Snort. Luo Ren immediately stepped on the accelerator and the car's kinetic energy was maximized and it crashed straight into the car. Bang bang bang. The sounds of impact continued one after another and more than a dozen zombies were knocked away. This roadblock of corpses composed of dozens of zombies was violently broken through by Luo Ren. The front of the off-road vehicle is equipped with an anti-collision beam, so the damage is not very serious even after such a strong impact. How come there are dozens of zombies gathered here? Luo Ren was a little confused, but it was only for a moment. He just thought there was something there that attracted the zombies, and continued to look ahead and drive the vehicle at high speed. 5 minutes later, he frowned again, because there were dozens of zombies gathering on the road ahead. Bang bang bang. It was still a violent impact, but this time the impact damaged the two headlights of the off-road vehicle and the hood was somewhat deformed. What's going on? Luo Ren had to think more about the 2 consecutive zombie roadblocks. He remembered that on the way to number 3 Sanctuary City yesterday, he also encountered such a roadblock composed of dozens of zombies. He couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that number 1 Sanctuary City is under a massive zombie siege? Thinking like this, Luo Ren became very anxious. He stepped on the accelerator as hard as he could, and even with the windows closed, he could hear the huge roar of the engine. Speeding all the way, he encountered several waves of zombie roadblocks, which made Luo Ren even more anxious. 20 minutes later, he finally saw the city, but strangely, there was no large-scale zombie attack on the city. Luo Ren breathed a sigh of relief, drove close to the city, got out of the car, and shouted to the guards on the city, "I'm Luo Ren, open the city gate quickly." "Who is Luo Ren?" The guards on the city looked at each other with puzzled expressions. They should be survivors who have come to seek refuge. A guard said, "It should be that, in the past 2 days, more than a dozen groups of survivors have come to seek refuge." In one group, the number was more than 200. Another guard said, "Yes, I heard that their settlement was attacked by zombies. There were more than 5,000 people, and only 200 of them were left." "Forget it, don't talk about this, let go of the city gate first and let the man below come in." "Look, he has a car, there should be a lot of food in the car." "Caca." The city gate slowly rose and stopped at a height just high enough for off-road vehicles to enter and exit point. The guards on the city waved and shouted, "Hurry in, Luo." Ren drove into the city and had no intention of stopping at the city gate, but two soldiers, one tall and one short, stopped him in front of him. The short soldier said sternly, "Get out of the car." Luo Ren frowned and looked at the two soldiers. They were not wearing military uniforms and combat uniforms of the Kingdom Army. They should be captured soldiers or soldiers Liu Liangson recruited from the residents. The reason why he stopped him was probably because he didn't want to know yourself. Logically speaking, if he don't know himself, it's normal to stop him, and he usually won't be angry, but the tone of this man's scolding just now is really uncomfortable. "What about you? Get out of the car quickly." Seeing that Luo Ren didn't get out of the car, as soon as he finished speaking, the short soldier immediately walked to the window, pulled the door handle to open the door, and forced Luo Ren to get out. The car, however, had the door locked, and his strength was not enough to violently open the door. "Hurry up and open the car door, do you hear me?" The short soldier gritted his teeth and pulled the car door open and cursed, "What the fuck? If you don't open the door, I will break your glass." Faced with this rude attitude that seemed to be fueled by gunpowder, Luo Ren's eyes filled with anger and he pressed the button to close the door lock to see what he wanted. Click. The car door opened and the short soldier yelled at Luo Ren, "Damn it, you didn't open it now, I'll beat you up." As he said that, he actually raised the butt of his gun and hit Luo Ren on the head. A cold light suddenly appeared in Luo Ren's eyes. The air around him seemed to have dropped a few degrees at this moment. The soldier's raised butt of the gun was frozen in the air. Obviously frightened by the coldness, he subconsciously retreated. Luo Ren got out of the car, his cold eyes swept across the tall soldier, and he was so frightened that he quickly looked away. "What? A fool, I have a gun, and I'm still afraid of you. Kid, I'll kill you." The short soldier reacted, raised his gun, and pointed the muzzle at Luo Ren's head, with a fierce look on his face. Thinking that he had been frightened just now, he couldn't help but become even more angry. At this moment, Luo Ren felt a murderous intention in his heart. If he just wanted to teach this guy a lesson, now he wanted to take his life. HMPH, you're afraid. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times? No, 30 times, and grandpa will let you go when he's happy. Seeing Luo Ren just standing blankly with no change in his expression, the short soldier thought that Luo Ren had been frightened and immediately showed an extremely arrogant expression. "Hurry up and kneel down." Seeing that Luo Ren still didn't make any move, the short soldier raised his gun and aimed at Luo Ren's head. Caught death. "Stop, just." As Luo Ren was about to have a fit, someone suddenly shouted. The short soldier stopped immediately when he heard this. Luo Ren also looked over and saw a man of medium build and square face running over anxiously. He ran up to Luo Ren, kicked the short soldier away, then bowed and said, "Sir Luo Ren, they are all newly recruited soldiers. They have never met you. Sir, how offensive it is. I will treat you well later. Teach him a lesson and hope you will forgive me, sir." The short soldier was dumbfounded. Although he didn't know who Luo Ren was, the square-faced man was his superior. Even his superiors were talking down to this man, saying he was a superior. He must be a big shot. At least he couldn't afford to offend him. People, remembering that he had pointed his gun at this gentleman just now and threatened that he would kneel down and kowtow to him 30 times, fear immediately grew in his heart, and he crawled to Luo Ren. Boom boom boom. He kowtowed his head and begged for mercy. "Young man is short-sighted and has offended your superior. I have a lot of you. Please spare me." The coldness in Luo Ren's eyes had not dissipated, and the murderous intention in his heart had not disappeared. He looked at the square-faced man coldly and said, "You have to decide what to do with your people." After saying that, he turned around and boarded the off-road vehicle and drove away. The square-faced man felt the murderous intent in Luo Ren's cold tone and couldn't help but tremble. When he saw the back of the off-road vehicle, he shouted, "Sir, don't worry, I will definitely handle it to your satisfaction." He looked away and looked at the short soldier. The square-faced man's eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. After Luo Ren left, the short soldier immediately changed the target of his begging for mercy, bursting into tears and snot. "Captain Lee, I have seniors and subordinates. Please spare me. I will never dare to do it again." The square-faced man had an indifferent expression on his face, as if he could not hear the cry for mercy, and said to himself, "You said that you only carried the gun for a few days, and you dared to be so arrogant. It doesn't count the survivors who came to seek refuge after being beaten a few times. Yes, today you still mess with someone you shouldn't have messed with without any hesitation. Do you know who that person was just now? The former city lord Yang Zi was killed by him. Even the current city lord dare not talk to him like this. You, a novice soldier who has just been recruited. Do you really think that you will be lawless if you have a gun? Forget it. I won't say any more. Point if someone comes, drag him down and kill him." The short soldier was shocked when he heard this, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes full of despair. Two soldiers stepped forward and dragged it down, and soon a gunshot was heard. The tall soldier trembled when he heard the gunshot and was secretly glad that he didn't say much, otherwise it would have been more than just a gunshot. Luo Ren drove an off-road vehicle and drove slowly on the streets of Sanctuary City number 1. Looking at both sides, he could see the busy figures of ordinary residents and patrolling soldiers. Suddenly, he saw a crowd of people gathered in front of him, blocking the road. Instead of honking his horn, he got out of the car and squeezed into the crowd. He saw a woman in her 30s sitting on the ground holding a shabby sack. In front of her was a soldier holding a gun, arrogant and full of arrogance. "Did you hear that? Get it quickly, or I'll shoot you," the soldier shouted sternly. "I just accidentally bumped into you. Why are you like this? This is my family's meal for the day, and my baby is waiting for me to cook for him," the woman said, holding the sack tightly. "I don't care, bring it." Seeing that threats with words failed, the soldier directly reached out to grab it. The woman clung to the sack. The soldier grabbed the sack and dragged the woman, but he was still unable to take the sack away from the woman's arms. "Xiao Zhang, we are all neighbors. There is no need to be like this. Widow's son just bumped into you accidentally, and she didn't hurt you anywhere. There is no need to steal other people's food rations." "Yes, Xiao Zhang, I remember you used to be a very kind person. Why did you change just after you picked up the gun?" Someone in the crowd of onlookers spoke to persuade HMPH. Faced with these persuasion, soldier Xiao Zhang glanced at the crowd of onlookers with disgust on his face. "Neighbors, that was in the past. I have a gun in my hand now. Do you know what the gun means?" The soldier arrogantly raised the gun in his hand, letting all the onlookers see clearly. A gun is power, and power is something that ordinary people like you have to obey. "Widow's son bumped into me, which is a provocation to power. It's already late to ask her to compensate her with 1 day's rations." He turned his gun and pointed it at Widow's son and said sternly, "Hurry up. I won't be polite if you don't hand over the food. You became a soldier yesterday and got a gun. Have you forgotten how those people oppressed you before when you didn't have a gun? Now that you have a gun, you are oppressing us neighbors who helped you." "Son," the widow gritted her teeth and hugged the sack with a look of determination on her face. "You want to steal my rations? You're dreaming. Damn woman, I'll beat you to death." Soldier Xiao Zhang stared angrily, turned the muzzle of his gun, and hit Widow's son with the butt of his gun. Faced with this situation, no one around him dared to step forward to stop her. Widow's son desperately protected the rations and turned her back to the soldier Xiao Zhang. She used her back to bear the blow, which was relatively painless. "Stop, Luo." Ren couldn't stand it anymore, so he moved in front of Widow's son and kicked the soldier Xiao Zhang away. Soldier Xiao Zhang held his stomach, his face full of pain. Luo Ren helped Widow's son up and said, "Go back and cook for your children. Young man, run away quickly. These soldiers are joining the group to keep warm. They have guns in their hands. You alone are no match for them. Yeah, run away." The onlookers tried to persuade each other. Even the widow's son said, "Thank you for your benefactor. Please leave here as soon as possible." Xiao Zhang has just joined the army for 2 days, and his personality has changed drastically. He is not at all as kind to us as he used to be. All he knows is that they are just like bandits who plunder us for various reasons. Benefactor, please leave quickly. They will be in trouble when their people come. Chapter 150 Zombies attack the city. 4th. Luo Ren heard the words of the people on the scene very clearly. He couldn't help but look at the soldier Xiao Zhang, who was rolling on the ground in pain. There was disgust in his eyes. He really echoed those words. Once the oppressed people have a little power, often make worse oppressors. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The crowd of onlookers suddenly gave way, and several patrol soldiers with guns walked in. The leader was a tall, dark-skinned man. He saw Xiao Zhang lying on the ground moaning in pain, and asked, "Who is it? What?" The onlookers were all silent, and no one answered. Seeing that no one answered, the dark-skinned soldier said harshly, "If you don't tell me, everyone present will be arrested and interrogated one by one." The effect of these words was obvious. Although the crowd did not answer, they all looked at Luo Ren. Even Widow Sun quietly moved to distance herself from Luo Ren. The dark-skinned soldier looked at the crowd, and looked at Luo Ren. He looked up and down, and thought to himself, "I have basically seen all the officers in the army, but I don't know this man. But his dress and temperament are both different. Like an ordinary resident, could he be that officer in the Royal Army? Then why doesn't he wear a military uniform? Or should I ask first and then talk?" The black soldier pointed at Xiao Zhang on the ground, and asked in a calm tone, "Did you beat him, Luo Ren?" Didn't he hide it and admitted directly, "Yes, I was the one who hit him." Seeing Luo Ren admitting so decisively, the black soldier showed no fear of these people in his eyes, and he was even more unsure in his heart. He was just the new city lord who took office to expand his troops. He had only recently joined the army. With his tall body and with his strength and knowledge, he became a patrol captain. If the person in front of him was really from the Royal Army, it would be over if he offended him. His tone became softer and he asked, "May I ask your surname?" "Oh, don't you recognize me?" He seems to be a new recruit, but he is much more peaceful. Luo Ren heard the dark soldier's gentle tone, and his unhappiness immediately dissipated. It seemed that not everyone would become ignorant after gaining power, so he replied, "My name is Luo Ren." Luo Ren. The black soldier searched his mind, and found no impression of this person, so he asked, "Are you the leader of the Royal Army?" "Haha, I'm not from the Royal Army. I'm here today." "Wait a minute." The dark soldier's tone suddenly changed, interrupting Luo Ren, and asked, "Come today, you are not a member of the Royal Army, and you only came today." Luo Ren immediately took back the words that were on his lips, and said to himself, this expression changed too quickly. It seems that he was so calm just now, because he was unsure of my identity. Now that he heard that I'm not from the Royal Army, and I just arrived today, and it looks like I'm going to have an attack, so I want to see what you're going to do with me. That's right, I'm not a member of the Royal Army, and I just entered the city today. Luo Ren said calmly. HMPH. The black soldier snorted coldly, his eyes suddenly became sharp, and his tone became extremely domineering. "You, an outsider who just joined, dare to injure law enforcement officers? You are really brave. Come on, take it away." The black soldier gave the order, and two people walked immediately out from behind, and they were about to clasp Luo Ren's arms behind his back. "Roll." Luo Ren cursed, and kicked each of the two people in front of him to the ground, moaning in pain like Xiao Zhang. When the black soldier saw this, he immediately became angry, raised his gun, and pointed it at Luo Ren, shouting, "Boy, you still dare to resist? Believe it or not, I will shoot you." Being pointed at a gun twice in one day, Luo Ren was also furious. He moved his steps, ducked in front of the dark soldier, and grabbed his gun, with cold murderous intent surging in his eyes. The black soldier was startled. He didn't even see clearly, and Luo Ren took away his gun. Such speed made him understand that the person in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. He knelt down with a plop, and begged for mercy with tears and snot in his nose. "This kid is blind, and can't see the mountain. My lord, just take what I just said as fart, and spare my life. Is this the reason for your arrogance?" Luo Ren looked at the gun in his hand, and then said, "Then is this what you are afraid of?" I saw him holding it lightly, and the barrel of the gun was flattened. Luo Ren angrily scolded, "You were just ordinary residents a few days ago. Why are you acting like this now? Is it because you have guns in your hands?" Then when you were oppressed by others before, it was probably because they had guns in their hands and you. Luo Ren looked at the residents who were still watching and asked, are you willing to accept the oppression? Or, in your mind, if you have a gun one day, will you be like them and continue to bully other people who don't have guns? The onlookers all lowered their heads in the face of questioning and did not dare to look directly into Luo Ren's eyes. Zombies are rampant in the outside world and human civilization is in danger. You don't think about how to continue human civilization. Instead, you think about how to bully your fellow humans every day. It's really hopeless. Luo Ren was furious. When he was disappointed with these people, he waved his hand, threw away the squashed gun, and headed towards the center of the city. Near the center of the city, the security is much better. The patrolling troops have been replaced by Royal Army soldiers. Most of these Royal Army soldiers have some impressions of Luo Ren and quickly recognized him. They all said hello, Sir Luo Ren. Luo Ren took a few deep breaths, suppressed his anger, smiled back, and asked, where is Lord Liu City now? A Royal Army soldier replied, the city lord should be at the military command post. Knowing Liu Liangxin's whereabouts, Luo Ren went straight to the temporary military command post. The soldiers of the kingdom's army who were standing guard immediately saluted Luo Ren and said, Sir Luo Ren, is Lord Liu City inside? Luo Ren asked. The soldier standing guard replied, the city lord is discussing matters with several officers of our army inside. Are you looking for the city lord? Let me go and inform you. Luo Ren nodded slightly and said, thank you very much. You're welcome. The soldier standing guard quickly walked into the military tent. After a while, Liu Liangxin ran out. When she saw Luo Ren, she was surprised and hugged him. Brother Ren, why didn't anyone inform you when you came, so that I could take care of you? Liu Liangxin let go of Luo Ren and said in surprise. Luo Ren smiled and said, Asylum City number 3 and Sanctuary City number 4 have been captured, and the escort troops need to be stationed, so I didn't order anyone to come and notify them. By the way, I also asked Luo Lu to call Xia Chuan for a meeting in Sanctuary City number 1 today. Have they not come yet? Xia Chuan? Liu Liangxin shook her head. No. Then she said, since Brother Ren, you have already arrived, I guess they should arrive after a while. Yes. Luo Ren nodded and said, speaking of which, you are still discussing things, so hurry in, and I won't delay you. There's no need to delay. Why don't you, Brother Ren, come with me and give us some advice? Liu Liangxin grabbed Luo Ren's hand and pulled him toward the military tent. Entering inside, several officers of the Royal Army looked over immediately. They all knew Luo Ren and immediately stood up to say hello, Sir Luo Ren. Everyone, please sit down. You can continue, and I will listen. Luo Ren waved his hand and said. Liu Liangxin took a stool for Luo Ren. After he sat down, she continued the meeting and asked, where were you talking about just now? An officer wearing gold-rimmed glasses replied, I just said that the city has enough troops and there is no need to recruit new soldiers. Yes. Liu Liangxin continued, yes, although the current military strength has not reached the previous 20,000, it is still 15,000. This is enough. Then the next step is to set up training subjects to give all these recruits practice, otherwise they will be given a gun without corresponding military qualities, and their combat effectiveness will be very limited. That, Lianxin. Luo Ren suddenly shouted. Liu Liangxin immediately looked at Luo Ren and asked, what's wrong, Brother Ren? Luo Ren said, I think military quality is very important, and military rules and discipline are equally important. When I first came here, I saw the recruits bullying ordinary people with their guns. If this situation is not rectified, it will be extremely serious. Hidden danger. Liu Liangxin asked doubtfully, Brother Ren, did you just see new soldiers oppressing the people? Yes, on my way here. Luo Ren told everything that had just happened. After hearing this, Liu Liangxin frowned slightly, looked at the officers, and asked, didn't you mean those recruits? We were all poor people before, but when we joined the army, we still swore not to bully others or do evil. The officer with gold-rimmed eyes pushed his eyes and said, that's true. We have never seen recruits oppress civilians. Besides, they have only been in the army for a few days. How could they dare to do such a thing to oppress civilians? No. One will bully the people in front of you. Luo Ren looked at the officer with gold-rimmed eyes and said, if you don't believe it, you can change into ordinary clothes and walk around the outer residential areas to see what you say. Will recruits from poor people oppress ordinary residents? After Luo Ren said this, the officer Jin Bayan stopped saying anything and looked at Liu Liangxin. After all, she was the city lord. Liu Liangxin naturally believed in Luo Ren unconditionally, and what Luo Ren said made sense. If soldiers oppressed the people, if not dealt with, it would definitely create a vicious cycle, which would be a big risk. She immediately ordered, military quality must be improved, and military regulations and disciplines must be abided by. You guys should change into ordinary civilian clothes and go around the perimeter to see how those soldiers bully the people, and then summarize it for me. A set of solutions. Several Royal Army officers immediately responded, yes. Okay, do you have anything else to say? Liu Liangxin glanced at the officers present and asked. There was silence in the tent for more than 10 seconds, and no one spoke. Liu Liangxin said, since no one spoke, there is no problem. Okay, today's meeting is over. You can deal with the matters just mentioned immediately. After sending away several officers, Luo Ren and Liu Liangxin were the only two people left in the military tent. Liu Liangxin let out a sigh of relief and rubbed her brows, showing a tired look. She complained in front of Luo Ren, there are too many bad things in this asylum city. Number 1. I have only managed it for a few days and my hair is falling out. Luo Ren said with a smile, you are only temporarily taking over the position of city lord. You don't need to solve all the problems in a short time. Not only will it take a lot of effort, but I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Let's leave some things to the people who take over later to solve them themselves. I didn't think about solving all the problems during my term, but there were too many problems, and I had to waste my energy. Liu Liangxin smiled bitterly, waved her hand, and continued, don't talk about these. By the way, Brother Ren, it was only 2 days before and after. How could you take care of other sanctuary cities so quickly this time? To be precise, we only took sanctuary city number 3 and number 4. Luo Ren said, only? Sanctuary city number 3 and sanctuary city number 4. What about sanctuary city number 2? Liu Liangxin asked curiously. This sanctuary city number 2. Luo Ren told Liu Liangxin about sanctuary city number 2 one by one. These 3 guys are really alert. They actually joined forces to sanctuary city number 2. After listening to Luo Ren's story, Liu Liangxin said, I heard my father say that Zhu Liang is a smart man before. Looking at his appearance, I didn't believe it, but now I believe it. Without spending a single soldier, he took the troops of 2 cities. Zhu Liang is the biggest beneficiary this time. The two talked, and time passed unknowingly. Report. The guard outside the military tent ran in and said, Deputy Commander Zaya and Commander Luo of the guard army are waiting outside the tent. They said they are here to talk with Commander Luo Ren. Finally. Here. Luo Ren was surprised and immediately got up and went outside the tent to greet him. Liu Liangxin followed closely. As soon as he left the military tent, he could see Zhaochuan and Luo. Luo saluted and said, Sir. Luo Ren nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Zhaochuan and said with a smile, Brother Zhaochuan, you are finally here. Zhaochuan smiled bitterly and said, we should have arrived earlier, but we didn't expect to encounter a large number of zombies attacking the city early in the morning. On the way here, we also encountered more than 10 groups of small zombies, each with dozens of heads. It's really strange. Luo Ren was surprised and said, Sanctuary City number 4 also encountered a large-scale zombie attack. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.